Perfect. Perfect. What's going on, everybody? How are y'all doing? We're starting the stream a little earlier than just the timer was, I guess, but that's the new technical issue of the day. So I hope you guys had a phenomenal Bears game weekend because we got a stomping of the Atlanta Falcons that is just flat out fun to watch. Isn't it fun to watch the Bears win? And they're winning on both sides of the ball right now, and it doesn't really matter what you think of the Falcons because that's a 7-win team in the NFL. And to see the Bears go from a season last year where they couldn't beat nearly anybody to a season this year where they started not able to beat nearly anybody and now progress to the point where they are playing some phenomenal football, especially on defense. But I mean, that's not the topic of the day, is it? Let's be honest, there's something exceptional about watching the way that Chicago has embraced Justin Fields. And I think a lot of how this game ends, I really do. I think a lot of how this game ends is going to ultimately resolve it. Or not game. I think a lot of how the season ends is going to come down to what happens this weekend. I really do. I mean, you guys know me. I like to think that I'm pretty metered. And to me, Fields just reset. He either reset the best game of the season or he came dang close compared to his Denver game. So we've got a couple great games. We've got a couple not so great games. If you evaluate everything in total, I kind of land where Josh Lucas does right now. But y'all, that's the last part I really want to talk about it as much as I can because this is fun. Can't we just have fun? Like, Fields throws some darts in the snow and there's some stuff in there in the tape where maybe the offense could get better. There's some places where maybe Fields left room to grow, but the athletic toolkit, the touch on his throws, like when he is on, he is something special. That play where he breaks 2 tackles in the pocket, gets up for a first down. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Right? Like, it's so funny watching this Bears team because everybody wants to simplify everything to little stuff, right? Like, I don't know who it was. I think it was you, David, that mentioned this earlier, like still being on the pro Caleb Williams train. And I'm going to try to sit in the middle. Like, I promise for what it's worth that for the sake of just creating a stream where we can all get along, I'm really not going to try to lean one way or another because I believe that both options that are presented in front of the Bears are good options. I mean, Joe, you mentioned being back on team trade the pick. Like, let's pretend for what it's worth that the Bears traded the pick. They got a sweet team around Fields and the team and Fields doesn't live up to expectations. Who cares? How bad would he have to be to derail that train? Like, you would probably have to be Atlanta with Taylor Heineke and Desmond Ridder or Jimmy Garoppolo on the Raiders. But even then, the Raiders aren't going to be as good as the Bears could be in 2 years. Like, you could figure it out with just talent, like just raw talent on the team. There are a lot of ways to build a winning organization within the Chicago Bears right now. Are they going to lead to a Super Bowl? Y'all, is there even a rubric to the Super Bowl? Like, at this point, what we've got when you look at the last 23, 25 Super Bowls, you have 9 Super Bowls won by the best quarterback in the game at the time. That's 7 by Brady and 2 by Mahomes. You have a scattered group of winners that are probably all going to the Hall of Fame, but the Packers, the Steelers, the Rams, all completely different team builds in terms of the way that they built their organization. The Eagles built everything up around Carson Wentz, and it turns out it's Nick Foles who would outduel Tom Brady in one of the most bizarre, wild, and honestly super entertaining games that you'll see out there. You've got the Giants, who were not built to win a Super Bowl, but did it anyways twice. Like, there's so many different ways to get this thing, to get better. Will they end up in the promised land? Y'all, it takes so much luck to end up in the promised land. So much luck. Like Jimmy kind of mentions. He mentions you got to get to the playoffs for the first time. Yeah, you do. Because God knows that if one thing that we've talked about a little on this show has been the Bears were remarkably healthy all throughout the year. You could probably guess why I'm knocking on wood. Think about how few defensive line injuries the Bears ever dealt with. Andrew Billings started 17 games. Memory serves. Like, Justin Jones, he never missed time. DeMarcus Walker, he never missed time. Y'all, it would not have been out of the question for there to have at least been 2 games this year where Dom Robb was like the the edge too, and a starter and playing most of the game. This just didn't happen. Like, you would have expected there to be a game where Zach Pickens or Gervon Dexter would have had to start the whole game. And we go, all right, here we go, next man up. This just never happened, right? Like, there were a couple games here and there where Jalen Johnson got nicked up with injury now and again, but he didn't miss any of them. Like, you look back at some of the injuries that the Bears didn't sustain, it's kind of wild that they didn't. But the Bears are better for it. Thank goodness, right? The secondary early was decimated, for sure, Jibby. But then after that, they never looked back. And now, according to certain graphs, they're one of the best EPA per play defenses in football, which is wild, by the way. That's absolutely crazy. But so, anyways, when I look at this, let me see. Alessandro, happy Snowy Films, excited for this one. Brandon, you mentioned got to handle the Division 2, can't keep folding to Green Bay. It's part of why I agree with whoever said it early. Let me see. Let me check who it was. It's Donald, I'm glad you're looking forward to it. I'm really, really excited to get into this. Christopher, I want to get to what you're saying because I thought that's a great question. John, you mentioned, is this the most important Bears game in the last 5 years? You know, John, it's funny that you asked that question. I don't think so, only because I think week 1 at the start of the season felt more important at the time. We just lost it. And so the moment that oh my gosh, Sean. All right. So anyways, the moment that the Bears lost week 1, we obviously all wanted to erase it from our memory. But going into that game, I remember all of us sitting there saying, okay, it's not possible. It's not possible that they're going to lose this game. ... Right. And then they did. Bummer. John, you mentioned Pro Bowl comes out. Who makes it? I hope, for crying out loud, that DJ Moore makes it, but I don't know if that's going to work. Sean, you're a legend. Thank you for FTPing on this kind of week. It's a good week to FTP, fund the production of new content, right? Really, really good week for that. And so thank you so much. I'll make sure to put this to good use. I really will. But so let's see here. No matter what y'all do to this offseason, Getsy, yeah, probably Antonio, where it's like Getsy's got to go. Christopher, you mentioned early, and I want to dig in. Let me see. Dancing to Sean's. Also, we have a new member join. Thank you so much. Who was that up at the very, very top of this thing? Let me scroll. Oh, I can't see it. But, I bet I can find it in here. Yes, we had Renata Olinger Roca, thank you so much for jumping in. Ken P, thank you so much for becoming a member. You guys are great. It's a great season to be jumping in, joining, hopping on the channel, pumping out some Bears content. We're going to dig into some tape. There's one more question I did want to get to. Christopher mentioned a topic that I haven't seen very much discussed very much in the Bears QB debate is the locker room impact. Do you think there is any validity to the you fire Fields, you lose the locker room argument? Actually, Christopher, yeah, I do. I mean, look, I don't know where to land on this. To be clear, guys, to be so clear, guys, I have tried to push the boundary of getting everybody to think. It's really easy to just rally behind your quarterback no matter what. But, I mean, last week, if I can just own up to something, y'all, I think I was looking to nitpick Fields more than I think is realistically fair. There are some areas where I think Fields is leaving stuff on the table, but you're going to hear me say a couple times throughout this tape, like, this is just who he is. And that's okay. Because at least if we understand what Fields is, it's not that we're trying to grade him on a curve. It's that we're saying, hey, when when our run game from quarterback is working like it is, we will take being one read and gone, especially when it still picks us up 9 yards. I can't help but think when I look at this situation going forward that Fields has a very decent shot here to play himself to a point where you can't not stick with him. Even if it would be maybe, I don't know. What's tough here, Christopher, because you mentioned this, and Ken, you're kind of hinting at it, is you end up with a couple different, like, you two people whose destinies are very aggressively, gosh, how am I trying to say what I'm trying to say? Let me just start from the top and say it, Christopher. I think Ryan Poles is going to get a lot of pressure one way or another on this decision. I just don't know which way that pressure is going to push him. right? There's an argument to be made that if you pass on a quarterback at number 1 overall, Ryan Poles is going to be judged by what happens in 2024 and maybe part of 2025, but you could see a quicker hook, right? And then on the other side, you could argue that if Ryan Poles takes a rookie, that he gets at least through 2026, more than likely, because you get the first 3 years of the rookie's career to see whether the rookie's got any promise at all. God forbid the rookie wins a playoff game and you're probably extended through 2027 or something like that, right? But what Fields does in that locker room, the leadership that he's inspiring, y'all, I don't know how much credence to give some of these reports because I can't tell if players would just say this about anybody, but I don't hear this about just anybody. Like whether it's Jaquan Brisker, Tyreek Stevenson, DJ Moore, other members of the Bears offense, like these guys love Justin Fields. And I don't know, especially if he wins against Green Bay, how you can mess with that. Like it is a sport full of human beings and people. And if Fields is the glue guy holding the whole thing together, that may be that. But if you march into Lambeau, you score or you leave with a 17-30 sound loss. I don't think that glue is there anymore, right? I mean, I think we would all agree that if the Bears roll into Lambeau, they can't really move the ball. They end up taking a beating. That everything's loosened a little bit. But you win this game. I find it hard to believe, very hard to believe, that if you win this game, God forbid you win it big, because the Bears defense is playing some ball, right? That I find it hard to believe that you would just be able to turn off the faucet, in my opinion. Just because from a human perspective, like Poles is going to be able to sit in that locker room. He's going to know these guys. He's going to see the way they're rallying around their leader and their core, right? We'll see what happens. But we'll see what happens. We really will. I mean, at the end of the day, I am going to try to just fence it for one more week. And then I'll give you my interpretation. Because like Joe O'Donnell, you mentioned, have I gone through and done any evaluation of the quarterback class yet? I actually have a whole stream on it. As a matter of fact, Joe, I got you. So you can look up, it's from the bye week a couple weeks ago. But if you scroll through the channel, you'll see a thumbnail of you'll see a thumbnail of Caleb Williams and Drake May. It's a little more of a Caleb Williams, it's a little more Caleb Williams because it kind of ran out of steam when we got to the Drake May stuff. But you do get a Drake May thing. Jordan, not the whole quarterback class, but the top 2. The Bears are not taking Michael Penix at number 1 or number 2. But anyways, that's not really the point. Let me see. Somebody mentions earlier, they said, Jibby, you mentioned, I think they legitimately really like Fields. I don't know if Caleb Williams will fit in the locker room. We can leave that for Poles. Like, the good news is with a lot of this, I think that you guys would all agree with me. Ryan Poles has done so much to establish confidence in the fan base that we could just hold up our hands and say, hey, you do whatever you want to do. Like, I trust you one way or another. And the team should get better either way. 2 first-round picks under any circumstance. God forbid you end up with 3 in 2024. God forbid you end up with 6 over the next 3 years. Like, there are so many different ways to do this and so many different ways that the Bears get better. And that's really all I care about at this point. Get better. I'm so tired of watching the Bears lose. I love watching the Bears win, especially when the Bears are dominant as they do. Like, I will get hip to be square with whatever I'm thrown at. I will figure it out. Because at the end of the day, there are all kinds of different ways that this works. You've got guys like Josh Lucas that are saying on Hogan Johns, like, over the last 3 years, we've just seen too much inconsistency. We're not passing well in the fourth quarter, blah, blah, blah. A bunch of scout stuff I agree with, but I don't know if out of the 120 people watching, thank you, by the way, if you're enjoying the stream, do like it. We'll get to the film in just a second. I don't know how many of the 120 people in the stream care about the scouting specifics, about how Fields is playing, because the leadership aspect, the personality aspect, like, Fields is inspirational. What Fields can do with the ball in his hands gets everybody leaning in. You get guys like Ben Solak, you get guys like Tim Jenkins, you get guys like Brian Baldinger, where, like, literally off of all vibes, they are 100% behind Justin Fields. I don't even blame them. Like, the vibes are incredible. They are incredible. Like, Justin Fields vibes, say it out loud, they're incredible. Now, Joe, you mentioned earlier, why are we not comparing Caleb Williams compared to Justin Fields plus the haul we can get? I think that's all anybody's done, Joe. I really do. Like, call me, or maybe I'm just living in it too deep, Joe. But I think literally anytime this conversation gets brought up, people always bring up, yeah, but what about Justin Fields in the fantasy hall? And if anything, I can't help but feel like maybe sometimes we overrate what the fantasy hall would be. I mean, just saying, I've seen some fans talk about how my podcast co-host Nick Whalen talked about this. If he was here, I would have no problem telling him this. He said my dream trade would be trading back with I think he picked Washington, so pick number 2. He picked up their first rounder this year, their second rounder this year, their third rounder this year. No, it was New England. Maybe. I'll go back and look. But so first rounder, second rounder, third rounder this year, first rounder, second rounder next year. And I was like, 2 spots. No way. I understand it is a different, like it's a different market with Caleb Williams versus Bryce Young and like CJ Stroud. Like, I get it. Trust me. But there are some of these deals that Bears fans are pitching that I'm like, oh my God, no way. And hey, if they do make that trade, you're going to hear me come around to it really hard because that's a ton of value. But if you seriously drop 2 spots, you still get somebody like Marvin Harrison Jr. and you get 5 picks for 1 in the process. Sheesh, man, that is a ton. But so anyways, I haven't read it yet, Tyler, but I love Josh's work. I think he does a great job of approaching things from a different position. Like you're saying, Jibby, league execs are saying that they could easily trade in the top 5 and get 3 1s. I think it's possible. There's a piece to this where I'll believe it when I see it. Just because when a team decides that they're going to trade 3 1s, sheesh. And Prabhat, you nailed it. You said, to be fair, Carolina gave us more than we dreamt of. You're dadgum right. I was telling fans the day before the trade happened, stop dreaming of DJ Moore to Chicago. They're never going to do it. And they did. And look at the mistake it was. I mean, that's not me saying that I think other orgs will like not follow, or that I think it'll scare other orgs. I think orgs get too desperate. Like look at Pittsburgh right now, right? Look at the Giants right now. Look at all these orgs that need quarterbacks. What drives their action is desperation. Right? And Valku, you mentioned Washington has a new owner. You know they're fleeceable. Exactly. Right? Where there's all kind. It's the desperation that does this stuff. Like, and that's good because the Bears can lean on that desperation. But I will tell you, Joe, this is just me. This is just me personally. Right? If we were talking about Justin Fields being, I'm trying to think of a good example of this, Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield? Like, help me, pick a name, right? Because I'm not trying to pick the world's most white bread quarterback, but the problem is Justin Fields is also a very unique player. Like, Justin Fields is an athletic god that is still coming along with a passer, right? Or as a passer. The problem is that given how much he runs, there's always going to be risk of injury. Like, always going to be risk of injury. And that it just puts sticking with him in a, it's not intrinsically bad decision making. It's just kind of scary. Michael Vick might be a good example here, Prabhat, but it's like even Vick when we consider what Fields is going through right now, that just puts him in pretty unique territory, if you ask me. How are things going to change? I mean, you would need an Andy Reid level offensive coach, probably, to get the Vick renaissance that Justin Fields went through. And even then, Michael Vick was much older when that happened in Philly, and you're probably needing this to happen pretty soon. And like you're saying, Falco, just because somebody doesn't run doesn't mean that they're not going to get hurt. People get hurt. Guess who's gotten hurt more between Justin Fields and Trevor Lawrence? Trevor. Like, he's not sitting out games, but he might as well have. I mean, if anything, you could argue that Trevor's been playing so hurt that he's not been able to do anything for the Jaguars, and losing games like that doesn't help you at all. And so it's tough to me looking at this Bears situation, because I'll tell you what, there are going to be tons of people that are going to tell you that they're going to get so fervent about what they want to do. Here's, I think, the real place I can land for you guys. Really can. I really can. I think both options are extremely exciting. I think a lot of people are turning drafting a rookie into an extremely scary and inordinately risky notion. I don't think it's inordinately risky. I think that there are some people that are making sticking with Fields out to be risk-free. It's not risk-free. Not only do you have to hit on the first round picks, but you need Fields to live up to what you want him to, and you need him to find ways to be worth the value of the extension that you're probably going to give him. And if you're not going to give him an extension, you need to find a serviceable or Fields level quarterback without the first overall pick, which just gives you an easier shot at it than everywhere else. I know everybody wants to bring up that Josh Allen wasn't like a number one pick, and Patrick Mahomes wasn't a number one pick, and Lamar Jackson wasn't a number one pick. But I mean, outside of, I don't know, specifically pick 32, because that's Jordan Love and that's Jordan Love, that's Lamar Jackson. If you wanted to be non-specific about this draft stuff, it's like for every Josh Allen, there's Josh Rosen, right? For every Patrick Mahomes, there's a Paxton Lynch. And so there's a lot of this stuff where the moment that you don't pick a quarterback at one, well, now you're uncertain, in a sense, about the position that you want to be most certain about. But we can do all this stuff. We can do all this stuff, and we can freak ourselves out, right? Or we could look into the camera, or whatever you're watching this on, right? You can look into my virtual eyes, and we can acknowledge that whatever Ryan Poles picks, the Bears are going to get a lot better, and the team's going to be really exciting. And it may not be what you agree with. I mean, it seems like they're going to stick with Flus. And if they stick with Flus, and he does not get the win now mandate that everybody seems to think he will, and he does draft a quarterback, I think we're all going to agree that if you'd asked us if they did this in week 8, we would have flipped our tables over, right? But it's still going to be a fun thing to watch unfold. It really is. We've watched some bad teams that kept trying to skip the line. And now we got a chance to watch this Bears team draft inside the top 15 and also figure something out with number 1. They're either going to get a ton of value they're going to try to get a ton of value through an exciting quarterback prospect that the Bears have literally never drafted. Like, the Bears have never gotten close to drafting a quarterback this good. The closest you could argue they've gotten is Mitch Trubisky, and I think we would all agree that Mitch Trubisky, the quarterback prospect, is nowhere close to what we understand Drake May and Caleb Williams to be. My own film study, I don't think they're close. I think they're completely different. And I do think there are all kinds of people that continue to try to tear down Caleb Williams or Drake May for different reasons in many cases, but the fact that there's 2 of these really good quarterbacks is throwing everybody off. They really are that good. No quarterback prospect is perfect, but they really are that good as prospects. So who's to say if they work out? But the game plan that I think that you could run with Justin Fields could get dangerous even amidst limitations. I do think there are limitations. Pretending there aren't isn't going to fix anything. But that doesn't mean that you can't win a ton of regular season games and give yourself a puncher's chance in the playoffs, especially if you're picking off guys like Joe Flacco 3-4 times a game. Like, there are not a lot of games that you can win, regardless of how well your own defense is playing, if you give up 4 turnovers. And the Bears have found a way to lose a couple of those. But it doesn't mean that it's easy or it's going to happen a lot. But so let me see, looking up, like, that's the thing, Jordan. That's at least how I see. And I see it as like the Bears are in a position to be nearly can't lose. Nearly. It's always possible that they Bears it, but nearly can't lose. And so I think whatever happens, if we do take a deep breath, if we do put the pitchforks down and we remember, let's see, ML Fields, you mentioned who went number 1 last year. It was Bryce Young. But at the same time, ML Fields, my personal opinion, right? I always thought Bryce Young going number 1 was kind of ridiculous. I mean, I can't remember if I said it in chats or like in streams, that those of you who are hardcore loyal, right? You can let me know what I actually made public, but the fact that I could nearly relate to Bryce Young in terms of height, the fact that he was under 200 pounds very plainly freaked me out. I'm not the guy who's going to complain about size so long as you're at least... Thank you, Donald. Thank you. But so, you bet. Anyways, with Bryce, as long as the guy is taller than 6'3" or heavier than about 215, I generally don't care, right? That's at least my perspective on how I want this thing to work. But when Bryce Young was as small as he was, and worse, like everybody talks about size, right? When you watched Bryce Young's game against Texas, when you watched Young's game against nearly anybody, if he got blitzed from the edge, Bryce Young would try to spin out of it, right? Or he'd try to duck under it in many cases. You'd see Bryce Young standing in his pocket trying to, or like he wouldn't step up to avoid it. He would just try to wiggle out of the contact. And I was like, that's not going to work at the NFL level. At the NFL level, he's just gotten hit a lot. And so, at least as I see it, when you look at this class, I mean, because everybody says, well, yeah, who'd they just take at number one? Like, to use your point, ML Fields, I'm not saying you have to assume it's Stroud, but if the Panthers had taken Stroud, the trade makes a lot more sense, right? And so I'm trying to say, just because the Panthers, in my opinion, picked a horrible, horrible choice that I disagreed with at the time, doesn't change the fact that number one usually gives you a shot at a very good quarterback. And hey, that's a decision we can let polls make because everybody wants to litigate it. You know what I mean? Let's see. Right, Pravat? Let's see. Goots with the Packers loves his up 9 Raz score guys and whiffed horribly multiple drafts in a row. Let me see. Oh, suspicious of size and thought the NFL is a different game. Talked about how the Packers draft size. I did. Talk about how the Packers draft size a lot. And so, and the Bears are too. I mean, look at Gavon Dexter. Gavon Dexter looks absolutely huge. And like literally, and in the world of common vernacular, like he looks huge on the field in terms of his play. He looks like a huge person. I mean, Velus Jones looks really speedy whenever they give him the ball. Doesn't necessarily mean he's good, but his Cordero Patterson turn, I'm here for it. Let me see. Like Zach Pickens looks as if he's coming along. The Bears' whole like chase athletes and figure it out later thing, I feel like it's working. Look at Braxton Jones, for crying out loud. Look at Darnell Wright, who still has a lot of work that I think he needs to do from his technique, but his play on the field is feisty. It's nasty. He works so hard. Like culture and athleticism seems to be what the Bears are chasing, but it's awesome. Let's see. Admittedly, the video does explain why guys like Flus everywhere he's gone. Which one, Falco? Let's see. The nicknames thing is awesome. Like, I thought Flus's nicknames thing was a whole lot of fun. And let's see, O'Donnell. I would like to know how Tyler Scott can be so fast and never get open. Actually, O'Donnell, that's a great question. We're probably not. I'll see if I can dig into it a little bit here, but wide receiver play is about a balance between, call it route running, if you will, and speed. You can do both. You can do either. Jordan Addison is not very fast. He's an outstanding route runner. He generates a lot of separation because of that. Tyler Scott is really fast. He's coming along as a route runner. It also seems to me, and this is not me trying to wag a finger, it's just me telling you at least what I see, right? That our quarterback is just tardy enough in most games. Not this game. I thought this game he was great. At least you get it. We'll see. But so in most games, the quarterback has been just late enough earlier in the season that it makes guys look like they separated less than they did. Not to say that they shouldn't catch the ball anyways, right? This game is bad from a Tyler Scott drops perspective. Rip. But like you're saying, Starkey Love, he drops way too many balls. But to me, Scott reminds me more right now of a Josh Bellamy type, and hopefully in his second year, he can catch the daggone football because he's getting opportunities. He's just got to cash in on them. And hey, worst case scenario, he's yet another 4th round pick story in the NFL where he did some things right, not enough, didn't stick, right? But so that happens all over the NFL. You're really not expecting every single guy in your draft class to look amazing. We haven't seen anything from Noah Sewell. Who knows if we ever will. That stuff happens. It's more about, can you get 3 or 4 hits, right? And so far, it sure feels like we are. I mean, I understand that he caught 2 passes realistically that were just badly thrown balls by Heineke, but can we all give ourselves a hand, those of us who did, for sticking with Tyreek Stevenson? I'm telling you, look, I'm not about to crown myself like a superstar DB coach. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not. But you could tell Tyreek Stevenson had the tools. It was just a matter of putting them to use. And over the last couple of weeks, he's been money out there on the outside. Like Tyreek's making hay with a bunch of really solid downs. And it's cool, in my opinion, to see or it's cool to see everything play out the way that it has on defense. I mean, everybody getting to eat a little piece of the success is awesome. Like so much fun. But so let's see. Robert, you kind of cooked with Stevenson. That's a thing, Jimmy. I mean, truly, the way that I see it, to be very specific, Jimmy, is that DB is a balance. And if you aren't good, you're flat out bad. Like, very little gray area for DBs. If you aren't good, you get cooked. Like, you get beat if you aren't good. It's a tough position. So you have to figure out why they're losing. Can they start winning? What are they doing wrong? Right? Are they just getting out leveraged? Are they just giving things up because they don't have the athleticism to compete? Or in Tyreek's case, are they getting beat because they obviously aren't caught up with NFL speed yet, despite what you can tell that their calves can do, despite the anticipation that they're showing, despite the physicality you know they have, right? But that's more what I look at, where it's like with Stevenson, you could see that this would get better. And who knows what the ceiling is? I really don't. I've been saying I'm excited about him as a CB2, and all of a sudden, now there's people who want him to try to be CB1 and use him as leverage against Jalen Johnson. And I'm like, oh, hold the phone, guys. Let's not get rid of a great TV. But like you're saying, Jimmy, it's the way he lost. Like I'm right there with you, Tim Z, where it's like him, Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, and then our guy Terrell Smith in a backup role. This is good. Like this is solid. But like you're saying, Alessandro, I agree. Like Vildor, talk about not so good CV. Right. I mean, I thought Vildor did a solid job. Is it this game? Is he playing in this one? But let's see. Yeah, Damo, I'm just saying, like, Tyreek Stevenson at the Senior Bowl was one of those guys, at least for me, that you watched and you went, that guy's different. Jaden Reed was different. Michael Wilson was different. He had a touchdown this last week. Not that I'm citing dubs or anything. And then Tyreek looked different, and Julius Brents looked good, and I have not followed Brents at all. I have no idea what happened to him. But Jaden Reed's obviously been eaten, and he's been on fire. I hope we add a safety. Like, I'm going to be scouting safeties like a maniac because I want to add another one, which is sweet. And like you're saying, Christopher, I think Stevenson has started doing so much better because he ate his lumps and got targeted early in the year. Christopher, I couldn't agree more. And frankly, I thank everybody for it. Like, and that's the thing, Jibby. If we went back and watched Indy's tape, who knows? Maybe we'll see a lot of the same signals because all kinds of this, all kinds of the improvements we've seen on the Bears defense started on purpose because like Montez Sweat came. And I got to tell you, Jibby, a good DB needs a great D-line to produce. Defense is a pain because a receiver like DJ Moore is going to eat what he eats nearly no matter who's throwing the ball. That's not explicitly the same. Like, I know Chris Armstrong, I got you in the chat, and I think for what it's worth, Chris, that your point about DJ's best year and Kmet's best year is super valid. That it's like, hey, obviously this quarterback does not just suck or whatever, because you've got guys that are having career years with him. Now, is he maybe too focused? Do we need to add guys to break or to bring his focus somewhere else? What's that going to look like? Could we call that risky? I think all that's fair, right? But it's a different phrasing than LOL, he's just bad, right? And so, but DJ, he's going to eat. A good offensive weapon, normally they're going to eat, at least in my experience. A good quarterback, normally they're going to get their yards, normally. But on defense, Jibby, on defense, anybody, it is so brutal because if you have a great set of corners and nobody on the defensive line, like you're not going to cover anybody well. If you've got a great defensive line and nobody in the secondary, you're not going to cover anybody well. It is a unit. It is a unit. It is a team. It is, to me, the most beautiful part of football. I'm slowly becoming a defensive guy, which is honestly, I would argue, the way that it works. Chances are, if you love football, you've been through the same thing where maybe you start on offense, but your offense study leads you to defense, leads you back to offense, leads you back to defense, and you just kind of keep oscillating between the two because you can't have one, or you can't understand one without understanding the other, right? And so I look at least what we're seeing in this Bears defense, and it's like the speed at defensive line has made the linebackers look that much better. Y'all, I have a real question that I want the chat to answer for me. So I'm gonna unleash you guys, and you need to go find it. When is the latest game that the Bears did not have a linebacker pick a pass off? And also, second question, have there been more Bears games where a linebacker intercepted the football than there have been games without a linebacker intercepting the football? They've played 16 games. So I'm actually really curious which one's which, because TJ has had a pick in a bunch of the latest games. And then Tremaine Edmonds came up with a pick in the Raiders game. Tremaine Edmonds has come up with a bunch of picks, many of which have not been, it can't be, there's no way this thing goes all the way back to the Chiefs game, right? Like, I'm saying, given where the Bears are at, do they have a streak running where the linebackers did not collect an interception? Because I was about to say, Vaughn, it very well might be the Cardinals, but there have been a ton of these. Like, let's see, and that's the thing, Fuzz. You mentioned that the linebacker interception started around the time Sweat settled into a Chicago uniform. We had a couple of scattered ones before then, but that's about it. Sanborn had one in the Chiefs game. See, this is good, guys. See, you guys are helping. So Sanborn has one in the Chiefs game, et cetera, et cetera. But I'm really curious. No, that's okay, ML. You don't have to look it up for me. I assumed somebody might, right? But there have been a ton of linebacker interceptions, which is sweet. But so let's see. There's no way, Damo. Did they really not catch one against the Vikings? Was that the game? No, because the phantom interception that just goes through TJ's hands, and then the one last week that went through Tremaine's hands, wild to me. But so it kind of felt like it did, Zach, but there were scattered Tremaine Edmonds interceptions in garbage time that happened earlier in the season, if memory serves. But so. And none against Arizona is the last time. You're right. There's no streak on account of that. But anyways, you guys want to watch some wild film? Now, why is it wild, right? It's because the first play of the game, y'all, I have never watched film this snowy. Like, it took me a second watching this to figure out who's on the field, what formation are they in. Like, the early film, because it calms down as they go. Thank you so much, Mango. Was hilarious to watch, just because you're like, oh my gosh, there's a guy right there. Like, okay, we've got one on the end of the line. We've got, like, you're basically going from a trip set over to like a small pair of bunches. But just looking at this, I remember being like, oh my gosh. And then, of course, what do the Bears start out with? But they get a switch release slot fade to DJ Moore, and Fields cuts straight through the wind. Oh yes, right? Like, how pure is it watching Justin Fields rip deep shots to wide open receivers? And man, I'll tell you what. So the Falcons seemed like they employed a very similar plan to what Denver did a while back, where you're going to see a lot of what looks like man coverage, but I think it's mostly match cover 3, if I had to guess, right? Which can play out kind of the same at this point. Because Myrtle, you mentioned that Atlanta played so much man. I think this starts as 3, but you have a man assignment with the inside nickel, because that's what a lot of these teams do. And you could chart it either way. It's kind of all the same. But the moment that you let Moore eat like this, I mean, for crying out loud, look at number 3 right now, right? 3 is going to start, and he's immediately just going to sell inside leverage right there. I don't know what their defense was doing. I can't believe they thought the Bears would never switch release. The Bears run this play a lot. Like, if you ask me, I mean, this is not uncommon. If you're a fan of the channel, you've seen this enough, but sheesh. Works out as a natural pick, which is the intention in the first place. DJ is, oh my gosh, so open, and Fields delivers the ball gorgeously. Pretty stuff. Bang. He could, Eric. It's possible. I mean, I'd need to dig into more of the like defensive end pieces of this. But also want to give a quick shout out to him, and him. These are the 3 linemen that played pretty well. Like, it's a there's a conversation we're gonna have about Nate Davis at some point. I think he can bounce back. The talent we've seen, he has played at a talent level that I think he can get back to. But you're going to see a lot of 64 playing very badly in this game, depending on how much we will watch through. Hopefully he bounces back. He's got another year on his contract before the Bears have an out anyways. But it was wild watching this and being like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like, that's Nate again. That's Nate again. That's Nate again. And also, by the way, I got through about half of the offense. So we're gonna sight read most of everything. Like, we're gonna go through this together, right? So as long as you rock with me and know that we're all kind of going through it together here, like, we're gonna be good. But so let's see. Second play. I mean, seriously, you watch some of this and like picking up the motions are just insane on film this snowy. Here we've got, what is this? Like, Bears are rocking with a lot of extra tight end personnel, but so looks like, I mean, I'm literally having to count the line to figure out which one's Braxton, right? But so just a basic 2x1. I think this is, okay, drop back, throw. Like, there's almost no sense studying this one, if only because it is so snowy that we hitch a little, I guess, but the DB breaks on it pretty well. This would have been a harder catch than meets the eye. Fields sails the ball. Do I think that he has full control over it? Look at this. Look at this. It's a blizzard out there. Like, is this coming through on the stream like it is for me? Just because you watch so much film. Thank you so much, Bearski. We're excited about it. Like, we watch so much film on this channel that it's like, wow. Like, we can sail an out route, and I'm not gonna complain at all. It is snowy out there. If you don't like it, junk it. 2nd and 10. So next up, they do a basic little toss out. I don't know where they've come from on this, but they've never handed Trent Taylor. Yes, that's Trent Taylor. They've never handed Trent Taylor the ball on a sweep. He's consistently used as the blocking guy. I don't really know why, right? But here, he's able to turn it into a good set of yardage. Toss. Nate Davis does not get... I'm going to make it sound like I'm blaming the whole game on Davis. I'm not. But Nate Davis doesn't get a great piece of his guy. But really, the Bears just run out of guys that are blocking. So this man does a great job rolling over, hitting somebody. It is good to have Juice back, isn't it, Demo? Snow games on Thursdays. Exactly. We will never lose again, Akusai. And you got to hand it, by the way, to Justin Fields, kid from Georgia. Not everybody. Alessandro, this isn't my TV antenna. This is me downloaded from the NFL's website. Like, it's not great. But so let me see, Mike, you mentioned, have we seen Mooney play well since his ankle surgery? We have not. Here's the best false start ever. Game-changing false start. Thank you, Braxton Jones. Everybody give a hand. Everybody give a hand to Braxton Jones, who was really, really looking out for Lucas Patrick and Justin Fields here. Like, because the Bears are going to run their QB crack toss, right? Crack down. They get everybody out on the edge. There's plenty of space out here, but Lucas Patrick mangles the snap a little. It's not that bad a snap in the wide world of Lucas Patrick bad snaps. This isn't that bad. It is so snowy though that the ball skims off his hands, hits the ground. He doesn't get it. He falls. Atlanta falls on it. 3rd and 4 becomes a turnover the other way. Except for the fact that Braxton false started because he knew. Braxton knew that there was something going wrong, right? So thank you, number 70. Thank you. Franchise left tackle. Franchise left tackle. Watch it out for his quarterback. And a turnover immediately becomes 3rd and 9. And oh man, would this count as a plus for PFF? Because I'm sure it would count as a negative. But it was hilarious watching that play go, oh no, oh, we're fine. And then immediately, exactly, Demo. Joe Alt's not making that play. And then boom, we get a nice little check down, run up the sidelines. We're out at the 3. Y'all, how fun How fun is watching this? Like, how fun is this offensive line? Boom, snap, 1, 2, 3, 4, check down. And nobody got even close. Like, before we go through the route packages, man, 3rd and 9, and you get a pocket in the middle of a snowstorm that looks like this. Like, snap. You let me know who gets close. They're trying. They're trying. I mean, perfect pocket. Perfect pocket. We've been wanting good offensive line play in Chicago for so long. Like, I don't care what the weather conditions are. I understand it's harder for pass rushers to get a jump in weather conditions like this. I don't care at all. Like, it's the inverse of a coverage sack, right? It's like we held onto the ball for so long that all we got to do is just check it down and we got somebody wide open. Now, as far as what the Bears are doing, it sure looks as if they're trying to run, like, it's not smash explicitly, but you're going to have DJ on a circus route to try to create like a high-low situation right here, and nobody gets open. Like, it's not that it's screwy. It's more like the footing's just not good enough for DJ to get around and over the top, and the nickel here does a pretty good job with them. So then your third read would be Tyler Scott, who's coming across the middle, and he's going to sit this thing down just like he's supposed to. But you can see that there's his own defender driving over the top of the ball. I don't know, maybe you throw the ball to him, but I don't think you have to by any stretch of the imagination, because the moment that you get to 3, your peripherals are going to take you to your 4th read, and it feels like Tanyan, who's running like a post. He then arcs it back like this, so I'm sure there is some kind of sight adjust that's built into it. So we're gonna do like a dashed 4 right here, because the moment Fields sees it in his field of view, he realizes the outside corner has bitten on Tanyan. There is nobody here. Like, to me, there's an element of feel. It seems like that a lot of good quarterbacks show, and Fields shows it here. It takes him a little while to get rid of the ball, but I'm not playing on a timer. I'm just not in the mood to nitpick. I hope we're all cool with that. Like, for me, go offensive line. Setting up a 4-second pocket is never easy in the National Football League. Go Justin Fields for basically canceling read number 3 and read number 4 because he recognizes that Roschon is absolutely hilariously open. He's right. And so then check it down. Roschon just hustles up the field as quickly as he can, and bada boom, the Bears are on the 3-yard line. Yes. Let's see, Khalid, how you doing? What's going on? Line does feel solid. Somebody mentioned or asked earlier, the fall second is like milliseconds. The rev crews, there are rev crews that don't even look at that, right? Starview, thank goodness. I will take the fact that we don't have, a couple trolls in the audience, and that's fine. Let's see. Honestly, it's more that we're just all enjoying a good conversation. When the Bears win, it's great, isn't it? So then 1st and 3. Once we get to 1st and 3 at this point, for what it's worth, Joe, you really don't need to take a center before pick probably number 40, just because there aren't any players that are worth that choice. I understand we need a center badly, but I think you're going to have a better time signing a veteran center than drafting another center that can play a little bit of guard and guard and center, and then you're probably going to get more mileage out of the choice. Rushing to draft for need is how you end up doing what the Lions did. And my personal opinion is that the Lions drafting a running back, drafting a linebacker, and then drafting an ACL hobbled quarterback later is the whole reason that they're probably going to be beatable going forward. Like, I think the Lions kind of opened the door. I'm surprised that the Lions, in the middle of their great season, only have what feels like 2 viable weapons on offense in their passing game. And I feel like that's going to come back to haunt them eventually. It's just not today. Right. But so let's see here. Bears try to go quarterback run. And this is kind of where the avalanche starts, right? Like, Nate Davis gets beat so badly. It's wild because look at this, right? They're running zone read. You're conflict defendering. This guy right here. I see everybody draw it with a triangle, so I'll do it too. Justin Fields just calls his own number. He says, you know what? I can do this. And it's Nate Davis up front that just gets smoked. Like, I think let's see what number that is. Yep, that's Calais Campbell who just screeches into the backfield. Like an avalanche in a blizzard. Exactly, Akusai. I mean, we just get plumb beat. And we can't get plumb beat this badly on a concept that isn't even to our side. But that's its own problem, right? It does feel like his first snap or his first step is hard to the outside, which is away from the run action. Not sure why he's doing that, but whatever. It's what happens. So the Bears lose yards immediately, right? 2nd and 6. And I think, if memory serves, because we've been skipping over a lot of the pre-snap looks, but it does feel to me, right? Like they're consistently lining up in what feels like they could be man tells and then dropping into minor zones off the back of that. So it's nothing crazy. I know that we saw something earlier that said like Matt Snyder. Oh man, I cannot believe I'm forgetting his name. But so we've got another member, Akusai. Thank you. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. But so, and longtime viewer too. Surprised. But so let's see. We got somebody who mentioned on Twitter that the Falcons ran a ton of man. This is the same problem as the Denver thing, right? I think that the Atlanta defensive coordinator would tell you he ran a lot of match zone, but it doesn't really play out differently, right? So long as you end up with guys that are basically picking up one man assignment, it's kind of all the same. You get a rollout play here where I really don't know what the Bears thought they were getting, because you get a double blocked edge. You're going with this same combination that you swear the Bears do all the time, where it's just a flat from the slot and a go down the sidelines. And maybe they thought this guy was going to commit to a run action or something. I couldn't tell you, because I'm trying to figure out how I'm trying to figure out how the Bears thought they were going to get yards off of this play, just to be really blunt with you guys. But they throw it shallow. The throw, I guess, is a little wide, and Scott goes out for the rare pass without a tackle, gain of 0 yards. So a little bit of you tell me, and on that one, I'll just show the film and let you tell me what you think happened, because I don't know. Oh, for sure, Starview. I think center's a much bigger need than Davis is, though I would love, like you're talking about, Jason, I would love to bring in some competition for Nate Davis, but you're probably going to have to do that with a draft choice, or hoping that Tyree Carter gets better, which we can all be fans of, or that Nate Davis gets better. But 3rd and 6, y'all remember this one? It looks better on tape. Like, it looks good on the broadcast. It looks better on tape. Boom. Bang. You can't see it because it's so snowy, right? But the Bears run, I have no idea. Like, it has to have a like, I think it's called double China sometimes, but like, it's a very common combination. You just go in, corner over the top, and you're high-lowing this defender, right? Because if this defender sits down, then the corner route that you're running has all the leverage in the world. Fields reads it really well. Level sail, that makes sense. Fields takes the snap, checks the defender. You're going to have to take my word for it. I'll show you in a minute. Like, basically uses his eyes to keep him bitten down. Releases the ball. Bada boom. Like Grant saying, the end zone angle's a little clearer. Boom. Yes. It's well done. Like, pop. One hitch and out. I'd say it's right on time, honestly. Boom. One hitch. Ball out. Perfect strike, too. Really is. See, I thought that there are some people who called it double China. Like, I had a feeling. I was like, I think that's right. Fields releases the ball as Moore is getting through his break. I'd say it's really nice. Like, and Prabhat is exactly right. Like, Prabhat mentions, that's a throw that I've been hoping to see a Bears quarterback make for a while now. Here's what's so funny about watching a bunch of tape, right? This throw is sick. This throw is for more yardage. We know Fields can hit a deep slot fade. Did we have any questions about Fields hitting a deep slot fade? Not really, right? But tight throws in the end zone, especially to the back of the end zone, have been something that Fields tried in his rookie year. Don't forget, we got that sweet rollout that Fields dotted to Jesse James as a rookie, right? But lately, this isn't a throw that he's been making, and he does a great job. Like he's out on time. He eats a hit. And kind of for what it's worth, Chris, like this is where I think offensive line is so funny. Braxton gets worked pretty good. I thought Fields skipped into it more. He really doesn't. So that's on that. That's just not a great rep from Braxton. But hey, Fields takes a bump, delivers the ball. 7-0, baby. Thank you. It's Chris. If we wanted to make fun of it a little bit, like have some fun with this, Braxton earned one. He saved the possession with his false start after all. Heads up, false start. You can screw up a down in pass pro. But we do get worked by Calais Campbell. But man, is that good or what? Like, look at that from Moore. Yes. The other thing that I've really loved about watching DJ Moore, this isn't an easy catch. This is exactly the kind of catch that if it's Mooney, right? Mooney might not make it. And then I'd be sitting here saying, well, I mean, the ball could have been a little further on the outside, right? But Moore does a great job with late hands and all the stuff that the broadcast will tell you about. I know they can, right? Where he basically traps the ball anyways, makes what is effectively a contested catch, does a great job with his footwork to stay well in bounds. 1, 2. Not an easy play from the receiver part, but it looks easy when somebody's really good at it, doesn't it? Like the part where DJ Moore catches the ball is so underrated. Not because I'm trying to be a smart aleck, by the way, but more because we have seen so many receivers do such a poor job with it in a Bears uniform that you can easily forget that it is very, very difficult to catch the football in the NFL. And yeah, Kusai, the snow let up, thank God. It makes the tape much more watchable, if you ask me. They go with one of these tosses up the gut, and I wish I was kidding. Like, you're going to see this series from Nate Davis. Not like this series, but you see just this chain set of here, we're going to stunt on Nate Davis. He never gets his guy. Herbert just crashes straight into number 3, who rolls down 2nd and 10. But no worries, because, let me see, is it this one? I loved this. It doesn't work for the Bears. But so we see Justin Fields check to something right here. Check. Like he's going to send both the tight ends, check to something. It looks to me like he's checking to zone read. He knows that if Kmet gets up and blocks this guy and ESB gets up and blocks his corner, there's going to be nobody but the safety on this side of the field, right? We love checks at the line of scrimmage. Offenses need answers. We see that we've got a one-on-one over here. We should absolutely take it. Justin Fields does. Right? It doesn't really matter what this end on the line of scrimmage does because Justin Fields thinks he can beat him laterally. The problem that we have is ESP does not get a great block down. Happens, right? They're tough blocks to make in space, but you watch this play and you say, well, how'd the corner get out there? Well, it's because our blocking receiver fanned on him, right? So Fields, in theory, had ESB blocked his guy and maybe they're battling over here. Fields turns the corner, beats the defensive lineman, and we're probably going to pick up a good, healthy 6 to 8 yard gain. Instead, Fields is athletic enough that we only get 2 or 3, right? This is a game. I mean, if we're going to talk about a Justin Fields offense, we have to talk about a steady diet of quarterback run game, regardless of my thoughts on the matter. I'm a big fan of option offense, so I have no problem with the zone read stuff. But there's also a piece to this where quarterback runs out of empty, quarterback designed stuff. You just need to do more of it than a lot of other quarterbacks are going to. You're not going to pull near as much of this stuff with either of the other 2 options at the top of the draft in quarterback, but you don't need to. Or with Fields, you want to. That's a major advantage you're working with, especially with just how unbelievably fast he is. I love this. You're going to see, can't you tell, right? So the Falcons have lined up once again, and in this case, it looks a little more zony. Looks like it could be cover 2 over here, but you've got a man matchup on the inside, whatever you're like, even if they sit in cover 2 right here, or if they drop back into cover 3, can't you see that this is a press man matchup, right? So the Bears are going to run nearly exact same play that they ran on the other side of the ball, this time to the other side of the field. Fields is going to deliver again. And I thought this catch was unbelievably difficult. Boom. Look at this. Look at this. How does Moore even find the ball? There's no way. Wow. Like, goodness. Honestly, Akusa, I couldn't tell you. As far as formation alignment goes, beats me, man. Look at that grab. Like, that's coming all the way over his shoulder. That is so difficult. And like Jibby Guy's saying, this is one of those plays that DJ Moore makes look really easy. This is not really easy. Look at him bend all the way backwards to find the ball. And even there, like, he's guessing with his hands. He just gets it, pins it on his body, and then gets out of bounds. Man, that is so nice. And yeah, Prabhat, of course Bayless could never. A lot of guys could never. Like, this is a really difficult catch. Thank you, Panthers is right, keep. But so you go back, you take a look at the route distribution. The Bears were ready for pretty much anything. I mean, it looks like it's just straight man coverage in this case. Man coverage with a deep safety. That's what they're kind of rolling into. But you get a nice clear out route from, what did they say this guy's name was? 80, right? And then DJ Moore does the rest. It's funny because it reminds me of, oh gosh, I can't remember what it's called now. But so it's a switch release. Like it's a fade to this side, and it is just running straight up the field by Colin Johnson. There's kind of a scissor action, I guess you could say, but it's not much of a post from Colin Johnson. So he does a good job of just holding the corner overall, and boom, Fields hits a shot you need to hit. It's 3rd and 7. You can do all kinds of things. I want to give some credit to Bobby T, good old Tanyan. He actually does do a good job getting open. And I mean, I would care a lot more if it wasn't week 17, right? But it's a nice job by him. Maybe the snow slowed everybody down just enough that Tanyan's speed did not feel like a problem on this day. Or maybe the snow just made him feel better, made him feel more like he was back in Green Bay again. Couldn't tell you. But or maybe he ices his knee, or like the snow acted like icing his knees down. These are all jokes, by the way. I'm not being serious. But it was funny seeing Tanyan play like this because the offense kind of needed him to step up in the wake of Kmet playing hurt. It was very clear to me. Kmet was playing hurt, and he did. He delivered. But so, let's see. I'm so sorry, Armed with Monkeys. I can't read all that this quickly. So I thought this play was kind of funny, right? Because this, let me see. Sorry. So I love this. I would do this all the time, right? But so this formation lets you go 2x2 into empty, right? And so once you get that check into empty, you're able to force the opposing defense to declare a little bit. So what do we go from, right? We go from what could easily be a cover 3 look, right? To we force the defense to bump outright and declare that on this side, at the very least, we are in straight up man coverage, right? What's this linebacker doing? We're not really sure. We think we've got man coverage on this side, but you can feel and see a cover 1 or a cover 3 match based on just the alignment that everybody's showing you, right? What play do we have, right? We've got stick on this side, so I guess we'll draw it this way. It's a must outside release go paired with an inside route. On the other side of the ball, I can't remember what Trent Taylor's doing, so we're just going to draw him out. We're going to get Bayless coming across the formation. So you go 1, this is like an alert. You're probably not throwing this, to 2 to Bayless Jones. And then Roshan, I think, is getting out of the way also, but we'll see. Point is, Fields goes pick a side. Fields loves stick for reasons I cannot explain to you. I can just tell you he throws it a lot. You guys have seen on this channel, when Fields gets offered a stick in a pick-a-side read, tends to take it, right? So he sees the defense declare, takes the snap, looks. DB does a great job breaking with this. Like, we'll back up just a little and you'll see it. DB is all over this. So Fields turns it down. Feels a little pressure from Braxton Jones. Sees all kinds of open space in what feels like man coverage, and Fields just going to take off, right? Boom. You get a linebacker that I think the linebacker is acting as a spy, but I can't say that for sure. He might be bracketing Tanyan, because if Tanyan wanted to go stick to the inside, you need somebody there for you. And that's what he's sitting there to cover so that he's got the freedom to break outside. Defense is basically bracketing that inside tight end because they know that Justin Fields likes to work it. They're right for doing so. That's the first read. But Fields is just going to get up, beat the guy in the open field, pick up 9 yards. Nice and easy. Now, in the wide world of do you like complaining for fun, right? I would ask you, and you can decide this for yourself, do you want your quarterback, when he sees Velus Jones coming wide open over the middle of the field, to throw to him, right? I think that there are a lot of quarterbacks that would, but there are 50, 55, 60 quarterbacks that don't pick up 9 yards on this run. Like the overwhelming majority, all but maybe 3 quarterbacks in the league just don't have the athleticism. They just don't have the athleticism to even try. Like, but that is an awful lot of space and an awfully open throw that if we step up and we lace it to Velus, who knows what happens? Chances are Jesse Bates levels us. What if he doesn't? But hey, I'm just showing you the film. And so Fields makes a play. He is a super athlete. Offense well on schedule at that point. Well on schedule. And so we love the athleticism. We love it when Fields sees opportunities to take off and goes, if you ask me. Kyle, you mentioned, is it more like the process? Why isn't he even looking at his second read? So he does, for what it's worth. He looks there. You get a quick glance where he takes a look right here. You can see that he at least glances, but I think that he just feels the opening swing open because he feels Braxton behind him and he knows Braxton's pushing his guy outside the pocket. And so he knows he can get outside the pocket and he wants to, right? So he does, because when he's outside the pocket, a lot of good things happen. And so at that point, peace, and gets out of town. Nothing wrong with that. I think that's the thing, y'all, right? I am going to try to grade Justin Fields off of what I think he's going to do. And if he calls his own number and he picks up plus yardage, I don't expect him to stop. Like, Justin Fields is a rushing dynamo. When he sees man coverage or man match principles, he's got a lot of space. It's what he does, right? But you guys can discuss in the chat how you want to grade him, because I'm trying not to bait. I don't want to do this thing where I say Justin Fields is a super athlete and I want him to play football like Jared Goff. Like, that could be neat, but I just doubt it's going to happen, right? We're going to see more gradual passing, like, increases and improvements while we stick with the general identity of a runner. And I don't think that if you're a Field fan, there's nothing wrong with that, right? This was wild to me because I thought it was hilarious. But so, yeah, that's Velus, who's sitting in the backfield, right? And so Velus Jones is going to take the snap, and the Bears are running duo. Like, this is double teams up front. This is a short yardage run. Why on earth they're doing this with Velus? Couldn't tell you. It's awesome. Like, I love it because, to me, Velus in the backfield is going to get you a lighter box. You have a wide receiver in the backfield on 2nd and 1. That's usually your hat tip for this is a shot play, right? But it isn't. Instead, the Bears just slam it up the gut. Nate Davis, I'm not kidding, guys. Nate Davis just takes a fat L immediately. But Darnell Wright does a good job of getting everybody else out of the way. And Mercedes Lewis also hits a big time block. And Velus Jones, man, Velus Jones, like, turns the legs, picks up a first down. Here's the play in real time, right? Duo, messy front, hits the hole, turns the legs, finishes forward. Man, nice. What's the significance of DJ Moore in the slot? So it's funny to me, Joe, purely because while DJ Moore has done a lot on the outside, DJ Moore is no stranger to the slot. I mean, I think that the Bears just thought, Joe, that they were going to get a bunch of one-on-one matchups on the inside of the formation, and they were right. Because on the outside of the formation, you're picking up a whole bunch of zone match, right? But a lot of zones, the Bears have done this too, will have a nickel corner that comes on when you see a slot. It's like a slot check, right? And when you do, a lot of times you put that guy in man coverage, and the Bears are like, well, then shoot, why would we do anything else? Like, we have one guy on the field we like. Why would we not just stick him in the slot, get him a man matchup, and just smoke everybody, right? Let's see, wasn't he used 70-30 outside? Yes. And could he be a good slot receiver? Yes. A lot of receivers practice and train to play on the outside, so I'm not surprised that he plays on the outside as much as he does. Here, they just run crack toss. It's DJ Moore who kind of lets us down on this one. If you need me to draw up any play specifically, let me know. But so DJ is going to jump out. He's going to block this guy. This linebacker comes screeching through. I couldn't tell you whose assignment it is to block that player, but I bet you it's Moore. And so Moore doesn't come off his block, lets the linebacker through. Blasingame's got to pick him up. The moment he does, Atlanta is +1 out here. It's this guy who's just free to go take out the running back, and he does. Run play. And what do we got here? Do we have 175 viewers? Do we have 175 viewers right now? You guys rule. Yes. Like the stream if you're having fun. But so, exactly, Jay Sanders, right? You mean they moved around a guy and schemed him open for tons of yards? Right? Exactly, Grant. But so, Braxton is a freight train on these. Like, Braxton is just choo-choo, baby. Like, I'm getting out into space. I love watching him move. But so, let's keep going. You have to trust Bayless. Oh, Star Viewer, are you behind again? I always think it's funny when suddenly I can recognize it a little bit. This play is sick. This play is sweet. All right, guys? You ready? You ready? Jay Sanders, you asked me weeks ago. You're going to hear this a couple times. You asked me weeks ago, hey, what would Fields have to do to win your attention? Stuff like this is a great example because if you check out what happens here, the Bears run the standard rollout that they always do, right? 1, 2, 3, right? But watch Tanyan. Watch Tanyan on this play. They catch zone. Everybody's flowing. Specifically, this linebacker is roboting. Like, check this out. So you see this linebacker see that they've done a rollout, and he's just going to bail backwards without looking at the quarterback. He's literally looking for any crossing route coming behind him, right? So what Tanyan and Fields have obviously worked out. Now watch Tanyan. Eyes on Tanyan. Tanyan checks the safety behind him, realizes he's got space, and he is going to throttle down, and Fields knows he's going to. Now watch Fields. Fields has been paying attention. Fields sees man coverage. They know what they're doing. Tanyan stops. Fields threads the ball. First down. A side adjust. A side adjust. Like, the Bears ran a side adjust, and they got a big chunk out of it. This is sick. This is great. Like, you want to change things in Chicago? Like, you run stuff where you and your players adapt to what the defense is doing in real time. Use Fields' athleticism to get him space. Like, time to throw doesn't really matter when you're fast enough to where nobody can catch you. And that's exactly what they do here. Plus, Fields has gotten really comfortable with that throw, rolling left, pushing it back to his right. Like, push, nailed it. First down, 1st and 9. That throw's not easy, Keeb. And that's the thing. Like, Fields needs, in my opinion, easier reads, and that's okay. That's okay, because if you can create seams and space just like they did like on this play, I tend to think that Fields can be successful. Will it work against all the defenses in the world? Let's figure that out when we get there, right? I don't want to be another person on Twitter that just sits there casting doubt until Fields proves us wrong. We had a big test against Green Bay this weekend, guys. Like, I understand somebody just heard me say that. You're already typing out a comment. Oh, Joe Barry's defense sucks. Joe Barry's defense plays almost entirely cover 4 and cover 3. This has been Fields' kryptonite up to this point, is just sticking a bunch of guys in spot drop zone and making Fields thread needles, right? So we'll see. But this is a big statement game coming up against Green Bay. And in this game against Atlanta, Fields did a lot of little things that he has not done this season, if you ask me. And that's fun to see. Like, somebody asked for the ball fake. Oh, yeah. Ain't that nice? He can make throws and is the best running quarterback. He just can't read the field. I think that there's a little bit of that, Jibby, that's like way too, would the word be harsh? Like, I think that there's some of that where we can make that sound too cut and dry, but Fields' athleticism is outrageous. I think Fields' ability to throw the ball is well above what Vic's is, but if we can pick up a little bit of anticipation and other quarterbacking stuff, it's going to make plays like this one a cheat code. It's already cheat codey enough, isn't it? You know what play this is, right? This is the quarterback draw. Bada boom, he's gone. There was never a chance. And I understand that DJ Moore holds. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Sorry. Like, look at how pretty this is well set up. Like, look at this. And that's the other thing, Oblivion. You mentioned like that he's reading the defense. He is. Like, I would tell you that it's Fields' mid-play defense. It's Fields' mid-play decision-making that he's a little slower on than others, but his pre-snap decision-making is fine. Like, there are tons of things that I think Fields reads or like throughout the play or before the play that he does a great job on. And when you're able to put him in positions like this, I mean, Fields inside the red zone. Let me see. Can I get this back? Like right here. Oh man, his legs are so dangerous in this area. Come on, go. Snap. Fake screen. Look at the way that this gets guys moving just a little bit. It doesn't even. Man, he's just going to beat them at a standstill, isn't he? Like, this is why you can't play UDFA linebackers, I guess. Man. Look at the gas, too. Just takes off. If you've ever heard me complain about Fields hitting the gas sooner because we know how fast he is, I did that a couple times last week. Yeah, check this out. Like, this is when Fields is trying to run. And look at how quickly he picks up speed. Just rips around the edge. Unbelievable how athletic this guy is. Like, seriously. Is he the worst? You guys know I've made it clear the areas that I think he can get better. But holy smokes, he really is different when it comes to toting the rock from the quarterback position. Just a different guy. There's a reason nobody has the amount of long distance touchdown runs that he does from the quarterback spot. Also, is it a hold? You know, it's right on the line. I actually don't think 24 does a good enough job of like selling it personally, but DJ also does a good job, if you ask me, of fighting his way back into the rep. And so when he makes vertical progress, like that's going to help him make the case to the referee that he's not holding him. But we love it. Like, touchdown run is a touchdown run, right? Let's see. 4.6 isn't slow, Tim, for quarterbacks, that is. And also, it wouldn't surprise me if Drake May is going to run like a 4.5. But let's see. Somebody mentioned Lucas Patrick getting drug. Oh, he does. Look at Lucas Patrick work. Curie's still in there. You're totally right. Like, this is hilarious. Lucas Patrick's not going to give up on that block, baby. I wondered the same thing, Eric. I wondered the same thing about whether there was a chance that Fields fumbled. I don't know how the pylon rule worked or how the pylon rule works, but I think you touch the pylon with control, you're good to go. But that was one of those moments where I was like, don't leave it to bad officials. Let me see. But so pylon can't cause a fumble. Perfect. Dexter, that's the thing. So Fields making scramble plays, totally unique. Like he's it. He's him, even. There are plenty of plays from the pocket that I think it's fair to wonder whether Fields or whether May or Caleb could improve those. But it's not about scrambling. It might as well be a different position, the way that these guys play it. And that's okay. But so, right, Jay Sanders? That's the thing, right? It's more for the quarterback position. You got to remember, Nick Foles plays quarterback. Nick Foles runs a 5.5 or worse. But so, let's see. Khalid, sometimes it's hard to tell, but when you get man coverage like the Bears had, they can't run any screens. I swear. Fields doesn't want to throw the floater. He's probably not coached to throw the floater. He can't be coached to throw the floater because they just never do it. Like, and Akusai, Bagent had better anticipation until he threw a couple picks and then slowed it down. Like, but the Bears screen game went from, hey, this is all right, to, nah, it's bad again. And I'm sure we probably want Braxton to make a slightly better block, but it's a screen. I can't believe this guy's able to get into the screen lane. I swear you don't see this with other offenses, but complaining about Luke Getsy, it wouldn't be a Bears stream if we didn't complain about Luke Getsy. 2nd and 10. Let's go. Let's see. We bounce 2 tight ends up onto the line. 2 tight ends are going to bring a DB over here, and a safety rolls down. This feels like it's got some zone elements, but it easily could be man. We're going to have to check this back pre-snap. This obviously looks like a man side of the ball. But it definitely looks like they're playing man. Not that it makes a difference. We're running the ball. And what would you believe it? It sounds fake. It sounds like I'm just blaming it on one guy because it's fun to blame it on one guy. But like Nate Davis, have a day in the negative. Like we get stunted on here. I think it just is a stunt anyways, but we can't get any hands on Calais Campbell. And by the time Herbert turns back up into us, it's Nate Davis's guy working from the other side of the D line to come make a tackle. Grant, I think that's a really interesting thought. Like that the contain rush is killing their screen game. I'm seeing 216 viewers. Yes, guys. Yes. Thank you. If you're enjoying the stream, hit like. So, this is like 3rd and 7. This is the stuff you see on tape where it took me a while. I had to talk to a couple coaches, not for this play in particular, but I know I've done this before, right? Where, okay, so it's 3rd and 10. The Bears are going to motion Tanyan from outside into a bunch set right here. And they're going to run the only play that you swear that they've run all season, right? 3rd and 10. What play do you think it is? Colby Santana, thank you so much. Let's see. Happy New Year's. Wishing you and your family a happy and healthy New Year. Your contest has been helping get past the year while your world's across from friends and family you've watched for years. Yes! Yes, Colby. I got you, man. I got you. Like, don't you worry about it. And I appreciate it. Thank you. But so it's not Sale Prabat, it's Dagger, right? Exactly Oblivion. They're going to run Dagger switch release. So they're going to send ESB up right here. They're going to have more come in, or he's going to start outside, work back onto the inside. The Dagger route is not going to be there because give some credit. What do you think the Falcons are going to run? What do you think the Falcons are going to run? Right? Pre-snap look, right before the snap. What do you think they're going to run? All right, I've given you enough time. They actually run Tampa 2. Like, this is not the world's easiest post-snap recognition. They do a great job dropping into a Tampa 2 look from here. The only problem is that means that a route that is traditionally a for the love of the game route, if not an out, it's an alert best case scenario, right? ESB, he splits it. Like, we haven't released the ball yet. So it's actually fair to point this thing out. I can't say this enough. I used to like pretend that Fields had to throw this. Most of the coaches I talk to, they say you should peek it. If it's on tape, consider it. Nobody ever throws this. This gets passed on a lot, right? Especially because it's 3rd and 14 in a game that we are winning 14-7. Don't be a doofus. Check this down. You're fine, right? If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. But man, watching a Bears receiver just screech up the middle of the field. And I mean, like, is 21 really going to contest that ball? Ooh, I don't know. Exactly. This is the one that Stafford hit to Cup a while ago. Like, he threw it that one time and it was sick when he did. But we check it down. We get a perfectly fine completion that gets nullified anyways because, surprise, surprise. I mean, seriously, I'm not kidding. You would think that it's just some engagement tweet to blame it on one guy. It's Nate again who gets dummied and holds. And they tag him for, I think it might have been tripping even. Like, who? Gosh, man. We get smoked up front. Big swat. Big swim. Yikes, man. So not a good quarter. Not a good quarter at all from Nate Davis. And gosh, you want to talk about making people mad? Imagine if you did. Like, imagine if Fields had thrown the alert. Gosh, can you guys envision this? Like, imagine Bears Twitter if ESB streaks up the field. Fields laces a rainbow ball to him. ESB catches it over his shoulder. The safety never catches him. Dude walks into the end zone and it comes back because Nate Davis got dummied by Calais Campbell. People would be incensed. Like, everybody would just explode. And Lenny, we'll get there. We haven't gotten there yet. Don't worry. But I think it's on the way. Let me see. It's a Khalil Herbert run that gets him down to the red zone. So this play was this play was a funny one, if only because it feels kind of just gets smushed. Like, we go zone read, but it sure looks like Fields is trying to basically get 53 to overcommit to this side of the ball. Looks like it's midline zone read, which just basically means you're reading the linebacker, right? And so 53 doesn't move. There's really nowhere for Fields to go. Protects himself as much as he can. There's really not a lot here. Exactly, Akusai. This is the obligatory I don't want Fields to stay healthy call. Like, we just run it straight at him. I don't get it. I'm right there with you, MJ, where I'm like, what are we doing? Provided I hadn't noticed that Bayless is at running back. All right, now I need to know. Like, because 53 stays where he is. So did we have a run to the outside? Now I got to know. Because now we can give it to him. If we're this way, it depends on where this guy goes, I guess. Because we've got Wright streaking up. Also, Davis would need to hit his block against 95. Maybe as that progresses, we don't have it. Ooh, I don't know. Like, granted, it's everybody looking back the other way. But Bayless hits this hole. Who's to say, right? I will never be upset. I really won't. With Fields saying, I'm that guy. I got this, right? He is that guy. Especially when he's got the ball in his hands. So do whatever you want. But it is fun seeing Bayless tote the pill. I'm irrationally excited when I get to watch Bayless tote the pill because he's really fast. And he's got great contact balance compared to what you would expect of a 74-year-old man, right? To all my 74-year-old men out there, you could be on that field. Did we see the Tom Grossi video? Or the Tom Grossi video about what Flacco makes 40-year-old men feel like? I thought that was hilarious. But so, anyways, have some respect. He's only 72. Exactly. Bears go double stick. Don't find anything. Check it down. They run it really weird because we've got Trent Taylor curling. Maybe it's just stick curl. Watch the two checkdowns. They get really goofy close to each other. Like, both of them just curl in the same spot. Fields going to check it to Khalil Herbert. Sure. Right. Line holds. Can't tell if time. I don't care about more open. This is just the wrong stream for it. You guys can think about it. But let's see. Not Mike. He's definitely faster. I mean, it feels that way. Good to see you, Jeff. Like, man, I'll tell you what, the speed things that they could do with Bayless at halfback would be awesome. I'm excited. I hope they continue with this. I hope that they got some work at it. Because honestly, Green Bay is going to try to do the same thing. So for everybody out there, this is going to be a very similar formation to what you see Green Bay in, except they're going to have a linebacker sitting right here, right? It's a heavy quarters look. So you got 4 DBs. Really, it's these 4 that would make up the quarters piece. And then 5 down linemen of some kind, where the whole goal is to take away the edges in the run game. You're just trying to make Fields beat you, or Fields with a run game beat you up the gut, right? And maybe they can't. It's honestly kind of hard to tell. But so either Rob or Bayless is wrong about what? Oh, Rob Tanyan. I was like, all right. For what it's worth, I don't think that was Bayless. I think that was Herbert, right? Was it Bayless catch it? Yeah, it's Herbert. Maybe maybe Herbert's got like a something else he can do, like an option check down, basically. Always possible. Here, don't we love DJ Moore? Like, it looks as if they're running. Oh, it's not literally shallow cross because it's It's drive, I think. I think it's an over paired with a dig, but they do a switch release off the front of it. Pretty normal call for this kind of down and distance. Yeah, so you go dig, and then you go here. And does somebody mesh across the formation? No, they don't. So it's just drive, right? You've got an alert, if you like it, on this side. And then your 1 read is going to be the over. Your 2 read, if they take it, is up here. 1, 2. If you see zone, you sit it down, which is exactly what DJ Moore does. But my favorite part about this play, DJ's going to sit it. DJ's going to roll back up the field, catches it, gets his head down. Look at this. Like, just gets that key extra yard, right? So simple, but quality footwork. Like, quality footwork gets us from 1 yard shy to 1 yard over and makes the first down the only call you can get. Hey, that's good. Like, it's good receiver play. It's good ball placement by the quarterback. It's a good job by Fields to work to it. And also, I know I haven't given him some love in just a little bit. I'm also aware that they let up a free rusher to a stunt. But, like, look at this. Look at this pocket. This is good. This works. Also, look at Jenkins. Tevin, man. Tevin. Coming off of stunt 1. Go get stunt 2. Get him out of there. At least for the play. Yes, please. I think you can whisper the word anticipation. Josh theme intensifies for Tevin or for the other guys, but I'll tell you what, like the Bears have got some guys that are playing on this offensive line, and that's not even to point out the fact that both tackles just handle their business. Like, this is Bud Dupree. He's not nobody, right? Like, not the world's greatest edge rusher, and I'm not expecting you to think so. But you get a whole bunch of reps. This reminds me a lot of, the man who shall not be named that wore 72 for a long time in Chicago. But Braxton basically invites all kinds of edge rushers to play through his chest. And most of the time, you get a rep like this. Okay, we're done here, right? Just shut it down. No worries. On the other side, you've got Darnell Wright in a bare knuckle brawl. Like, because Jimmy mentions technique things. It's so funny watching Darnell Wright. All he is a fist fighter. Like, you can even see it in the way he plays. He just blocks you like he doesn't like you. And he's so long, he's so athletic that it doesn't matter. If you beat him, it took you too long. And if you don't beat him, he smoked you. And that rep's a perfect example, I think. And I'm right there with you, Jimmy, that at plenty of times he can get caught leaning, but he does I think, a great job of losing really slowly. Darnell Wright does not get smoked like Braxton can at times. Because if you do break Braxton's anchor, he's like, it's like he's not even there, And to me, as long as you lose slowly at tackle, you're doing a good job. Oh, is there a Roshan block in there? There are a couple of these. Oh, no. So there's a block I think I missed earlier. Just didn't highlight it. Roshan had a much better day blocking, which is awesome. Here we go, Lucas Patrick. Get off that first block. Get to the second one. Maybe a block in the back. If it is, we don't talk about this. Roshan does a good job getting, what is this, Herbert? It feels like Herbert's healthy again. And I, for one, am a fan of that. Gets through the low tackle, clunks out to the middle of the field. Yes, sir. Kudos to you, Patrick. I really have no idea whether this block is legal. We did get a hand on the front, so it can't be that bad, right? But we sit on him. It does make me think, just watching how the Bears want to... It feels like... So we've all seen this, haven't we? All season. That they keep having Lucas Patrick pull to all kinds of places. I can't help but think it's very obvious that they wanted a center like Joe Tippmann. And so I wonder, at least looking forward, what kind of centers there are in the draft class. And Quentin, if you know of one, put it in, who are particularly athletic. Like, the athlete thing feels like it's going to be a big deal. And I can completely understand, by the way, watching Patrick and watching what they've had him do in this offense, why the Bears didn't want JSN, just to be blunt with you guys. Like, JSN's not that dude as an athlete, whereas Tippmann absolutely was, but that's a little higher up. Graham Barton, I'll need to take that name. But so Bears go rollout gets Scott wide open. Also, take a look at this. I think this is fun. Like, if you're going to do, did I say JSN? JMS was what I was going for. Thank you, guys. But so if you are going to run rollouts, I love the idea. I mean, this is honestly pretty basic. It's nothing specific that the design did. The Bears just catch the, let's see. It looks like the Bears basically just commit enough bodies to this side of the field that they catch Atlanta man matching over here, which creates a whole bunch of space, and they know that the linebackers sit in zones and aren't going to work all the way over to the other side of the all the way over to the other side of the field. So then you've got a Harry read that it doesn't look like Fields is obsessed with, because you can see 55 is taking a look at both, right? Cushenberry's good, Jay Sanders. Like, he looks that way, so Fields is going to press the line of scrimmage, basically force him to sit down, and then flick the ball to Scott, who gets upfield from there. Tyler Scott catches a pass. Drink. Right. But so, good job by Fields. Like, it's street ball, but we love it. A 10-yard chunk is a 10-yard chunk. Yeah, it always gets tough, Jay Sanders, when it comes to top-rated versus not top-rated. Another thing that doesn't help anything, Jeff, I'm sure you can confirm with this, like, center is a very weird position in the NFL where there are a lot more guys like Lucas Patrick and Bradley Bozeman than there are guys like Jason Kelsey. You get like 5 really good centers and a lot of guys that are straight up just guys. Like, the center is the position that for some reason every single offensive build generally wants a smart guy that's cheap on that spot. And that's largely because as defenses keep getting more and more complex and offenses start to lean on your guards, you need guards that are more like Tevin Jenkins. Those are not easy to find, right? You need tackles that can flat out play. Those are not easy to find. So in theory, let's say you get 3 good linemen. They aren't playing center, and you need a good center. In theory. In practice, it's just hard to get 5 good offensive linemen. Y'all, it's hard to get 4 good offensive linemen. It's hard to get 3. It's not easy to get 2. The Bears have had all kinds of offensive lines that don't have 2 good offensive linemen on them in the past. At times we struggled for 1. And that's a story that you see across the NFL a lot. Like, building offensive line depth is tough, largely because you just can't, you can't expect all of these different players to, what is it? Like, I lost my train of thought. There's just not enough big people that can move like this on planet Earth. There's just not that many. Why do so many of these leagues fail when they try to start football outside of the NFL? It's because there's just not enough good offensive linemen. There's a lot more defensive linemen than there are offensive linemen. At least what I've seen that have any talent at all, especially good enough to block the TJ Watts, the Calais Campbells, the Dexter Lawrences, and everybody else's of the world. MJ50, I agree with that. I like that comparison. Like, the catcher, or the center is baseball's catcher. There are like 5 really good ones, and everybody else is some level of, maybe not replacement level, but you're trying to get ahead on your, or you're trying to get ahead mentally. So, Jibby, I think right counts, because you got to remember what tackles look like, generally speaking. And the Cubs, you mentioned more breaking free late. Let me take a look here. So I consider myself pretty hard on guys. This is way too far. I don't know if there's anybody, that includes Mahomes, that is seriously going to launch this ball with accuracy and get it. You probably have to push it into the end zone from there. Taking the underneath completion is exactly what you should do. That's the read here. It's not always going to be open, but that's one you're looking for. PJ Walker. Let's see, 37 points on a top 10 defense. Exactly, Byron. Let me see, 1st and 10. We're going to pull Blasingame across for, that's not great, but that's okay. Boom. It's just curl flat. Flat guy they are a Kusai. It's weird when you look at Atlanta because everybody is kind of split on whether they're a good defense or not. But nah. Let's see. Throwing to the flat is the right call. Seems like the ball must slip out of his hands or something. Couldn't tell you, but it's a miss. It happens. There's enough hits in this game. But hey, we play on time. Pop. 1, 2, 3. Plant. Throw. Let me wind this back up. Pop. 1, 2, 3. So I do think, personal opinion, right, that Fields' footwork is not always Fields' fault, right? They clearly want Fields to take a 3-step drop. I just don't think it's well timed. Like, maybe it's partially because, for all I could tell you, the snaps may be slow. Woo, how you doing? But like, this is where if you go watch any Miami tape, and I don't have any pulled or I'd show you, but you see their quarterback take this like 1 step. It's like catch, big step backwards and throw, but it's not 1, 2, 3. It's 1, and then you throw it, right? And there's a whole bunch of this quick game stuff there's a whole bunch of the quick game stuff that you do, or at least that the Bears do, where I feel like they are slow. And I mean, while Bagent's footwork is faster, like, this doesn't feel like a Fields thing. It didn't feel like it last week either. Like, I know there are some that are jumping. I did this earlier. It mattered more. But like, this play, I'm just expecting, like, Fields does what I wanted him to do, what I've wanted him to do all season. Pop, hit the back of your drop and throw. He does, right? We miss on the mechanics, but I honestly care more about the process for a play like this. As far as why you have Blasingame do it, dog, it's just because you're thinking that you can catch him, right? Like, you've got DJ Moore on this side. You're probably trying to give DJ Moore a break, very literally. But so you've got Velus on this side and Blasingame over here. You're basically trying to put the side that you block normally, the side that normally runs, et cetera, et cetera. Let me see. Any thought on who gets credit for having the guys play hard for each other? We give a lot of credit to Flus, but maybe Fields deserves some too. And MJ, I think you can give some credit to Fields. They're obviously rallying around him. You don't get these comments from a locker room normally in defense of a quarterback that isn't a leader. And not to mention, Fields, the leader, seems rock solid from all we know. But I always assume, for what it's worth, MJ, that for better or for worse, we're just not going to know enough to really, like, once we start speculating on leadership and effort, you better have a good argument, at least as I see it, because that's so speculatory. Whereas at least questioning play design and why are guys doing this, et cetera, like, that's, we get a little bit more, like, insight into, just because we've got other guys that played in the league that can talk to us. And moreover, your tape is your tape, right? But so 2nd and 10. Collins motions out. Nice. Did Fields get smoked? I think he did. Here's your hashtag toughness play. Lucas Patrick gets beat. Whoa. Whoa. Do we get a flag here? Okay, so Fields throws the ball. Why do we not get a flag? Do we? Like, am I crazy? Like, Fields is fine, and then 98 just flattens us. Are you kidding me? That ball's well in the air. Like, I don't think he does get a flag. And that's really solid. But like, what on earth? What does Fields need to do to draw a late hit flag for the love of all that is good? I mean, seriously, Grant, as much as you joke about it, sometimes it feels that way. That's insane to me. I mean, look, I think that there are plenty of times that I don't know, man. Because let's see, Damo, I don't think he gets crushed, right? But it sure looks to me like this player puts his hands on him and then Fields hits the deck. Who knows? Maybe there's some combination of he's flopping. Maybe it's just that he's getting pulled down by his jersey. That's possible. All that is possible. But it's funny watching this where I'm looking at this like you would think looking at this violent a collision in the pocket. Maybe this is all I'm thinking. Jibby, or not Jibby, it was somebody earlier. Because David, I hear you, but it's more that I've seen quarterbacks draw flags for so little contact. Like, I'm not the person who's going to look at the Heineke hit and be like, "Oh, this is or rough at the passer." I mean, that one was easily rough in the passer more than anything. Like, I look at this, I'm just surprised that Fields can hit the deck like that in the pocket, and it never comes out. But anyways, as far as the play itself goes, we've got more right here. I would probably have expected for Tanyan to be 1 and more to be 2. It doesn't look like that's how Fields reads this, where it looks like he drops back. No, okay, so he looks at Tanyan, 1. He's then going to take a look at more, 2, and then he's going to come back to Tanyan, 3. And he's right to do so. He does a good job. Like, gets back. Tanyan's open. Does a good job running behind the linebacker. Boom. Good catch by Tanyan. Get up the field. Bada bang. Right? Want to watch everybody else's routes for fun? They just clear space. Tanyan runs into it. We like it. All the man crossers that they wanted to run. It is so goofy looking at this. Like, the Atlanta defense was totally fine with man coverage, except they would sit these linebackers underneath, and the Bears' offensive line could just block for it. Like, it is what that's Fields getting to his third read and managing it pretty well. Boom. That's a good play. That's good quarterbacking, if you ask me. I mean, for those of you who care about PFF, you don't have to. I'm just reporting you what I saw from them. Like, it's the same thing I'm seeing on this tape where it's quality quarterbacking. And Fields ended up with an 80-some-odd rating from PFF overall and a 75 passer rating, or like a 75 passing grade. He got a pretty good passing grade on the day. There's a reason. But so, 1st and 10, this might be the eliminator play. Who wanted to see the Jenkins play? Because it might be... It's not this one, then. We're skipping this. We got a lot more tape to crunch. Let's see. Screen. Oh, I think it's this one. That's the one I'm looking for. Look at this. This is just insane to me. It's less about the play itself. Watch Jenkins the whole way through. Watch Jenkins the entire play. To me, this is just attitude, right? Like, sure, he makes his block. Then he realizes Herbert's held up. He goes and drills 96, and it's the stare down right here. Like, this is awesome. Send that message, man. What's he doing? I don't know, but it's all dude. And you end up creating some extra yardage for your running back who's stopped and then he's not stopped anymore. Like, also, look at Herbert, for crying out loud. Herbert takes a bump at the 6 and just churns his way up to the 2. Yes. Herbert is a human pinball, man. Like, he does a great job. His contact balance is just shocking to me because you watch him and you don't think that he's going to be hard to bring down. He's exceptionally hard to bring down when he's healthy. I'm really interested to see what happens with Bowers, by the way, DBB. Like, he's obviously really good, but if you know me at all, like, you know that I don't trust NFL offensive coordinators with weapon tight ends. I mean, we've seen quick straw poll for the chat, right? Do you think that Dalton Kincaid has been a success in Buffalo, right? Probably. I think we would all say probably. Spectre, I think it looks pretty good. But like, you have to get an offensive coordinator that uses these guys. And you can tell that a lot of these offensive coordinators have an easier time using receivers than they do exceptional tight ends. Like, that's the biggest problem that I'm seeing. Like, David Cox, Oblivion, sort of is exactly the right answer, where it's like the guy is obviously talented, but are his offensive coordinators going to use them? Right? Exactly, Oblivion, where it's like Kyle Pitts has had the exact same problem. Butthead, how you doing? Like, when I look at Brock Bowers, I think to myself, it's not that he's not an exceptional talent. It's that you've got Kmet, and are you really going to use both? Can you? It's possible. Will you? I don't know. Like, it would be a lot easier for me to tell you guys that if you spent the draft capital on Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze, pick your favorite, right? But you got that second wide receiver, that there's a place for them. It's very obvious, right? Like, you don't have to worry about what the offense is going to be, because whether they want to flex between 12 personnel or 11 personnel, or they want to split out and they want to play an empty, you've got your second receiver on the field whenever you want him to be there. He's going to do a great job, right? But the second tight end, you might have to kind of work him into the offense a little more. Like, you might be playing 12 personnel, but Kmet's on the line and Brock Bowers is split out, and that's fine. It just changes what his matchup is going to be. Now you've got to use him against DB instead of a lot of these wide receiver on wide receiver, or like wide receiver on DB matchups that are a little more standard, and you win them in more standard ways. Like, don't let me, or like, seriously, demo, I did. But so all that to say is, at least when I look at Brock Bowers, I see him as a value trap, not because he's not sweet. He is sweet. Like, I can't help but think that it'll just be different, right? And I don't know if I trust guys to use him enough. That's really it. Like, I've seen this problem with safeties, guys. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I'm some amazing NFL coach in the waitings. Like, I know this thing's hard, right? But I've seen so many safeties get underrated, and the smart DB coach uses them, and the safety blossoms. Like Jair Brown in San Francisco right now. He's balling in the, or like when Tyler Hufanga went down. Who could have guessed? Oh, me. Like, I was on that guy from the moment I watched his game against Ohio State. But a lot of guys don't evaluate safety the way I do. They're not prioritizing eyes. They're not prioritizing instincts. And you can tell when you watch a lot of these coaches and the way they deploy their safeties that they have very different ideas about what they want their safeties to do. And so I can't help but think, that's the thing, Chris. When I look at the Bears' weaponry, I think to myself that if you want a slot receiver, then draft Malik Neighbors. If you want an outside receiver that can play in the slot, then draft Malik Neighbors. If you want a big guy that can block for you, then draft Rome Odunze. Like, I am a big fan of loading up at receiver and then maybe adding a trench player. I mean, look, I don't really want to add a coach or like a tackle. I think the Bears tackles are really solid, and I love what Braxton Jones is giving us from a value perspective. I would not spit in the eye of what I think is one of the best gift horses on the roster, and maybe one of the most valuable contracts in football. Like, I don't think I'm being that ridiculous when I say that, by the way, that Braxton Jones right now might be one of the top 5 most valuable contracts in football, but I'll let you guys debate that. Maybe it's closer to top 10. Anyways, so if you told me that the Bears had the opportunity to, spend an extra pick on receiver and then they add an edge rusher, that's never a bad position to add like players at. And you can exactly, like, you could get Verse, you could get you could go with like Dallas Turner, you could add some interior offensive lineman. I don't know, I literally have to go look. This is where I need to do more draft eval to know. Maybe you add another receiver, for crying out loud. But more to say that you don't have to add Bowers just because you can. If you want to, you can. But most of the NFL seems as if they really only invest in one tight end. And the moment that they add another tight end, you generally bleed value there. That doesn't mean that you have to chase value in everything. It's never that easy, right? But to me, it's harder to find trench players later in the draft. It's easier to find tight ends later in the draft. If you found a tight end that you thought was a darling, you can get him later, right? But so let's see. This is a big bounce back game. He was booty in the 2 games prior, absolutely. But so let's see. So going wide receiver edge makes so much sense to help offset Sweat and Moore's contract, especially since Zach Thomas. If I was going to get my way, you signed Chris Jones, and now you've got I know that this sounds so goofy, but I'm just saying out loud, wouldn't it be wild? You get Chris Jones, Chris Jones, Andrew Billings, and Montez Sweat with DeMarcus Walker and Dexter Lawrence, and Gavon Dexter and Zach Pickens rolling up in reserve. You'd have yourself a defensive line at that stage, or at least the beginnings of one, or a really strong one. And I understand that that's a little ridiculous, but I mean, just saying, it'd be fun. But so, it would be, Jimmy. And all it would take it would take a first round pick and Chris Jones, but at that point, you don't need Verse to be more than he is, which could be really solid. Plenty of ways that you could go with that anyways. But so somebody mentioned, for what it's worth, let's see, Bowers is a mismatch nightmare, Travis. No doubt about it, right? I'll say it one more time, and then I promise I'll leave it alone. The main thing that I think about with Bowers in particular is just that I have seen a lot of people, draftniks in particular, dream up tight end mismatches. And then you look at what happens in the NFL, and it doesn't come together quickly. If you're looking for Brock Bowers to be plug and play, he will probably be plug and play something, but he won't pop the way that people want him to for 3 years. Most of these guys won't. For what it's worth, if the Bears were going to draft, honestly, just about any position in the books, you're not actually going to see the 2024 draft class really hit their stride for probably 2 or 3 years, if that. But so at least when I'm looking, I'm thinking to myself, okay, so now you're going to either take reps away from Kmet, who is ascending in a way that I did not expect, right? And that's the thing, DBB. I say all this having not watched Bowers really all that closely yet. I just know the gist of what he can do, which is a lot of things. And I just worry about how much value you're going to get given where you have to draft him. But that's the thing. Jonathan, you mentioned that does go for quarterback on how are you going to deal with one or the other. The big argument there either way is that you're getting value back when you trade one of them at their peak, right? You're either trading number one for a ton, or you're trading Justin Fields for more than you'll ever get for him, because right now he's ascending. Obviously, he just had this game, right? And you've got 2 controllable years, which is a great thing. But so let's see, drafting Powers top 10 would be, let's see. Anyways, still really high on Verse, need more all 22 from this season. It's hard to find Q. Let me see. Somebody mentioned earlier somebody mentioned Caleb and Fields have very similar issues. I think that they have very different issues for what it's worth. I understand that they look similar because Caleb and Fields intersect at the same, they hold on to the ball too long, but they hold on to the ball, if you ask me, for very different reasons. That doesn't mean that you have to agree with me, but more the process of how they're playing the game is a little different, where Fields needs sometimes 3.5 seconds to go from read 1 to 2 to 3, whereas usually by the 3.5 second mark, Caleb's gone through 5 reads and just decided against them all. Now, is that its own problem? It can be sometimes. The Riley offense was messy. Sometimes I don't know if Caleb helped because a miscommunication is on both sides, right? Maybe I think Caleb's idea was a good one, but if his wide receiver doesn't know that, then it's either badly coached or the quarterback is freelancing, and that isn't a good thing because an incompletion is an incompletion. But more to point out that at least I see a lot of talent with May. I think May is a very understated person, to be honest with you. May is flashy in ways that you almost have to be looking for them. Not literally, because his arm is so unbelievable. He's way better an athlete than I think people expect from him, but he kind of carries himself like a clunky, not all that athletic person. And his footwork makes him look really top heavy, but it is way cleaner than you think. I think he's really easy to underrate, if that makes sense. You say, why is Mesa overrated? Have people watched him? Are they listening to experts? 4P, I'm not sure what you're talking about, because I think May looks really good. Like, I think everybody says, oh, he's going to be Herbert. He's going to be a blend of Herbert and Allen. I get it. For anybody out there that you look at all the comments that get made about Caleb Williams and Drake May, and they seem exhausting. They are really good. Like, because 4P, you mentioned Clemson and NC State. When your team gets beat, your team gets beat. That's the other thing, guys. Like, the same rule that applies in the NFL applies in college football, whether we like it or not, right? Where if your team isn't making plays, then there aren't plays to be made. Justin Fields is lightning in a bottle in that way. He's going to raise the floor of what your team can do because he's an additional weapon. But with the wait, what? It's past 11 already? Oh, it's 10 here. But you're right, Prabhat. The time has just passed so free and easy. I hope you guys are enjoying the conversation. Anyways, back to this. Like, the biggest problem that I think both guys had for 4P, not to call you out because it's not a call out, but it's more, this is just something I think a lot of people are struggling with, is it's a lot easier to look really good when you're Trevor Lawrence or Justin Fields. You're playing on some of these super teams in college and your guys look like they're just smoking everybody left and right. I would argue that you got better evaluation tape for both of these quarterbacks than you think that you did, 4P, because we got like 7 games for both guys where their teammates were outmatched in many cases. Like, the Clemson game's a great example. I know, Armed. It's exciting. Like, I see 231 on my multi-stream. Thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate this. I do this every Wednesday. Or what is this? No, it's not. It's Thursday. It'll be Wednesday soon, though. But so all this to say that, like, when you play, let's see, you watch every game, he lacks it factor. That's the thing. If you don't think that he looks like that dude, I actually don't blame you. I think he looks kind of clunky and goofy, and then he unleashes these howitzers down the field where you go, whoa! But that's a whole separate thing. Like, process 7 and 5. That's the thing, Starview, because you mentioned you mentioned that, let me see, imagine you just graduated high school, went to football, right? That's crazy, DVB. But so, Starview, you mentioned the 7 and 5 thing. Like, I'm right there with you, where obviously it would have been neat for these kids to win more, but in particular, like, let's see, second quarterback. I don't know, man. Like, that's the thing, Calamity. Record is different than what I think some people make it, especially. So I think UNC speaks for itself. People aren't expecting UNC to be like amazing, especially as a program goes. But I don't think people realized how bad USC was for most of the season. And Q, if you're still in here, I'm right there with you, where to me, what really stands out about Caleb's tape, like, honestly, Quentin, the funny part to me is that you could take most of the mobility out of Caleb's game. You could take, if I got to keep the lightning release and I got to keep his eyes, there are so many other ways that you could fit out a prospect, and I would be absolutely every bit as excited. I think there are a lot of people with Caleb Williams, and if you're one of these people, hey, I appreciate you, that what you're enamored with Caleb Williams about is the pocket movement, him getting outside the pocket, and him making silly, stupid, wild throws downfield. They're sick, don't get me wrong. But what stands out to me with Caleb Williams is the way he processes information, the quickness with which he releases the ball, and all kinds of other things. And that's the other thing, Jay Sanders. You mentioned that USC wasn't bad with Miller Moss. USC had another 4 weeks of practice. They reorganized what the team was. I have watched the bowl games all 22, and Louisville, if memory serves, had like 10 people opt out. So that wasn't the same team. It's the same argument. I don't know what you think about it. It's the same argument that's against Florida State, but this time it's applied to Louisville, where Louisville seemed as if they got to the bowl game, a lot of their guys bailed, and USC took on a team that was not the 14th best team in football. But hey, that's more me just throwing out there that that's my understanding of what happened in that game. I didn't have time to watch it. So I'm speaking about something that I don't know. Like, the tape that I've watched of Caleb just stands out. Like, Caleb can't make the wide receiver not fumble, at least from what that's not even at least from what I've seen. Like, there are a bunch of plays on Caleb's tape where you're like, bro, what are you doing to one of his teammates? Now, is that a leadership thing? Jay Sanders, if you think it is, absolutely. I can't take that away from you, right? But there's a bunch of goofy stuff on Williams' tape where you're like, they are just bad. Like, the USC team played bad. And if you told me that they finished the season and they had a bunch of players only meetings and they decided to basically reformat the way that their team was, so much so that cornerback goes, we're a team now because of something that Lincoln Riley was doing, et cetera, bro, think whatever you want to, because I can't pretend I have all the answers. All I can say is that I can't remember his number all of a sudden. 13. Number 13 looks really good whenever you watch the tape. And most of the USC offense looks helter-skelter and messy. But anyways, we've spent enough time talking about the kiddos. Like, let's keep going. So, like the stream if you're enjoying it. You guys are killing it right now. Let's watch the stare down one more time. This time from this angle. Tevin Jenkins knocks this guy over. Just going to give him the look. 3rd and 1. And on 3rd and 1, run up the middle. Did they give Roschon the first? Let's see. Nate, you've got to be kidding me. I thought we were done, Nate. I thought we were done. Whoosh. Yikes. Good job by Roquan. He's right there. Exactly. Nate, what are we doing? Like, I understand that we're shifted to our left, but man, what happened? 4th and 1. Is this the sneak? Yeah, it is. Nice second effort by Justin. How do I think Roquan would have looked in this defense? Unfortunately, Damo, I have a very, very good idea of what Roschon would look like in this defense Roquan would look like in this defense because he played in it. And it's it wasn't helpful. I mean, this defense right now, I think he'd look really good. And I promise, I think Roquan, this is going to kill me. I think Roquan Smith is awesome. Good player. I think he's a lot more system specific than I think a lot of people wanted him to be, right? Everybody wanted to believe that he could work in any defense. Only if your defensive coordinator was going to play him at Mike. The role that they've had TJ Edwards playing, which is like a pseudo Mike, would have fit him a little better. And the defensive line that the Bears have would have made him play better, right? But I can't help but look at Roquan in particular and think there's a reason he's winning in Baltimore, and there's a reason I was stoked about the trade. It was a win-win. But like you're saying, Jay Sanders, he led the league in tackles, but he also undercut any block that came at him. Whereas TJ Edwards has laid the thunder a little bit more, and it's been what they've needed. Jay Sanders have actually had a lot of problems with Tremaine Edmonds not playing the run as heavy as I think a lot of Bears fans would like him to, and they've had a couple of run gashes leak through on account of it. If they had 2 guys that were doing that, it could be issues. But hey, that's just my 2 cents, right? It's less Roschon sucks, and it's more they kept trying to make Roquan. They kept trying to make Roquan a will linebacker. Roquan is a Mike linebacker. He went to Baltimore. He was a Mike linebacker, and the moment he was a Mike linebacker, bada boom, like he killed. Eberflus clearly had a different idea about where he was going to play, at least from what I saw. Because you're right, Jay Sanders. He didn't play with any of the defensive linemen that they have right now. And I can't say this enough. I am not trying to say Roquan was bad, but I just don't know if he was going to fit this defense the way that the guys that they've brought in do. Surprised Tev didn't get flagged right. Crack toss. Get downhill, baby. We'll try to speed through some of this so that we can get to more of the passing game. Also, what score do you guys want to cut this off? Like, because then I can flip over to the defense and we can move on for it. You guys know me. The moment that the game is over, I generally like to stop watching the film. I don't think reviewing garbage time helps for anything other than fun. And that's fine. We can do that if you want to. But at what point would you guys say that the game was over, right? But so, seriously, Derek, we love it. Armed, you can't be ready for defense yet. We're not there yet. Though I appreciate you. Braxton can't keep his block. Happens. He might have been Q. I'm sight reading a lot of this. Here they go. Empty, press man. And we get sacked, bummer. Who's that, Moore? Oh, it's this one. Come on. I have no idea what Patrick is doing. I have no idea on this one. Just because, obviously, we've got, in terms of declares, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys that look like they're on their way, right? And we've got 1 matchup, 2 matchup. We missed this one. Another. Like, I can't tell you for sure that it's a Patrick problem, mostly because look at Tevin, right? Tevin seems like he expects this. Tevin's not surprised that Lucas is there with him. He looks like he's trying to set up for something to work inside. So I don't know who screwed up the protection. You guys can guess. Maybe it's a Patrick problem, but it clearly looks like it's called, right? Because just watching Tevin Jenkins, I would expect Tevin to stick this guy if he thought he was one-on-one. He obviously doesn't, right? But so Justin ends up with instant pressure up the middle. I mean, this is just not a sack that pretty much anybody's going to get out of. He's really not. DBB. The biggest problem is that tackle is an outstandingly hard position to play, and the overwhelming majority of people, the overwhelming majority of people don't understand how many L's the standard tackle takes. Like, it is so difficult to find a tackle that'll only lose 5 to 7 reps a game. I mean, it's just not easy. So many tackles take so many L's on so many plays. There are not that many good tackles in the NFL at all. And so when somebody like Braxton comes in and isn't like a literal wall, you end up with all kinds of fans that are upset that he's not a literal wall. But at least that's what I've seen. Maybe Lucas is left. It's possible. But that's the play where he goes, Lucas! It's a bummer that the pocket can't hold. It looks like the Bears are trying to do some move the pocket stuff right here, but it also looks like Tevin just gets beat by Calais Campbell. Calais Campbell, have a day, number 93. Like right here. Boom. Yeah, why isn't this second year 5th rounder Trent Williams? Trent Williams got smoked by Myles Garrett, which is not to draw a false equivalency. Trent's obviously better, but dang. It's a bit of a bummer because look at this. It's a shot play. And it looks like Tyler Scott. I don't know if he's open. Actually, looking at it again, Jesse Bates has this covered. We're toast. We're out. But Fields escapes. Turns a negative play into a neutral play. And that'll do. Trent Williams got smoked by Dominique Robinson. There it is. Bada boom. Good job by Trent. His name escapes me. 15. To work back for the ball. Let's see, 52. Man. DJ's really got nothing he can do with that. It's nice that it stopped snowing. At least stopped snowing as much. Good job by the DB. Not over pursuing. What's funny, Dynasty, Taylor, thank you, what the? We're starting to hit the point where my brain's going to fade on me. So thank you for everybody for understanding. 3rd and 8. Right on the lip of field goal range. We run. This is where Fields, it sure looked like, let's see, whichever police report, Mario, go ahead and keep me or just specify. We've had a lot of them lately. Let's see. I hate the play call. Look up top. It's curl, out. Ooh, I do not like that. Unsurprisingly, this doesn't generate any separation at all. I don't know what they thought was going to happen. Maybe they thought they were going to catch some kind of a zone overload. I guess that's possible, right? But it's so funny looking at a play like this and being like, where did they think the ball was going to go? But it's 3rd and 8. Good on Fields to get down. Just no need to throw the ball away. It sucks that it gets credited as a sack because nobody did anything. But you want to keep the clock moving. And then I don't have the special teams tape, so we can't watch the crazy kick return. But I was like, what on earth is happening here? Mario Giovanni asks, what do I think about Matt Eberflus sticking around? Let's go back to Rob's rants for this, and then we'll get into the rest of the offense. 215 viewers on YouTube, guys. You're insane. Do we have some Twitter viewers and some Twitch viewers too? Because I see 241 on the multi-stream. I haven't seen you guys chat in. If you can chat in, let me know, and let me see if I can pick it up, because I see the YouTube chat, but I'm not seeing you guys. Keep me posted. Anyways, so Mario asks, what did I think about the report of Matt Eberflus staying? Mario, here's the deal, right? Friend of mine, Bill Zimmerman, who you may know from his work on Windy City Gridiron, awesome podcaster. We called this out around week 5. What dawned on us was that the Bears had an easy enough schedule down the back stretch that we pointed out that the Bears had an easy enough schedule down the back stretch once they traded for Sweat that we literally came up with the fact that if they won enough games, people would use words like they were 7-7 in their last 12, right? Because people would just leave September out. We realized that somehow, Mario, this was going to get turned around because everybody predicted early in the season that if they win 6-7 games, that would be nice. Thank you, Derek, for subscribing. I appreciate you. And so somehow blowing September basically just meant that we were just going to decouple that and let that go, right? And so I don't know why. At the time, obviously, I wanted some change. I thought shifting to an offensive coach would be really helpful. But I got to tell you, Mario, the Bears are not scraping by in these games. Mario, here's what I think is wild. And first of all, Peter, you're right. They couldn't snap the ball in September. But what's easy to forget about these Bears games is, so the Bears are obviously, as we know, 5-2 in their last 7, right? And we can talk about how Matt Eberflus, thank you, Bunnery, good, because this is me kind of speaking to you a little bit, that we can talk about how Matt Eberflus has blown 3 historic leads, but also, y'all, in the last 7 games, the Bears have entered, if memory serves, the 4th quarter with a lead in all of them. When's the last time that happened? Throw the schedule out the window for a hot second. When is the last time the Bears have had such a strong stretch of games where for 3 quarters minimum, they look really good, regardless of who they're playing? And I understand that they blew 2 leads. I stand by all of the criticism. David, I'm right there with you, where I don't know if Eberflus is the guy going forward, but name me a defender that hasn't developed. Name me one defender that hasn't gotten better. And I could point you to plenty of offensive players that have gotten better. Kmet's development has been stellar. The offensive linemen are getting better Like, there's all kinds of pieces across this roster, especially on defense. You swear every defender is getting better. Like, Dom Rob, I guess, right? But more to say that everybody mentions Dom Rob. That's hilarious. Dom Rob's a 5th round edge, guys. You don't expect that or expect anything from those guys. Jamie King, thanks so much for subscribing. And I'm with you, David. The situational football, not great. Ability to hire coaches, a scary prospect. The Bears, for a long stretch there, had as many HR related coaching dismissals as they had wins on their schedule. So, like, it's not crazy to me to be worried about Flus. But I also think we would all agree, I really do, that Matt Eberflus has the team pointing in a direction that's objectively up, right? And we set a 7-win cap for the season. Chances are the math should have changed the moment that we traded for Sweat. If we had Sweat when we were doing early season projections, I think we all would have very sanely said they should win 8 or 9 games. That was a big deal. We spent all offseason talking about how Daniil Hunter might be a 2-win player. Montez Sweat has been a 2-win player easily. But just saying, this is George McCaskey we're talking about, guys. Like, I don't say this to be mean. I say this to be very realistic. This is an owner that does not like paying 2 coaches at once. Right? Like, the general thing I've heard out there is that Matt Eberflus probably signed a 5-year deal. And if not, he signed a 4-year deal. So you fire Flus after 2, you're guaranteed to pay out those last 2 deals. And I'm not saying that this is a reason that you and I are going to like, right? But you know the owner doesn't want to do it. And so I would be blown away at this point if the Bears fired Matt Eberflus, and I'm going to look you guys in the eyes and say the defense is playing so well that I can rock with it. And if things spiral and go south like next year, okay, we'll live with it. We'll figure out when we get there, right? But I would imagine right now that if they're bringing Eberflus back, it's because they love him. Like, it's because they love him, I imagine. And I would not be surprised if you see Matt Eberflus come back, and especially if they draft a rookie, don't assume they're under a win now mandate. Assume that they're under a do your best mandate at that point. They will be telling you without telling you how warm Matt Eberflus' seat is with what they do at quarterback, if you ask me. Now, that obviously has a lot more variables than just that. I've got 220 Bears fans watching, and so don't take this too extreme, right? But like you're saying, Derek, I mean, you listen to polls talk about Matt Eberflus. They love this guy. And you see the reports coming out. They love this guy. Like, we'll see, Dynasty, that if you draft a rookie quarterback, he's gone. But I would imagine you'd want him gone before you drafted the rookie quarterback. And, well, I would not be surprised if Ryan Poles, who doesn't seem to be holding, the first year, the tank year against Matt Eberflus, wouldn't hold a rookie quarterback against Eberflus. God forbid the rookie quarterback plays better than we expect, right? Because if the rookie quarterback comes in, he doesn't have to be Stroud, but he's serviceable. Think like Cleveland Baker Mayfield, right? As a rookie, wins 8 games, sneaks into the back part of the wild card. People are going to go crazy, right? People would eat that up. That would be theoretically the best of both worlds, is if you end up with a Bears playoff team with a rookie quarterback that looks promising. But obviously if you don't, right, that's the thing. I'm using Baker for that exact reason at Kuzai, right? Because it's doable. It happens, right? But so let's see. 99 just leafing back through this. Oh, Peter, I think you asked me about Getsy. Like, look, I am no NFL savant, right? But if I had to guess, I would struggle to envision Luke Getsy coming back to the Bears, and it wouldn't surprise me if PR plays a bigger role than you guys think. Like, I understand that there's a lot on the field. I actually think Getsy over the last couple weeks has been kind of cooking, but somebody's got to take the fall, right? Like, you can't fire nobody after a season like this. Right? The fans are too angry. And so part of me wonders if Luke Getsy's fate is just outright sealed. That you would end up with them saying, we want to change an offense no matter what. Now, I don't know that, especially because somebody argued earlier that they said you when you look at Fields through the lens of a second year quarterback, because it's the second year of his offense, that you're seeing growth. So I do wonder if they would stick with Getsy to maintain cohesion, but that's the dark side of me thinking. I think that there's better coaching out there, and I don't have names for you because I have no idea what the situation is with Matt Eberflus. But I wouldn't be surprised that exactly Akusai. We're cooking during the game script. We struggle as soon as it's over. For all I know, maybe people love Luke Getsy inside the building, but it also feels to me, Akusai, like if you keep Luke Getsy, people are going to freak out. Like, I understand it's just the internet, but that can affect season ticket holders. Do we know the attendance that was there at do we know the attendance from the Falcons game? Can somebody look that up for me real fast? Because I don't think that the Cardinals game was fully attended, was it? Like the Christmas Eve game? And it was Christmas Eve. So maybe people just didn't want to go. But I got pictures early of a pretty sparsely populated stadium. And if George McCaskey speaks one language, it's money. And it's attendance, etc. And that's the thing. Tumultuous, good point. Attendance doesn't equal sales. So it may have been sold out anyways, and people just didn't want to go. But let me see. 61,000. Is 61,000 full stadium? Probably is. Let me see. Somebody asks a super chat. What is the super chat? Let's take a look right here. Butthead says, do you think Eberflus gets us a Super Bowl win? I'd bet a paycheck he doesn't. I don't make that much, but still, would you? So, Butthead, if you asked me straight off the cuff, do I think Matt Eberflus is probably going to win a Super Bowl? Man, I do not know. In fact, I'm not that confident. But I've seen weirder happen, is the way that I'd look at this. The other problem that I have, Butthead, just to cut you off a little bit, you're doing the same thing that I do a lot, right? Where we want to plan this team around trying to win a Super Bowl. But also, we keep trying to skip the part where we make the playoffs and jump straight into the Super Bowl, right? And I don't know the balance here. I'm not going to pretend that I know the balance here, that I know the only answer. I think there's a lot of answers to this question, right? Do you need to go from win bad to win close to win, or what is it? Do you need to go from lose bad to lose close to win close to win good? Like, I could not tell you, right? And so it's tough for me looking forward into, can Eberflus win a Super Bowl, if only because, well, there's not a lot of defensive coaches right now that are winning a Super Bowl. But they're not even generally competing for one. It seems like it's all offensive guys. But at the same time, right? The NFL is always changing. There aren't enough Super Bowls to go round. And you end up with a brand new rubric, what you feel like is every week. And so I don't think they can, right? But I'm also trying not to be some crappy doubter. especially because, for crying out loud, I look at this and I think to myself, the vibes are great right now. Like, that's the thing, Akusai, exactly. Like, you would think the way that people talk about him, that Kyle Shanahan had won a Super Bowl, that Matt LaFleur had won a Super Bowl, that we could go down the laundry list of objectively good coaches, and the guy that won a Super Bowl last year was it's Andy Reid again. Like, it's so hard. It's so hard. Like, exactly, Derek. No one asked me, or no one can until they can. If you ask me, I love this. I'm just going to read your comment, Derek. Like, no, if you asked me if you thought the Bengals org would ever seem competent, I would laugh at you. Turns out you can eventually fall into the right people. Right. And exactly like you're saying, Travis, hard to fire a head coach that's making your draft picks and free agent signings look good. Travis couldn't have put that better, if you ask me. Because the moment that, Flus gets polls to go out on the limb, sign him 2 linebackers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right? And right now, Gervon Dexter looks like a monster. Tyreek Stevenson looks like a monster. Kyler Gordon looks like a monster. Jaquan Brisker is coming along. Braxton Jones looks really good. TJ Edwards looks like a monster. Like, Tremaine Edmonds looks like a monster, especially in pass protection. All of Montez Sweat looks like a monster. People are talking about how, well, that's the thing, Akusa, we're going to get there. People are talking about how Ryan Poles has made these two like masterstroke moves, and you can't not credit the coach that's making the GM's moves look so good. Because even if it's just firing the guys up and getting them to play hard, like it works, right? And that's the thing, like Butthead, because the other problem is like, are we imaginative enough? I mean, Butthead, look, I'm gonna go there, but in the 1950s, people didn't think that quarterbacks that looked a certain way could win Super Bowls. Like, we don't know until we do, right? Our vision can be clouded by what we know and what feels comfortable to us, right? But I don't know. The funny part to me, Butthead, is I thought Matt Eberflus looked like a dork and a dweeb until he started winning, and suddenly he started to look like a badass, and I didn't know why. Like, it wasn't as if anything really changed. He just looked competent and confident, and the team's results held him up. And suddenly along the sidelines, he kind of looked like a killer. Like, it's weird to me looking at looking at the way things change in that case. Just because you swear that this stuff shifts, and it shifts before your very eyes. Like, Jalen Hurts is the biggest argument to me against Justin Fields is when you go and you look at the NFL's time to throw tables, Justin Fields has a nearly quarter-second lead on anybody else in football. And that's a little weird. Like, now I'm not saying that that's some hard out. It's not that simple, right? Maybe if you got him new receivers, the time to throw comes down, or maybe he's the most niche quarterback in the NFL, but he can grow into that niche and become that much more punishing with deep stuff and with his legs, etc., etc. But right now, Fields is an outlier. And to me, as somebody who likes statistics and numbers a lot, being an outlier is a scary thing because it either means you don't fit or it means you're the only one. And being unique is a lot harder than like being unique is just a lot harder than it is to fall out of the league for a billion reasons. But anyways, let's see. Something's got to give. We can't just run it back entirely. I'm with you. I don't think Getsy alone is enough, Mario. Well, I don't think Getsy alone is enough. But at the same time, Mario, I'm more saying than anything that like I am not just for the sake of the stream, Mario, but also for the sake of, I don't know, being a fan and understanding the situation. Like that. What is this? McDaniels said Tua was an outlier, but that intrigued him exactly. Like at 100%, Peter, like lies, damn lies, and statistics. 100%. If your eyes tell you one thing, you should trust your eyes until your eyes are wrong. Like it gets tough. We liked Mitch. Mitch obviously did not work out. Right now, Fields' efficiency metrics tell us one thing. Frankly, a lot of Fields' metrics tell us that same thing, but he's obviously growing in front of our eyes, and it's the wrong game to be talking about this. This is a fun game. But so Mario, circling all the way back to what I was going to say, like I'm kind of setting aside my personal preference just because I think I'm looking at this situation for the Bears right now as so net positive either way. They got the number 1 overall pick. We're locked in, boys. Like, and girls, we have a quarterback that can do things that nobody else can, for better or for worse. We have an offensive line that's supporting him. We've got a number 1 wide receiver that's probably going to go over, or that's got a shot at setting a Bears record if he goes off like crazy on Sunday. But more than likely, he'll only clock in 1,300 yards, right? Like, there's so much to like about what the Bears have going for them. They've got cap space. They've got draft capital. They could have more draft capital. That even if I'm comfortable at least exploring the options at quarterback, doesn't mean that I can't just push that personal belief aside and say, heck, let's watch this thing. Like, let's see how this plays out. I'm with you, Peter, where it's like, I just don't buy jerseys anymore at all. Let's see. Fields will win a Super Bowl for Herbert. There's a chance neither of them win a Super Bowl, which I think is interesting. Let's see. And that's, you're exactly right, Wideout. He's the only one. Like, he's the only one. But so, what's brutal? What the? But let's see. Jay Sanders mentions, so if Getsy is fired Monday, Justin will be traded. I don't know, Jay Sanders. I can't say for sure. The question becomes, if Getsy is fired, do you want Fields to learn a third offense in 4 years? Maybe you don't. But I think that at the very least, that makes you go, oh, shoot. But if Getsy stays, I don't think that they're getting rid of Fields. Like, I think if Getsy stays, yes. If Getsy goes, who knows? But so, anyways, let's get back to the film. Don't get me wrong, I want them to win no matter what. I've been so enamored by the chance of having Harbaugh and a legit coach that can build this staff and he'd be here for years. That's brutal. But just the feeling of like Butthead, it doesn't help anything that like, sheesh. Do we have any Harbaughs in here? Do we have any Harbaugh boys and girls? Do we have any big fans that just watched a huge Michigan Dubski like just this last weekend? It's the right time to talk about Jim Harbaugh, isn't it? Like, that was honestly, this Michigan team is really fun to watch. If you ask me, I joked about this a couple weeks ago, but I can't help but think that it is pretty funny watching this whole playoff scenario play out. And now there's a chance, I think not a bad one, that Jim Harbaugh is going to leave college football a national champion. Like, just because, I mean, you beat Alabama. Like, I'm not trying to dunk on Washington at all. That Michigan team is hardcore. Like, let's see, that locker room's not letting Fields go without a fight. Royal, it sure feels that way, but it's also worth mentioning Royal. Here's the deal, right? I think so much more than anybody in this chat wants to admit comes down to this weekend's game. Because Royal, if they don't beat the Packers, then all of a sudden the glue in that locker room just splinters a little, right? But if they do beat the Packers, yeah, I think they're pretty locked in. I really do. Like, I know that I think it sounds silly, to be honest with you, that everything would come down to a game that doesn't really, like, factor into the Bears' future at all, right? Like, the Bears shouldn't really care. I know we do as fans, but a professional football team that just locked in the number 1 overall pick shouldn't care about what happens in the last game of the season. It shouldn't, but I think they're going to. Like, not just for narratives. Like, it feels to me as if Justin's going to stay, he's going to do it beating Green Bay. And if he doesn't beat Green Bay, even if the Bears lose 37-30, right? Then suddenly you've got your out. Like, if you're a GM that has, let's say this, okay? Who's the one who had it? You guys have done such a good job chatting that now I have to scroll up. It was Royal Drizzy. Royal Drizzy, let's say, okay, for a moment, let's put our conspiracy theory hats on, right? Let's say for a moment, you're a GM and you've been trying to find how you were going to turn the locker room over without them revolting on you, right? This game against Green Bay, an L at the end of the season is your chance. Because the moment you beat Green Bay and you end the season on a 3-game win streak, having gone 6-2 in your last 8 games, good luck making a change at quarterback, no matter how good you think these rookies are. Like, that's so hard. That's so hard. Just because, how are you going to sell that to your locker room? What, 6-2 wasn't good enough? Right? Like, what? So the whole team getting better by December wasn't good enough? Like, you look at what you would be telling the locker room without telling the locker room. I don't know how you sell it to them. That climbing all the way back up to 8-9 and becoming the 2022 Lions, but again, right, it is not good enough. You're basically saying everything you did doesn't matter. Like, this is how I want to build the team. And there's a lot of people that I think would take really poorly to that. And so at least what I see is like, this game matters a lot. Prime of Odin, you mentioned the D, the O, JF1 are playing better. Coincidence, or is this what happens when you rebuild the roster? So my opinion, Prime of Odin, when people say football is a team sport, this is what they mean, in my opinion. Like, the football, unsurprisingly, good teams players look good. Unsurprisingly, good teams players get good PFF grades. Unsurprisingly, good quarterbacks pick up, or quarterbacks on teams that win pick up good statistics. Like, for as much as sometimes we overcomplicate this, it is rarer to find a quarterback like Justin Herbert that picks up great stats in losing games than it is to find a good team all collectively playing well. Now, I think that there's a little bit of everything. I think Montez Sweat has been a dog. Like, I think his impact has been impossible to overstate, personally. And what we have seen as a chain reaction from him has been awesome. But I also think that I do think that there's something to say about how Justin Fields has played contextually slightly better. But for what it's worth, we also have a bunch of really great memories of Fields making plays in games that the defense has been spoon feeding the offense. Now, that's not me trying to crush anybody. Justin Fields has been playing much better football, I think, than he did earlier in the season. But there's something to be said. Hey, at the very least, for did we set the bar on the ground and then step over it? Right? Because we started the season pretty badly. And when your defense is getting you 3-4 turnovers a game, there's a whole lot of things you can do on offense because you're taking advantage of defensive sudden change scenarios. Also, the Bears are unbelievable in the opening script. Where does this come from? I don't know, guys. But like, it's so funny watching these Bears stack up 21 points early and then they just ride until the end of the game. Right, guys? Like, it's wild watching this Bears team stack crazy points over the last 2 games and then just chill. But like you're saying, Dr. Truth, it does feel like the Bears, it feels as if the Bears, not the Bears, it feels as if Fields and his quarterback coach got time to work on his release, because I think his release has been much smoother ever since he came back from the thumb. Like, maybe because he got time, it worked out. Another thing, Derek, he's made some insane plays. You mentioned Fields stopped taking the, oh my gosh, get the ball out of your hands, sacks. We haven't seen it, at the very least, in the last couple games, which has been huge. Now, Green Bay shouldn't be able to generate them. I want to kudos the offensive line for that in part, Derek. I mean, the offensive line has played quite a bit better, which I think is a great thing. Like, yes, get the quarterback a supporting cast. Thank God. Do we think that over the course of the year, Getsy is learning how to build an offense from the ground up? Sometimes it feels that way, Spectre. It feels like, Spectre, at least what I think is, let's see, keep on keeping on. Hard to be a Bears fan, dad, father, YouTube boy, cat owner. No, you got it. I'll see you soon, Peter. And hey, Peter, I just want you to know that there's nobody I appreciate more than anybody in this chat that doesn't agree with me, but likes what we do anyways. Like, to you, I can't thank you enough. I can't thank you enough, because my whole goal when I got into this was to basically try to provide some kind of new perspective, because I think it's really easy to be a content creator and to just look up the popular thing and say it, right? I think it's really easy to just say say the thing everybody else is saying. Say, we're keeping Justin Fields, and not really have a good argument for it. So at least for me, what I try to do is present as well documented a perspective as I can on what I see. That's it. Like, I'm not going to make it more than it is. And I know that there are some people in here that don't agree with everything I have to say. I can be kind of a crackpot sometimes, and I understand that. But for all the people that put up with my craziness, thank you, because I do think we have really good conversations. I love it when you guys prove me wrong. I hope you guys notice that I do listen to you when you present a good argument, and I've got nothing back. Like, that's all I got. That's it. But so let's see. And if you agree with everything somebody says, it's kind of weird, right? The other thing that you guys do a good job of recognizing, and I really appreciate, is most of the time it's like you could say, well, I don't agree with him, but I see where he's coming from. And that's the whole point of some of these film studies, is like, hey, let's walk through this. But tinfoil Mooney availability takes, oh, come on, Grant, you already heard it on the podcast. Like, part of me wonders whether Darnell Mooney basically got benched for loafing. Right? Same thing as the Jair Alexander suspension, but I wonder if the Bears basically had Mooney held out of the game for a concussion that is a concussion, but also he may have gotten way too many loaves. Like, over the last couple games, I could see them basically hitting a point where they were like, okay, so we're just going to play Velus and Tyler Scott then. If you're not, like, we're going to push forward in the future. You're not going to be on this team anymore. Sorry, bud. You're done. Right? I'm not saying it's for sure, but it would be a less... You got to remember, for what it's worth, Grant Lake, that the Bears actually don't want to screw with Mooney's value too bad. I bet you the Bears are still holding out just the littlest bit of hope that Darnell Mooney might get them a comp pick. Doubt it. Bet the Bears are going to sign too many people for that. But it's never impossible that somehow the Justin Jones and Darnell Mooney, etc., sign contracts such that they return some value. But Yeah, that too. Like, I'm not going to be a distraction. And I'm with you, Jeremy, that feels so out of character. But Mooney also started the season saying, like, we're going to be disrespecting everybody. And he did not end up disrespecting everybody. Like, I mean, I think actually Mooney's mad, to be honest with you guys. Like, if I was going to try to read into the situation, like, because Dr. Truth, you mentioned, does anybody have an explanation for what happened to Mooney this season? I have um, I have a guess, right? We talked early in the season, and frankly, we talked through last season that I thought personally that Darnell Mooney suffered from Justin Fields not finding him more than Darnell Mooney wasn't open, right? Because Derek, you talked about how he stopped being the number one receiver, but he was open as the second read a lot, especially when the first read wasn't there. We just didn't get there. And when we did, we didn't make the throw. The Washington game, to use an example, Darnell Mooney should have had 2 scores and 130 yards, probably. Instead he ended up with like none, maybe 15, 20. Like, and so I can't help but wonder if at this point in his season, Mooney is a little embarrassed and mad. And that's the thing, Jimmy. You mentioned that Mooney doesn't catch the ball, or that Mooney doesn't also catch the ball. First of all, I would tell you, I think I think that the biggest problem in Mooney's game is his catch radius. His effective catch radius isn't good, right? Like, I think Mooney basically needs to have the ball stuck on him. I think he can separate for you, but I don't think he's the guy that's going to sky up and make insane toughness catches the way that we've seen Darnell Mooney do it, or the way we've seen DJ Moore do it. Now, you're not expecting that from you can, if you want to, you can. But for a guy like Mooney, you're hoping he separates and that your quarterback delivers the ball and that he goes out there and gets it, right? Less that you're not expecting an 175-pound receiver to battle for the ball. Jeremy K, like Tyler Scott, is a perfect phrasing on that. Like, he'll separate, you want the ball stuck on him, and concentration is another one. But from the way that the season has gone, I think that, because Mario, you mentioned pretty weird, we haven't heard him campaigning for Fields as everyone else has. Hell, he did it last season. That's the thing, Mario. So, all right, here's my deal, Mario. I look at Justin Fields and Darnell Mooney. These guys were tight. These guys were inseparable last season. And last season, Darnell Mooney had less than 500 yards. 11 games. Got hurt. You get it, right? But also, less than 500 yards. Probably could have had 800, 900. Had Fields been just a little more accurate, right? But he wasn't, and that's okay. I mean, it was a bad season for everybody involved. Bad offense, bad support, bad this, bad that. We get it. We get it, right? So we get to this next season. And if I had to guess, like I said, this is my tinfoil hat moment. This is what you guys tune into the stream for sometimes, right? My big tangents. My guess is that after about week 5 or 6, Darnell Mooney went from being offered a contract at like $14, $15 million to being offered a contract at like $10 million. And I think it started to dawn on him that he was losing money. I think he got mad. I think he's been mad. If I had to guess, I think he's been. I think he's very upset. And I think he's trying to be a professional about it. Because he's a former 5th-round pick. Your draft pedigree follows you everywhere. And you, like, if he doesn't at least stay a professional, like if he becomes a malcontent, he's going to end up with a one-year, $5 million deal. And you got to remember, he didn't end up with, like, he's a 5th-round pick. So he's not made mega money. Like, he's made good money for sure. But that's the thing, Mario. Like, he had his, I'm going to get that money. My time is coming money. His time is not coming anymore. And any GM worth their salt is going to use this year against Mooney. Like, nobody is going to say, oh yeah, Justin just missed you. Like, that's never going to happen. Like, he has completely lost passing leverage. And now he's 26. Like, if he has 2 really good years, he will get 1 medium contract instead of the sick contract that he was on pace for. And Jonathan, I don't know if he dropped the Hail Mary on purpose. If we found that out later, I would sit here as somebody who likes Mooney and be like, oh, that is too far. That is too much. Because I tell you, Prime, and that's the thing you mentioned, is that on Mooney, Prime of Odin? I think that's your decision. I can't make it for you, right? I would tell you, in my opinion, that you can think that Mooney's pouting and that you want him to be an adult and not pout and understand his role. You can also think to yourself that if you were a wide receiver too that got opened as often as maybe you think Mooney did, and then you didn't get the ball, that you'd be upset too. I think both have valid points. The problem is the NFL doesn't really make space for you to have a valid point as a former 5th round pick. They just throw you out. And so I imagine he's going to hit his, I imagine he's going to hit the open market. He's going to go somewhere else. And Oblivion, you mentioned Mooney to KC for a 3rd. We don't have contract control. He's going as a 5th rounder. Or he's going as a free agent. Akusai, you mentioned, is it similar to what we saw from A-Rob in 2021? Yes. And actually, I think A-Rob had less of a point. Everybody talked about, or A-Rob talked about how he felt like he was phased out by the Bears offense. No, I thought A-Rob was just not good. That 2021 season in particular, I remember the Green Bay game. I thought Justin Fields tossed him 2 touchdowns and A-Rob quit on both routes. And I would have hated him. I would have hated coaching for him too. If I was offensive QC, I'd be like, this guy's going to get me fired. Oh my gosh, what are we doing out there? You have to try to put yourself in position, or try to put yourself in the shoes of some of these guys, understanding we don't understand these guys as well as we think we do. Put yourself in the eyes of the coach, in the eyes of the player, and ask yourself, which teammates are you happy to work with? Which teammates are you not? Right. And so, at least in my opinion, yeah, that's the thing. A-Rob is a sad story, but also A-Rob was going to break Chicago off in 2019, and we're probably better off he didn't. It ended up being it's not a fun pace move to look back at, because not giving somebody a contract and then them petering out is never fun, but he definitely lost money. A-Rob had all the money in his hands, and he let it go, and he saw his contract get cut in half, went to the Rams, played terribly, got cut early, and here he is, right? Blah. Dr. Truth, in my opinion, I think it's feels that doesn't really like slants, it feels that doesn't really like slants more than Getsy doesn't like slants. Getsy comes from Green Bay. They run slants all the time, and they ran a bunch of slants in the preseason for Tyson Bagent, and then they ran some of them in the season, and Bagent almost got picked off a couple times, and so then they kind of pushed it down. But so let's see. Can we say if we move on from Fields, DJ could be A-Rob like attitude? Alessandro, great question. Not if he gets yards. What you got to remember, winning cures everything. Production cures everything. So Caleb Williams or Drake May comes in and they feed DJ Moore 1,400 yards. Justin who? They come in and they suck? Yeah, they're going to be mad. Winning cures everything. Production cures everything. And so because I think DJ Moore's a beast, I think he's going to calm down as long as, you got to remember, y'all, what is DJ Moore excited about? Yeah, okay, maybe he loves Justin the person. Totally possible, right? DJ Moore's having a career season. What do you do when somebody traded for you and then you have a career season? What is the logical next step? What is the logical next step? What is going on in your brain? He's a family man. He's got people he cares about at home. What do you guys think DJ Moore's thinking about? Because it's the one part of the DJ Moore situation that us as Chicago fans, we just haven't talked about it. He's thinking about money. He's thinking about a pay raise. Right now, DJ Moore is getting paid half of market value for a contract. Most of his bonus got left in Carolina, and it's already, as I understand it, been paid out. And so I look at DJ right now, y'all, at the end of his season, I would not be shocked at all if DJ is going to walk into Ryan Poles' office and say, pay me. And that's what Poles is going to do. Poles very well might just hand him a fat bonus, basically. Just a straight up pay raise, probably that comes with a couple extra years or something. Maybe DJ has to play one more year out, but this was sort of a save me contract or like a save me deal for DJ Moore and Ryan Poles, and he saved him. Like, DJ Moore looks awesome. And so let's see, does Mooney's decline since being a second, third? 4P, I think that that could be really aggressive because Cole Kmet and DJ Moore both had exceptional seasons this year, but you could argue that means that you've got your number one wide receiver, you've got your number one tight end option, and then Fields also targets wide receivers. I don't know if you guys, it's totally your call if you want to buy into this or not, right? But for what it's worth, Jordan Love targets wide receivers 64% of the time. Most quarterbacks target wide receivers when they're throwing the ball around 64, 65, 60, like 70% of the time, somewhere in there, right? Fields targets his wide receivers 54% of the time. When you break that out, he targets DJ Moore like 30% of the time. I think it was. Fact check me on some of this, just because I'm serious. Like, this is all ballparking numbers that I read at one point. But I know DJ Moore gets a higher percentage of targets in the offense than nearly any other wide receiver one in football. And then the Bears target wide receivers less than nearly anybody. And there's this middle, obviously, where it's like Fields targeting wide receivers that aren't DJ Moore. And you go, wow, we really don't ever do that. And so I don't actually know quite where we'd find it, Mario, and I'm trying not to be all hearsay, but it does match my eyes. And that's the other part about this wideout trail. You mentioned you think he targets who he trusts. That's totally possible. It's totally possible, right? But we don't know, especially when you've got guys like Jordan Love who are targeting. Have y'all seen the names of some of the guys Jordan Love is targeting? Like, I scouted these guys. I like Dontavion Wicks. Like, I think Samaje Toure is fine, but you look at some of the guys that Jordan Love is targeting, and it's like he's throwing to 6th and 7th rounders with the confidence that they're good receivers, and they live up to it, right? So there's got to be some give and take here, and I'm not trying to sell you on one thing or another, right? Because New Poster, you're right. They can get anybody open in Green Bay. Anybody open. It's more to say that I agree. I think both can be right, basically. That DJ Moore is somebody Fields trusts. Therefore, Fields targets DJ Moore. That Fields maybe stopped trusting. Darnell Mooney, which would be stupid. Like, or not stupid. That would be just too bad. Because they did trust each other. Now they suddenly don't. Why? I mean, well, Mooney ran almost all his routes over the middle. Fields only recently started throwing to the middle. Maybe there's a connection there, but I'll leave that to you. Like, it's frustrating to me that the Bears don't seem like they pop through. Let's see. And that's the thing, Timsy. I'm with you. Like, the guys that spread the ball around, like, doesn't that make every football fan just excited when it's like, oh, we threw to you, we threw to you, we threw to you. You get the ball, you get the ball, you get the ball. But anyways, like, it's something that two things can be true at the same time, right? Because Oblivion, you mentioned what would happen if we draft MHJ. So I have an opinion on this. So I think personally that if you drafted MHJ, you would have DJ Moore and you would have Marvin Harrison Jr. and you would move them around, and then you would basically designate pre-snap which one was your wide receiver one and ignore the other one. And you do it all based on matchup, right? This is totally my guess. I don't think Fields is going to become a quarterback that just flits through reads really fast. I don't think that's going to happen. And that's okay. It doesn't have to happen, right? Can't there be a percentage of this where we say, well, this probably is who he is, right? But so within that, if you theoretically, let's say, okay, so we got 84 over here, you're going to move. Now we're going to put Tanyan over here. So we're going to have Marvin Harrison Jr. motion this way. Then he's going to sit and he's basically going to form a trips set with the two tight ends. And if we like the matchup of 34, if he bumps out against Marvin Harrison, then great. Marvin Harrison running a dig. This is now our number one. Well, if we don't like it, right? If we don't like it, then we can take DJ Moore running this out route. And maybe we could even build 1 to 2 right there on the same play, I think you could do some of that, right? And I bet you Fields would trust some of that. Because, like you're saying, Jay Sanders, I'm making it sound black and white. Like Derek, exactly like Derek's saying, when it comes to everybody being too hyperbolic, I agree with you. But I'm more trying to overemphasize a point at this stage. Because I think I can make it sound like Fields is so slow that he's like slow as molasses. I'm saying Fields takes a little longer than some other quarterbacks. And so the good news is that if you did have a Marvin Harrison, well, you're probably only getting to 2 or 3 reads anyways. So DJ and Marvin can just be part of those reads. I also wouldn't be surprised anytime, Eric. I wouldn't be surprised if you did have Marvin in the same offense. Just saying, Jay Sanders, because you're probably thinking the same thing, that I wouldn't be surprised if Fields actually would be more willing to come off of DJ Moore and shift to where he thinks Marvin is because he knows Marvin's so good, right? Like, I really do think that's possible. It's the Hurts thing. Is Hurts anticipatory or is he trusting? I think that there's a lot of film that says that Hurts more operates off of trust, at least from what I've seen. And so it wouldn't surprise me if Fields could do the same thing, where he would basically place his trust in DJ, and he'd place his trust in Marvin, and he'd place his trust in Cole Kmet, and then he'd pop to each of them faster, and that you could do a lot more with your offense. So I don't want to make it sound like, in my opinion, if you stuck with Fields, there's somehow no chance to success, right? Just like how if you draft a new rookie quarterback, there's all kinds of ways that this thing could go wrong, like all kinds of ways. But beyond that, it's more that I do think that it's easy. Let's see. You think Fields could 100% do that and we would be insane? It's very possible, Jimmy. Like, because like you're saying, DBB, that you may not want Hurts because Hurts is niche in his own way. I mean, Hurts is one of the only other quarterbacks in the NFL with the time to throw over 3 seconds. Like, the good news is that we have proven through the Eagles that you can build a team around Jalen Hurts, and you can win a bunch of football games. Like, I understand that everybody's like, oh, wow, the Eagles, they just lost to the Cardinals. Remind me how many wins they have this season again. Like, this can be fun. And so, yeah, Hurts has A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. If you had DJ Moore and you had Marvin Harrison, if you had DJ Moore and Malik Neighbors, if you had DJ Moore and Roma Dunze, like, I think it'd be hard to beat you. Especially with Cole Kmet. Like, Cole is really... Like, Cole is good. I'm surprised at how good. Like, I'm really surprised at how good Cole Kmet's gotten. Really am. Because I didn't think he had it in him. He totally does. And so, let's see. Football CFC mentions, you think we've probably seen, wow, a lot of stuff came in. Justin Fields' peak and the fact that they have the number 1 pick, considering Ryan Poles' job security. I think he still has to take a QB. I still like watching Fields, though. That's a good way to be CF Candy, because I really don't know where they're going to go. I think that this next game will probably do a lot. New poster, yes, thank you for saying it. That's what I'm saying. We're like, so Mario, last year we saw little hints of Cole Kmet getting better, but I didn't think he had it in him to be this consistent, really. And now this year, it's like, okay, okay, Cole, like, show it off. Way to go. Like, now we're starting to see Cole be physical. We're starting to see him get in and out of, like, quick cuts better. It's new poster. I thought he was cheap at the time, and now he looks legit. And so it's nice watching the way he plays. And so we'll see. Like, we'll see what happens. Let's finish the game. Let's see. Olave Wilson, Jameson Williams, JSN, man. But so, like you're saying, Grant, and I know this sounds kind of ridiculous. Like, yeah, I know this sounds kind of ridiculous, but I really do think that people who want a new quarterback have a tendency to undersell that it is totally possible to win a lot of games with Justin Fields at quarterback. You may run into problems down the road with contract stuff. It's possible. It's equally possible that You draft Caleb Williams. He shatters his collarbone in a freak accident in his third game. Then he sprains his shoulder because he tries to play on it too early, and he's never the same. And suddenly you're just SOL, right? While Fields never gets hurt. I mean, that's not to say it will happen. It's to say, Lord Almighty, football is weird, isn't it? And so, like, because that's the thing, Mario. I'm saying that purely because, like, we look at, of course, injuries can happen to Fields. I'm more trying to say that all kinds of these directions could work. All kinds of these directions could not work. Like, the Bears are at, can we agree? Can we take a step back? I said this at the top of the show, but I'll say it again. Can we all take a step back and agree that for once, the Bears are in a position so positive because of some really good GMing that they have a lot of directions they could go that won't result in total and colossal failure. 2019, that is not what we said. 2020, that is not what we were saying. 2021, that is not what we were saying. 2022, that is not what we were saying. Like, it's exactly, Dr. Truth. The NFL or the Raiders scored 0 points one week and 63 the very next. Like, I look at this and I say to myself that there's all kinds of these things where, like you're saying, football CFC, if they run it back with Fields, there's going to be part of me that goes, at first, partially because, at least to me, because 4Ps, I would tell you that I think Caleb Williams has proven that he can do a lot of things in structure. He just ignores it a lot. And Joe, you mentioned, why not just root for whatever quarterback we have and wish for their success instead of bashing them? So Joe, we're analyzing for what it's worth. It's less bashing and it's more trying to predict the future a little. I understand that not everybody's into that crystal ball stuff, but for what it's worth, Joe, there's a story here. I grew up convincing myself the Bears were going to win the Super Bowl with Jay Cutler, like, every year. Then they didn't. And young Robert was crushed. The whole reason we do this is to try to get an accurate sense for what the team is so that we can cheer for them appropriately. Like David, it wasn't David. No, it was Joe. Joe Treviso. Like, the whole goal is so that I can tell you that Tyreek Stevenson is going to get, he's going to get smoked. I mean, I would tell you that that's like the whole point of why we do this, is so that I look you in the eyes in week 1 and I say, Tyreek Stevenson's going to be bad for a couple weeks. Just get ready for it. Watch him grow. And then here at the end of the season, all of a sudden, we're seeing Tyreek Stevenson develop before our very eyes. And we're all like, yes, this is on schedule. If anything, this is ahead of schedule, and that's exciting. And that's the point, is so that we can look and we can say, Gervon Dexter's not there yet. And then we can look 4 weeks later and we go, wait, we got a lot better at this. And Akusai, you mentioned earlier that Dexter's PFF grade was awful. That's the biggest problem with Dexter right now, is that he's inconsistent. The flashes are flashy. The lows are low. If Dexter was pushed into starting right now, I would tell you that, no, Mario, he meant the Texans. Like, he meant Lovey getting credit for getting us number 1. Anyways, moving on. The main thing that I look at with somebody like Dexter is that if Dexter was starting, I think he'd get run out a lot and I think he'd struggle, right? But also, the pass rush reps that we're getting right now are freaking rad. Like, it's a great player to have in their the rotation. God forbid he gets any better, right? That's the best part about a lot of these guys. Like, Dexter right now is in the perfect role for him, because Jibby, when he doesn't, like, right now they're playing Dexter in third downs. And so you look at what happens on third down. If he doesn't win a pass rush, or if he doesn't win a pass rush rep, okay, he doesn't win a pass rush rep. When he does, he's turning them into sacks and core pressures on some of the biggest downs in ball through athletically overwhelming a player in a guard that's been playing the whole game while he's fresh. It totally works. 4Ps, you mentioned, how about trade number 1 and Fields? So for what it's worth, 4P, I know we like, no, he really was, Derek. It's wild. I have a whole video on that on the channel. But so, for what it's worth, somebody mentioned, has he been cosplaying his Casper? Do you just not know ball? No, he shows up now and again. I swear, Mario, Zach Pickens is cursed in that they just never run at him. Like, I'm amazed at how often Pickens plays the game, or like Pickens gets in the game, and that's the moment that they decide that they're going to play like run action, play action, just take the line out of it, right? But so let's see. Somebody mentions Zach Pickens had a deflection. Oh, nice, Akusai. I know where the fans lie, but in my honest opinion, I know you have some loose relations with people in the building. Do you have a feel where they're leaning in terms of the quarterback position? For what it's worth, football CF Candy, I really don't know. Like, I tend to think that the Fields relationship is really, really complicated. Really, really complicated. Sushil, you mentioned, what are my thoughts on, and we could talk about more of that later, CFC, but let's let the next week's game play out. I really think that this Packers game is a swing game, and that there's a lot of things that we're going to find out afterwards, basically. And so I'm kind of just waiting for it. But so somebody mentioned, let's see, man, everybody, we're getting a lot of questions. All right. So Sushil, you mentioned, what are my thoughts on taking a quarterback other than Mayer Caleb later on and sticking them behind Fields as an insurance option? So Sushil, in my opinion, I don't really know why you do that. Like, I'm kind of going to take the words out of Calamity Jay's mouth. In my opinion, if you're going to go young quarterback, just draft Caleb. If you're looking for insurance, sign a veteran. I have no problem paying somebody like Baker Mayfield quite a bit of money. Or not, we could go Baker. Baker slipped out of my mouth. I meant Minshew, but Baker will do just fine in this case, where you could bring in a second starter effectively as your true backup quarterback, call him a premium backup quarterback with the intent of not wasting your roster, right? That's not to say that you couldn't draft a quarterback like Michael Penix or like, I don't know, Shitter Sanders. Quinn Ewers has some wild tools, but I just kind of don't know why, right? Like, because at that point, once you have another young quarterback, like, he's either the heir apparent, he's not a backup, right? The moment you get that other young quarterback, Fields is kind of looking over his shoulder. At least a veteran is a clipboard holder until the moment he isn't, right? Let's see. Somebody mentions, would I be satisfied with a 2025 Super Bowl win and crash, or a long-term consistent playoff team that may or may not reach the Super Bowl in 5 years? Dr. Truth, whenever I'm presented this question, I pick the one that gets me the most wins. In reality, I think a 2025 Super Bowl win would do a lot. I would let the Bears do a lot of things and rebuild and go from there. It's an easy choice to make right now, but in the real world, winning Sundays are fun Sundays. Winning streams are fun streams. Like, it's so much more fun when the Bears are winning, that if you did give me it's tough, because I could see both options getting you both options. I could see Fields getting you the 2025 Super Bowl and then you crash when things get too expensive. I could see the rookie getting you a 2025 Super Bowl because he's really good in his second year and just pops off, and then something just goes wrong. Like, I could see either. Let's see. Going back through this. If we were picking 5, would you move up for Williams? Joe, I'm really not a trade-up believer, personally. I think the deals, to me, Joe, the deals that people keep saying teams will pay for Caleb Williams sound like suicide. If I was a Steelers fan, I would not want to pay 3 first-rounders for Caleb Williams. And it's not because I don't think Caleb Williams is good. It's because all of these deals that people keep throwing out, look at the deal that just happened to go from 9 to 1 for Bryce Young. That's barely worth it. Like, even if Bryce was really good, you gave up 2 first-round picks and a Pro Bowler and, like, the best receiver far and away on Chicago's roster just so you could be awful, right? Then people keep talking about, like, oh, well, instead these teams are going to trade up, and they're just going to put the shotgun in. I can't say this on stream, can I? Like, people keep picking out trade deals that would just be Plaxico Burress, right? You would take the gun out, you would load it, you would point it at yourself, you would pull the trigger. Like, I'm sitting here thinking, like, how are those supposed to work? Like, what are the people that really think that Caleb is so good that that you could trade 3 first-round picks? Like, because that's the thing, Bearsky. You mentioned who is worth 3 first-round picks, Patrick Mahomes, and then it's a debate. Yeah, pretty much. Like, I tend to think that the trade offers that the Bears may get for Caleb Williams might be underwhelming. But I will tell you, as much as it bums me to say it, if the Bears get Mario, if the Bears took a deal with the Raiders to give up number one in exchange for 3 first-rounders, 2 second-rounders, a third-rounder, and also Max Crosby, screw it. Yeah, go ahead, right? Like the moment that you take one of those deals and I go, wow, is real, I cannot believe it. Like I will get over it, because I legitimately think that if you trade Caleb Williams to a team and you strip off a core piece on a team that's going to give you 3 first-rounders, there is probably a silly high chance that the 3rd first-rounder is pretty high. Like, if not the second one, if not the first one, when Caleb's a rookie. Like, it's just so tough. Like, I mean, because that's the thing. If they'll do it, I guess I'm in. Like, it's almost one of those, like, okay, you bullied me into it. Because like you're saying, Jay Sanders, I'm seeing those reports out there. I think I'm just in disbelief that a team would actually let themselves get that fleeced. Like, if you told me right now that the Bears could get probably like Dallas Turner and probably Malik Neighbors, I think people are overrating. So I love Malik Neighbors. Malik Neighbors is awesome. People always overrate receivers. Like, Greg Gabriel says a lot of things. Greg Gabriel can end up over his skis on a lot of things. One thing he is right about is everybody thought JSN was a clear-cut top 15 pick. He ends up drafted 2021. Like, it's very possible you get Malik Neighbors at like 8 or 10. Just because the NFL wants their trench boys. Like, and so if you ended up with Malik Neighbors at like 10, right? And then you also end up with Malik Neighbors at 10. You trade down with, say, the Raiders. So now you have 11. You draft like Dallas Turner, or maybe you get, you're probably not taking somebody like Chop. You're probably getting him later, blah, 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 etc. It's a sweet draft, right? You could get all kinds of players. Maybe you get Johnny Newton at that point, just to make my point, right? Rise, you took it out of my mouth. Exactly. So now you've got Malik Neighbors, you've got Johnny Newton, you've got 3 extra picks, whatever, something stupid. You got a 3rd for Cunningham. Don't forget, Ian Cunningham's probably getting hired. And so you've got a compensatory 3rd that's in this draft. You picked up another 2nd from this crazy trade at the Raiders. Like, all of a sudden, you are printing money nearly. You're just leaning into, you're gonna make the commissioners step in and tell you to stop, because you're going to keep trading these picks with these desperate teams that sell everything and just blow it. And the best part is, let's say the Raiders are pretty good. Okay, now you've got the the 22nd pick in the next one. Like, that's the thing. That's the thing, Jibby. It's like, I can't help but look at this and I say, desperate is the key word here. Like, if everybody keeps a relatively cool head, the Bears should draft Caleb. If they don't, and they offer you, if somebody's out there offering you $1 million for a stock that might be worth $150,000, yeah, you have to take it. Like, there is a point where you can have the point where you're getting offered more than a player could ever be worth. And I don't know what that means, because I'm with you, Tumultuous. Actually, Tumultuous, the funny part is, I think you could argue that applies to both of these. Like, look, I'm goofing this. I think this is so funny. So the funny part to me is that you have 2 sides of the scale, right? Here's Bryce Young, okay? So this is the Bryce Young line. And we're going to go, I think it would be reasonable to think that after the Bears fleeced the Panthers, and then the Panthers chose Bryce Young, and then the Panthers gave the Bears the number 1 overall pick, I would assume, wouldn't you guys assume, that the value would lessen. But what if the Bryce Young move has somehow made the demand higher? Like, this is possible too. That you look at you look at the Bryce Young move and people go, hot dang, if they'd just taken CJ Stroud, they would have been it. And Caleb and Drake are so good. We got to get our guy. We have to restart. We got to do it. And somehow the Bryce Young move and the fact that Bryce Young is worse than Caleb Williams has now set the precedent that you can just get 3 first-round picks. You shouldn't be able to, but you probably can. Like, I would also imagine that GMs don't want to repeat it, but every GM thinks that they're not going to be the dumb dingus that drafts Bryce Young, right? Exactly, Icon. Just one more bet, we can make it back. Like, the 49ers traded 3 firsts for the number 3, not number 1. And so, honestly, being really real, like, because that's the thing, Jay Sanders, like, I think this is easiest for the Bears if everybody chills out. They take the high quarterback, and for the first time in my 29-year-old life, which isn't saying much, like DBB, you mentioned you've been a draft Nick for longer than I've been alive. Like, I look at this and I'm like, okay, we have the opportunity to draft a quarterback prospect that I never dreamed would wear navy and orange. Like, looking into the camera, that's the damn truth. Like, we have the chance to see a quarterback in Chicago that I have never, ever, 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 ever had the privilege of imagining might be in Chicago. It's never worked out. Like, Burrow with Cincinnati, we're not in that position. Like, Mitch Trubisky was as close as we got. We got Mitch Trubisky. We got the guy who was every forum's favorite late first rounder. We picked him at 2. Like, it's stupid. Like, that's the thing, Pulse. It's super possible. But then you may have people so unbelievably desperate to buy Caleb off of us that they almost bully us out of the pick. Like, here's the problem, Jay Sanders. For me, Jay Sanders, not for you. And that's why I'm going to talk to you. Imagine you're the GM of the Raiders, okay? You're picking at like 11. You give me a call and you say, how much would it take you to trade out for number 1? And I jokingly say, probably 4 first rounders, 3 second rounders, 2 third rounders, and Max Crosby. And I'm laughing as I say it. And then you go, how about 4 first rounders, 2 second rounders, no third rounders, and Max Crosby? And I go, like, you throw a joke offer at somebody and they counter with something really close. And you're sitting here like, like, I know it's kidding, but it's one of those where it's like, oh my gosh. At what point am I like, because that's the thing, Jimmy. Obviously, it's holy hell. Like, that's the point I'm trying to make, is it's one of those where you go, I can't build a case that Caleb's worth more than that. Like, you hit the point where you're like, oh, geez, we got way too much. Like, David, I don't think it's happening either, for what it's worth. I'm like, David, of course we're dreaming. It's more this idea of the whole trade back idea entirely relies on just the concept of how desperate are desperate people going to be. Like, maybe the Steelers trade or fire Mike Tomlin. So they bring in a new guy and they tell him, yeah, we're not going to make you run with Kenny Pickett. Right. So instead they decide that they're going to be like, that's tumultuous. You're exactly right. Like, you got a new owner in Washington. You've got guys in the hot seat probably in New York. Joe Shane wants to keep his job. Right. Then you've got people in, gosh, now I need to be looking at the draft order, but I'm just not going to. Arizona probably wants to come up. They've got a bunch of capital. Like, you've got all these people that are desperate for a quarterback, and you've got everybody salivating over Caleb Williams. Dude, there's no way you don't. Like, there's no way that a Notre Dame game that we watched and found a lot of great things in, as well as a back half of the season with some great games in a down year where Caleb Williams throws for 3,600 yards. And what was it, like 35 touchdowns? Like in 12 games, I think chances are Oblivion. No, Oblivion. No way. No way. No way. No way, Oblivion. Let me challenge you on that. Okay, Jonathan Gannon says we're sticking with Murray. Are we stupid? Like, did I suddenly become blind? Like, okay, their head coach says that he's sticking with current quarterback. Have we not been here before? Like, Mitch is our guy. Josh is our guy. Like, what? Haven't we seen this? Just because they're saying that they're sticking with Kyler Murray doesn't mean anything. Like, and that's the thing. I don't think Gannon's gonna get fired immediately, but I don't actually think he's, there. But it's more to say that everybody is like, you're gonna hear the Giants stick with Daniel Jones until they don't. Like, and that's the thing. Like, Akusai, hey, I hope Kendrick's right. Like, because that's the other thing, guys. All right. Desperation can work the other way, too. Let's say, Joff, let's say Caleb and MHJ available. Teams will be bidding to jump 2 through 4 for either. We have 2 bidding wars. So, for what it's worth, Jeff, it is Jeff Kristen, right? Like, let's see. I'm really curious where Marv goes. I think he's going to go 3, but he's a receiver. I can't tell you the last time the first position player drafted was a receiver. Do we know? Do we have somebody? Like, it just doesn't happen that often. I think he's the clear-cut best. Don't get me wrong. But he plays a position that, while important, generally goes like pick number 5, right? But exactly, Sean. Like, teams have been ready for this forever. But so I don't know what's going to happen here. I have no idea. But I do think it's a lot easier for us to think we know what's going on than what's actually going to happen. But especially when it comes to the topic of desperation, it's just going to be, it's going to be a roller coaster we're just going to have to ride out, Like, because the other thing that I think a lot of people forget, Jay Sanders, the desperation can work the other way, where if the Bears actually manage to, so I'm going to pick an equally ridiculous offer. We joked earlier about the Bears getting 4 firsts, 2 seconds, and a player. If Justin Fields gets you a first and a second next year, suddenly your eyes are popping out of the back of your head. Like, and that's not trying to explicitly coexist. Let's say you live in this world, right? You live in the less world, and Caleb Williams isn't drawing what you thought he would, right? You're getting offered 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and a player. Pretty much the same deal as DJ Moore, right? And so then then at that point, Justin Fields is suddenly making you more money per se, through his draft value. Not that the fans would ever know, right? Because the deal for number 1 isn't ever going to become public. And I'm with you, David, where it's like the discussion is, it's kind of exhausting, right? But so more to say that there's all kinds of ways that this thing could work out, and we're not really going to be able to follow any of them, just because it's all going to happen behind closed doors. And the worst part, guys, best case scenario, this thing's over by free agency. Like, best case scenario, earliest scenario, free agency starts and the trade is made. Worst case scenario, this could go to draft day, and people are going to have the energy to have this discussion every day. Let me just stare into my soul and accept that. It's January 2nd of 2024. I may have this discussion until April 31st of 2024. But anyways, let's get back to this. Let's see. Would a field trade happen post-draft, trying to capitalize on those who missed out? I think, for what it's worth, I think the Fields would happen before the draft. Let's see. But you can't do it again. DJ Moore is like $20 million a year. It's a good deal, but it's significant cap. Just trade for the capital. DBB, I tend to actually agree with you. I think that there's a point where the Bears do run up against, I think that there's a point where they run up against problems, right? But let me see. Dynasty, who said what? I just saw that. I thought you were talking about me. Let's see. I could use it. I remember we were discussing whether to trade number one. Isn't it so funny the way that works out? But so would a Fields trade happen post draft? Maybe, like maybe Mario. Part of me thinks so. Mario, I will speak to this, and then we're gonna try to burn through some film so that I'm not, like dead by morning due to lack of sleep. The main thing that I think, Mario, is that teams have this bad habit after free agency first, and then after the draft of convincing themselves they're fine, right? If you swoop in too late, you may be dealing with pissed off people that don't want to work with you. I think that that's a very real possibility. Whereas you can instead, and this is where I think the trade pre-free agency would probably be better, like overall. Instead, you can capitalize on teams that don't want to spend their money until they know who they have at quarterback, right? So they trade their quarterback, and then they can build their free agent team around them, which I think is going to make them feel better. And it's part of why I think Poles did it before free agency last year, because the Bears, frankly, want to know what kind of team they need to build. Are they building it around Fields? Are they building it around somebody else, right? And so it would not surprise me if if it works out on a very similar timeline, right? It would be crazy, wouldn't it, Joe? But so let's see. I agree with you, 4P. I really do. Pinning your franchise history on one game is super silly. I just think it's gonna happen. Like, it's the wrong one game. They're not playing the Steelers. They're not playing the Buffalo Bills. They're playing the Green Bay Packers. They're playing the other charter franchise. Like, it's hilarious, but it's obnoxious too. Like, only because it's Green Bay, baby, in Green Bay, no less. Like, so it's going to feel like that much more of a statement if things go well. But so, anyways, second half. I'm glad everybody's having fun, by the way. 209 viewers, and we're almost to Wednesday. Like, at least in Central Standard Time. Play action shot. Oh, yes. Look at this. What do you see, guys? What do you see? I see anticipation. It's happening. Yes, please. Like, for as much as people want to say that Fields isn't improving or whatever, like, this is getting better. That's pretty good. It's not the world's greatest anticipation, but you could tell the way that this snapped. Like, that's great separation, and it leads to all kinds of yak. Like, here we go, right? And so, man, Alexander, I think pretty much, right? Magic spins. No, we're getting there, Alessandro. Don't you worry. We ended up getting really super duper sidetracked, didn't we? Thank you guys, by the way, not only for supporting the show, but I'll tell you what. And Eric, he is. Look at this pocket. 4Ps, thank you so much for subscribing. If you watch a lot and you haven't subscribed, pump the numbers. Let me see. Honestly, Dynasty, it's funny you say that. I think the backyard football is a bizarrely good comparison for Fields' athleticism sometimes, where it's like you built a video game created character that's like beyond good or beyond fast, etc. Because I think Fields actually plays football like a lot of us play Madden, on a high difficulty, and he turned his own speed up to like 99, and that's the only way that he conceptually makes sense. I understand that talking about Madden on a real football guy stream is taboo, but I swear his pocket movement is like you're holding right trigger in the video game Madden. It is so goofy to watch. If you're talking about Velus Jones, Starview, they saw Boy Fast. Or do you mean Braxton Jones? Go, Khalil. Look, Nate Davis made a block. After Getsy. So that's the other thing, for what it's worth. Oh, or Justin Jones. Good point. But so, Alexander, for what it's worth, the Bears have been trying to get Fields to throw down the field. He kind of just didn't want to do it. And that's not always going to be an excuse, but at least early in the season, go Herbert. Yes, baby. Yes, baby. At least early in the season, it was a real problem, right? Like Justin right now, I'm with you, Bob. Justin is letting it go. He's seeing things a little better. It helps when, geez, I'm sorry, I have to go all the way back, but I do. It sure helps when Atlanta is giving away pretty clear man looks. Like it's one thing for us to point out, I don't know, this, that, or the other. Basically, look at all the space that the Bears are able to create. They get a switch release. It's the first thing that Fields is able to see. Okay, we got one high right here, right? Like, and then as Fields looks out, there is just nobody out here. We've got the ideal leverage for what we want. We know that we've got our guy stapled to our clear out route. We're going to have all kinds of space. This is where, if you want my opinion, it's going to be a very interesting test. Oh, QB Jones, like Daniel Jones. I gotcha. It's going to be a really interesting test for Justin if the Green Bay Packers do what I think they do, and they just drop into cover 4 and basically make Justin Fields find the space in a 7-man zone. Because this space is easy for him to see, I think. And Eric, I'm not going to tell you a mirage, right? Like me personally, I am done being the guy. I have rung my alarm bell, Eric. Right now, we're riding this out. Like, we'll find out, won't we? Because that's the thing, Joe. The Falcons defense has played a lot of people really tough, but Fields is a killer against man, and the Bears offensive line had a really strong game. They've had a couple of these where when the Bears offensive line is on, they'll give Justin Fields really comfortable pockets to throw from. That's a good thing. We love this. A good supporting cast is good, right? Why do we need to turn everything into holding something against the quarterback? We don't, right? But also, when teams play the Bears with a bunch of man coverage, you're basically asking your number one corner to beat DJ Moore. Nobody's done that this season. Like, not consistently. The Broncos asked Patrick Surtain to beat DJ Moore, and did that work for them? Of course it did not. AJ Terrell on DJ Moore. Did that work for them? Of course it did not. Like, there are teams that are just getting smoked playing man coverage against these guys. Joe, we just saw one right there. And we're kind of just still going through. I watched a little bit of this game, but had a bunch of family obligations. Good cut by Herbert right there. Nice job by Braxton, just pumping his guy. Yeah, the Browns did pretty well, Jibby, but they also didn't play that much man. I thought they played a lot more zone. And their guys pattern match within their zone, but they also passed between people, right? Alexander, because they love Roshan. Here's Braxton with a little bit of that Barry action. You like offensive linemen burying dudes? Flip the leverage, dunk. With a little tap on the head, too. And yeah, Foreman's blocking hasn't helped him either. Herbert's burst being back is awesome, Dr. Truth. Oh, baby. They gashed him a couple times. Herbert actually, Eric, had a decent game as a pass blocker in this one. It's just one. Goal line fade. All right, worth remembering, I haven't seen most of these. Like, these plays, we'll figure them out as we go. There's one up. Okay, so it's a pick aside read. Looks like it's pick aside. We've got a fade on this side. He's going to take it, an alert to it. But it looks like we've got some kind of other pick play over here. Like, pop. I don't think anything's there. It's like kind of screeny, but it's not happening. 4P, for what it's worth, everybody's worried about that. I think that the truth is going to be in the middle. That Fields is going to have moments where he looks like he's improved and moments where he looks like he's same old, same old. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? I think they do, Demo, for what it's worth. Like, the 4P, I remember a whole bunch of people were terrified of Mitch Trubisky becoming the dude after he developed under Josh Allen in Buffalo. That did not happen, right? Like, the NFL is funky because the moment that you end up with 40 starts worth of tape out on who you are, a lot of defenses start playing basically to your weaknesses, right? And that's the other thing, Jibby. I'm not trying to draw a direct comparison. It's not about that. right? It's more about we've seen Chicago fans worry about this before. And I tend to think that there's a better chance that Fields would get a little better at one thing and fall off a little bit at another, right? Teams might play him more a certain way. They might zone him up more often. Or maybe he ends up on a team with a worse offensive line, just as the Bears are getting talented to the point where they could have supported him and helped him flower, right? I mean, think about it this way. Let's pretend for a moment that the Raiders do trade for that the Raiders trade for Justin Fields, right? I'll use a name, right? And so the Raiders trade for Justin Fields. Happy New Year, Alex, by the way. And the moment they do, in the middle of camp, Devontae Adams tears his ACL. He's never the same, right? And so all of a sudden, then Fields is on a team that's objectively worse than the Bears are today. But then the Bears added Marvin Harrison, or they added Malik Neighbors, or whatever, right? And so suddenly, like, now Fields looks worse. He doesn't look worse. Maybe he's better, right? But he's on a worse team because it's going to be hard, I think, for a team to make him better. Or for a team to put a better team around him than the Bears have the opportunity to put. Also, touchdown pass. Good job by Fields here. This is mesh, but it's like an end zone crosser version of mesh. Y'all, all right, so I dare you to go watch Arch Manning's film and think he's as good as he is. Like, that's not me saying I think Arch Manning sucks or whatever, but Arch Manning is riding the Manning name a lot. And that's the thing. That's the thing, Alexander. Thank you for saying that. It's more that there's all kinds of these guys, if you ask me, that are talking about trading for Fields. And it's like, okay, imagine that the Steelers traded for Fields. That offensive line is bad. How much better are they going to make that offensive line in one offseason? Are the Steelers then going to lose one of their guys, right? Or are you giving George Pickens, Calvin Austin, and Deontay Johnson, that's a really good receiver room, to Fields with Najee and an offensive line that can't really block for anything? Maybe that works. Maybe he looks worse because the Bears are building a weirdly cohesive team. Like they're kind of like the Bears have stuff that's working. Now, obviously, you've got Mooney out. For whether he's really out or not really out, like that's bad. Or like either way, not having Mooney is bad, and not having Claypool for weeks now hurt us because we expected to have 3 receivers, didn't we? But even with what the Bears have, they got something cohesive that does fit what Justin Fields wants to do, sometimes. And so you look at another team, are they going to use Fields differently? Are they going to go back to are they going to go back to trying to make Fields a passer, or are they going to run him like crazy, right? I couldn't tell you. I don't know. But I like this call. Like, this is basically, how can we get a bunch of sideways moving crossers all at once with a meshing action, because Fields knows how to read mesh, right? If we watch Fields on this play, we're going to see him look. He checked 1. He now checks 2. He's going to get a sense for where all the DBs are. They're in just straight man-to-man coverage. Tyler Scott is absolutely open. Honestly, nice ball. You do not need to jump for this. Running back moment. And then we don't get the feed down. I don't know what he was doing. Rookie moment. But hey, the good news, we separated, right? Easy, too. Like, look at that. That's some gas. Somebody asked earlier, how is Scott so fast but doesn't separate? Oh, he separated there, didn't he? But come down with football, kid. Bummer. But hey, a field goal is a field goal. It's a strike too. Boom. We do not need to jump for this. Totally unnecessary jump. Got to make that play. You're a professional receiver. Rookie moment. It's the right game to screw it up in. A game where you dominate, right? For all we know, there's a bad habit in here. Because, like, it doesn't look like he thinks about the second foot. Maybe I'm conspiracy theorying here, but he makes a college catch, right? That can work in Cincinnati. It's not gonna do it here. Oh well. Here's Scott with that goofy motion. Oh, come on. Oh, this is that one. Kind of looks like he and Fields just disagree, or maybe Fields is like mechanics fly open. I'm not gonna focus too hard on it. We kind of need to speed read some of this stuff, but they're still playing man cover 3. Like it's the same thing to me. It's so funny watching some of these coverages because you could call this cover 3 match, you could call it cover 1. It doesn't matter. Like, would I get rid of the wide receiver coach? I'd certainly think about it. Like, have we established Tyler Scott as a hands issue? Well, in this game, he sure does, right? JF1 in Atlanta will feed generations. Let's see. Happens. In a game like this, I think you can miss one or two. Nice run. Boom. A victimless crime. That's hilarious. Boom. This is wild. Here it is. Breaks one. Dead to rights. Breaks another. Unreal. And that's the thing, Starview. It wasn't. I mean, it's just a miss. But quarterbacks do miss, especially down the field. It happens. People go, man. We can end up a little too obsessed sometimes. Jose, if you came in here to cape, I'm going to ban you. Like, I'm going to let you know right now that you can't be calling people that. Not in this chat. Especially because you obviously haven't watched any of the rest of the stream, where that's all we've been talking about. But if you want to make Fields out to be an absolute superhero, you got a lot to justify for, because it hasn't been the Atlanta game every single week. Like, this is a really great week for Justin. He looks like a superhero. All kinds of quarterbacks don't have the superheroic abilities that Justin Fields does. You're totally right. Justin Fields is also going to finish with his 3rd losing season in the NFL. Like, did I want Bryce Young? Absolutely, I did not. I thought it was the right time to stick with Justin Fields, make the roster better, and give him a shot to break out in year 3, where I thought he had a legitimate shot at winning the MVP by nature of getting like 3,500 yards passing, a bunch of touchdowns. Touchdowns were kind of the way that I thought he could win the MVP, because I thought there was a decent chance he'd lead a high-scoring offense. Kind of has, especially on the games where he's on. But, I mean, it's just not as simple as going, oh, well, Justin Fields is so talented. Like, there's way too much inconsistency right now. And that's okay. Like, it's okay to say things have felt inconsistent. Outside of the Atlanta game, this game was really good. Like, top to bottom, so much went well. And basically the majority of the ideas that the Bears had offensively, like, we've seen them. The Bears have been creating separation. A lot of times they don't, at least not on every play, right? But right now they're wide receiver 1, like, usually more. Or in the last couple plays cases, Tyler Scott. Like, the first guy is open, which is sweet, right? But unbelievable athleticism here. I'm really shocked that the Bears let this happen. This doesn't seem like it's that hard a call, if you ask me. Like, from a center perspective, you would think that they'd play 5 out just looking at this, but they didn't, right? Instead, they're going to let Bud Dupree, who has literally been rushing all game, right? He's been rushing all game. They're going to let him fly off the edge unblocked, and somehow Fields gets out of it. This is otherworldly, super heroic, like, amazing. That stuff is jaw-dropping. And then somebody pointed this out on the broadcast, but watch the defense get up for him. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Like, here we get the guys jumping off the bench, which is sweet. Like, they're up. They're up for him. It would be terrible for Jay Sanders, because the worst part is it wouldn't be this team. It'd be worse. It would be this team, but without DJ Moore. It would be this team without Darnell Wright. So they would be dramatically worse. Honestly, Leonidas, I think you're going too hard. Like, I think Fields is developing. I think he's getting better. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that Fields flat out wasn't doing that now we're doing sometimes. Like, I didn't used to think this. I used to think that that I was just saying this, which is unfortunate that I'm admitting it, but we're kind of there, right? Like, I used to say something, or I used to wonder if the Bears didn't have number one, would I still be talking about making a change at quarterback? Right? In a game like this is a reminder that no, we really wouldn't. I mean, not at all, right? If number one wasn't on the table, no chance. Like, would I want the Bears to trade up from number 8 to go get a quarterback? No. Would I want them to trade up from number 6 to go get a quarterback? No. Would I want them to trade up from number 4 to go get a quarterback? No. And no worries, Jose. For what it's worth, I mean, like, I'm 5'5". I've thrown a football before. You asked me that, but for what it's worth, Jose, you're talking to my Christian fraternity at Baylor's B team intramural quarterback. Like, it's not. It's no accomplishment, right? Obviously, like, I'm not trying to say that I know what college football and organized college football is like, but I know how hard it is to read the field in the moment. Like, I tried to run an offense without plays. I ran a lot too. We went 3-3 and we were not good. But the point is that, Jose, there's no doubt the field's talented. No doubt at all. The guys at number 1, they're also really talented, but there's really no losing here. If the Bears stick with Fields, the team's going to be better. If the Bears trade Fields, the team's probably going to be better. Adam, you asked earlier, there are not a lot of year 4 leaps that have really ever happened. There are some like year 6 leaps, some year 5 leaps. There are a lot of quarterbacks that get better, but the problem that we've seen is that most of the quarterbacks, like Geno, like Baker, etc., they tend to need to change teams. Like, I don't know whether that's part of the calculus, right? But it does feel as if it's important for these guys to. It seems as if it matters that they change the team, they get a new offense, their expectations change, and then they go play a fully different role than the original role they were asked to play. It seems as if that's part of what works. And you mentioned, is Baker really that bad? I think Baker got hurt. Like, for what it's worth, I think you're right that Baker doesn't belong in this category. But I also think, for what it's worth, greatest Baylor Bear. No, you're wrong, Alexander. It's not Mike Singletary. It's Andrew Billings. It's the best Baylor Bear in Bears history. No, I'm kidding. It's obviously Singletary, but still, it's fun. Jay Sanders, Drew Brees is kind of the one. The other thing worth remembering is, let's see, somebody feels like Justin's second year because of the constant OC changing within his 3 years. That's the thing, Oblivion. This gets hard because we saw a year 3 leap before. We saw a year 3 leap with. No, we didn't. I mean, Herbert just jumped out his second year, right? Let's see. Let's watch the improvement grow. You can, Adam. Like, growth is cool, right? Oh yeah, Big Bill is Baylor, 100%. But so, sick and Bears. Adam, I think the other thing to mention is that the whole point of getting a rookie quarterback is still watching a growth story. It's just not the Fields growth story, right? And that's the thing, Jay Sanders. It can absolutely. Like, Justin's year 3 with this staff is next year. You're totally right, Jay Sanders. But Goff, it's just a problem with historicity, Jay Sanders, that we just don't have a quarterback that's ever been in Justin's situation. So no worries, Jose. And for what it's worth, Jose, I've had a whole lot of people that have jumped into my stream and assumed that I'm just being negative because I'm a hater. You know what I'm saying? The whole goal here is to create a better conversation. And that's hard. This is hard. Justin is pretty good. Like, especially if we take the absolute scale, like, especially when we include guys like Kyle Trask, like Mason Rudolph, especially when we include guys like Zach Wilson and, gosh, Tim Boyle and Trevor Siemian. Like, when you when you go through the whole laundry list of all the quarterbacks in the NFL, Justin Fields is easily top 25 in the world, and that is an accomplishment. Like, and that's the thing. Like, I'm with you, Jose. I think he's also the guy. Like, I am in a weird position, Jay Sanders, for what it's worth, because I think you may agree with this, where like, I think Justin Fields is that dude. He just might not be the best quarterback, which bums me out. I've never seen this, where it's like, Justin Fields is so cool. Justin Fields is so swaggy. Justin Fields is such a great leader. Justin Fields is your perfect, like billboard guy. Look, I live in Dallas. Dak Prescott is very similar in this way and was for quite some time. Like, where he was the perfect face of the franchise. And it was just a matter of whether he was a good enough quarterback. He just wasn't traded up for in the first round. Right. And so let's see. No, like maybe it's the organization that's developing him. I mean, we put him behind the 8 ball. Absolutely. Sean, no worries. Like Jay Sanders, you mentioned the development process. The Bears break quarterbacks. We particularly broke Fields, which is part of the other part. Like, and absolutely, Sean. Let me see. Oh, no worries, Adam. I got you. If you were talking to me. But so the main thing that I look at, right, is here's where things suck. Okay. We go to Rob's rants for this. This is the part I think that hurts. I really do. Fields is awesome. If we could draft Fields again, like Justin Fields is coming out in this class a second time, I'm definitely thinking about it, right? The worst part is if the Bears could draft Justin Fields again, if you are somebody in this chat right now that likes Justin Fields, they would finally be doing right by him. Like, if they got to draft Justin Fields out of Ohio State a second time, they would put him on a team with DJ Moore. They would add a literal college teammate in this case. They would probably add more offensive line help. Like, they would probably get a new coach around him. Like, it is a crying shame what they're going to be able to do for whichever quarterback is playing for the Bears next year. That could be Fields. That could be a number 1 draft pick. Like, the situation that they can drop him into, like whatever rookie, is different than any quarterback situation that I've ever seen the Bears present. Like, Jay Sanders, you mentioned the Bears ruining quarterbacks. You're totally right. I mean, it wasn't long ago that Jerry Angelo traded for Jay Cutler and said, that's it. That's it. That's it. We're done. We don't have to, like, it was as if Jerry Angelo said, oh, good, we got the quarterback. The quarterback will elevate the whole roster. We literally don't need to invest in our offense anymore. And obviously that led to Cutler getting hit 1,000 times. And everything spun out of control from there. So then we draft Mitch Trubisky. Good. We put him on Mike Glennon's team. We throw him in after 4 games, after functionally telling the guy to give himself a chance. We basically told Mitch that he was not going to play early in the year. And then he played by week 5 and everything was terrible. Like, threw a game-losing interception and in Minnesota. And I'm not saying that everything was broken from there, but we basically gave a kid with confidence issues instant confidence issues by putting him in too early, putting the game on the line, and suddenly, like, he was playing from behind the entire rest of his tenure. So then we trade up for Justin Fields. The fan base freaks out, right? We tell ourselves Justin Fields is going to get the whole year. Maybe Nagy was right to do it. Just saying. Like, develop Justin Fields without any of the need to have to have the pressure of playing early. That doesn't work out. Dalton gets hurt. So Fields gets put in. And immediately, Fields has to play with a disinterested Allen Robinson. All he's got is Darnell Mooney, a coach that's on his way out, and a defense that can't really stop anything. And it's trying its best, but it can't really stop anything, right? And so suddenly, then Justin Fields, in his second year, gets to see the rare team that actively tanks around their second-year quarterback. And still, he flashes us some of the most special plays we've seen out of a Bears quarterback uniform ever. Yeah, I think ever. Like Justin Fields' 2022 season, Justin Fields' highlight reel is going to remain like a what might have been. I mean, you mentioned, Joe, am I saying if Fields would have been drafted to a better team, better coaches, he might have been a successful quarterback? Joe, I have no reason to tell you that's not the case, right? Like the problem is that the Bears have failed Justin Fields. I think it's okay to say both things are possible, where it's possible that the Bears have failed Justin Fields and also Fields hasn't overcome his circumstances. But that's not the diss I'm trying to make it sound like. I'm not even trying to make it sound like a diss. I'm more trying to kind of state it as a fact, where the Bears have lucked into the number 1 overall pick. They've lucked into the infinite money glitch, in a sense. And so you have to look everything in the eye and say exactly what it is and what it isn't. And I would tell you that I think that Justin Fields is way better than he should be, given the development plan that the Bears gave him. But that doesn't guarantee he's going to be good going forward, right? And so I don't know what the answer is here. I'm deferring to Ryan Poles, but it's more to say, I give you this whole long-winded explanation to say that Jay Sanders, you're right. The Bears ruined quarterbacks. But for once, the Bears are going to put a rookie quarterback known for making mistakes on a team with an electric defense that can keep scores low. If anything, they can give their young quarterback a bunch of turnovers and extra possessions. That young quarterback is going to be playing on an offensive line that's got young players that are eating right now. Tevin Jenkins, in whatever 8 to 10 games he plays, are ballers. Like, he's a baller. Braxton Jones is going to be another year better, and he's looked significantly better than he did last year. Darnell Wright should look significantly better last year. Or significantly better than he has this year. And then you probably add at least a veteran center. Maybe Nate Davis takes a step forward. Maybe doesn't. Maybe somebody else fails too. But the Bears add some offensive line depth. They add a second sick receiver. And I'm with you, Jay Sanders, that Getsy may not be the best option. I'm assuming that they're going to change offensive coaches if that's the case. So they'll bring in a brand new offensive staff. But you look at this rookie quarterback, and he's got a much better opportunity. If this is the direction the Bears go to develop, then I think any Bears quarterback has in Chicago ever, which is great. So cool. It just comes at the expense of Fields basically wearing one of the worst sets of offensive development that we've seen in probably the last 10 years. I mean, I think that Pace did a better job building around I think Pace did a better job of building around Mitch. I think Poles did a good job of doing what he was doing. I just don't think Poles supported Fields come hell or high water. I think he picked the Bears over Fields, and it's just been a matter of whether Fields pushed into it's just a matter of whether Fields played himself into the position of being impossible to move away from. And we're not done yet. I say all of this just to point out how it could go. He beats the Packers. I think Fields keeps his job. I really do. And Dr. Truth, I tend to agree with you that I think Getsy and Fields are tied together. But it does suck. Let's see. If I was offered a 2024 second or 2025 first for Fields, I take the first, Jeff. I have no problem. Let's see. Oh, Adam, you said Betsy, and I was like, Betsy who? but so let's see. Yeah, Jay Sanders, that's the thing. He gave Justin Velus Jones, and they planned to basically not throw the football at all. It was bad. Jeff, if I was offered a 2024 second or a 2025 first, I have no problem taking the future first. Delayed gratification to me is the name of the game here. And Jeff, exactly. Once again, this does feel like one of the most important Bears games in 5 years. But so let's see who's got to head out. Anytime, Dynasty. Good stuff. Talk to you soon. So maybe besides Yak and Jeff, at least what I see, speed a little bit, but I think he's a baller. I think he's a technician. I think he is awesome. How will he do as a wide receiver too? I don't know. But I think Malik Neighbors is awesome. He's speedy. Who doesn't love a sudden separator, right? But it's fun just looking at all these different receivers. I also think, DBB, are you still in here? Maybe you aren't. I still think that people are generally underrating Keon Coleman. I mean, I understand the guy's catches red flags, but I think that that kind of physicality is rare to find. Everybody talks about separation, and I'm like, watch him again. Like, of course he's not separating with his feet, but he throws guys around. Like, it's amazing watching what Keon can do. And this kind of player gets underrated a lot. Like, this is DK Metcalf in his own way. This is Keon Coleman be Quentin Johnston. Jeff, he's not fast enough to be Quentin Johnston. Like, they play completely different ways. And Mario, that blows me away personally. I mean, I think if anything, he's got a better shot at being George Pickens. Like, Jibby, exactly. Pickens is what I was thinking, where I'm like, bigger Pickens in his own way. Now, Pickens is a second rounder too, and he does very specific things, but we'll see. Hub Togo, you mentioned, do we think Fields' development is finished and he's not going to get better? Or are we saying that a rookie wouldn't have bad habits? Dual threat guides might need longer times. Hub Togo, great question. Is his development over? Nobody's development is ever over. The problem is that at least what I have seen, Jack C, thank you so much for subscribing. So, Hop Togo, in my opinion, the first 3 years that a player plays in the NFL are when they develop the most. Let's draw curves, right? So, something like that, right? So, development in the NFL seems like it's kind of like this. Year 3. Like, this is totally just my opinion, by the way. And Jeff, I have, oh, damn. There's the curve. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. This is why you got to tell me. So first of all, Jeff, you mentioned Jerry Rice's son. Maybe I'm a Caleb Homer, but Brendan Rice has not shined on tape. I watch him get bullied by a lot of guys. But so anyways, we'll get there later. The problem here. Okay, so do we see the curve? We see the curve, right? It's not this simple. Oh, man. For only the sake of this, I'm going to move. Ah! All right, so, and that's the thing, Starview. You mentioned, like, football fans want instant oatmeal. What I'm really trying to get at here, you can kind of see this, but what I'm going for, Hop Togo, is as the player gets better, so too do defenses get better at playing against the player, right? The more the player plays, the more his tendencies, the more his weaknesses, the more the ways that you beat him are exposed. And in my opinion, right, the trouble that we've got for Justin Fields is that, generally speaking, by year 3, the end of year 3, the player's growth and the defense's growth against the players tend to catch each other. And they kind of sit at the same level for the long time after that. So it's not that the player doesn't get any better. It's that the player gets better proportional with how good the defenses get against the player. And so at least what I see, right, is that it's not that Fields can't improve. Like Jay Sanders said, I think if you add a wide receiver, his stats are going to go up. Like, they kind of have to. I mean, I think they do kind of have to. There's no way Marvin Harrison Jr. is not going to get, like, more open, right, than Tyler Scott. There's no way Marvin Harrison Jr. Malik Neighbors isn't going to inspire more confidence than throwing to Tyler Scott is. But also, I think Darnell Mooney did a good job of getting open early in the season. We just didn't get him. Like, we didn't hit the throws. I think Fields got better for sure, but I also think that there's a lot of ways to go. And that's the thing, Abdul. I would tell you, to be honest. So, Abdul, how long you been a Bears fan? Like, I'm gonna shoot straight with you, man, because I have a feeling I know I know what you're gonna tell me. Unfortunately, how long have you been a Bears fan? Uh, and Jay Sanders, I want to point out that it's the same reason we've talked so many times about how the what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, that there's no bad way here, no bad way here. And Jonathan Perry, you mentioned this earlier. That wouldn't you say, according to the historical development I talked about, that Fields should be in his second year? I really don't know if that's how it works. I mean, to be honest with you, Jonathan, like what your eyes tell you about how much better a player is getting can lie to you a little. Only because you got to remember, I have a bunch of friends from New York. For some reason, the like I have a whole bunch of guys that I know that cover the New York Giants. So I actually watched a disturbing amount of Daniel Jones tape last year. I kind of don't. I think I was watching Dable for fun, right? But Daniel looked better. He looked more comfortable. He looked like he was seeing the field, like Brian Dable had helped him get from read 1 to year 2, and read 1 to read 2. At times he went read 1, read 2, kick the ball out. At times he went read 1, read 2, run the ball. At times Brian Dable had him looking like Justin Fields light, more like Justin Fields white. Hey-yo. Anyways, and then this year happened, and it all just unraveled. Like, the problem, Jonathan, is that everything in terms of our logic would say we should get better. We should get better. We should get better. Why wouldn't Daniel Jones be able to sustain the play that he had the year before? And then the offensive line fell apart. The Giants elected to basically not add any receivers. And Daniel Jones completely devolved. And now everybody wants him out. And I'm not saying by any stretch of the imagination that this is as simple. And let's see, it's not as simple as, well, he's going to get better. We hope so, right? We hope that there aren't some other, we hope that, they did add, Darren Waller, and it did improve. And Adam, that's the thing, okay? The other piece of Fields, okay? The word is not he can't. The word is he doesn't always, right? The word with Fields, it's never been a question of can he. It's a question of will he, right? And that's not me saying that it's some super dunk. If you told me tomorrow, and I think we'll see it this weekend, like if this weekend Fields is consistent, Fields gets the ball out on time, and you're right, Adam, Josh Allen doesn't always. A lot of these quarterbacks don't always is really hard. It's more like Fields will hit his third or fourth read here and there, right? Where we go, yes, there we go. And then we'll have moments where we don't find a receiver over the middle of the field, etc. And you're right, Abdul. Isn't consistency just a developmental thing that takes time? Yeah, the problem is, Abdul, time is really limited. And how much more time do you have? Because the other problem that you got to remember is that, and you're right, Jay Sanders, the other thing you look at, because Jay Sanders, you're nailing it. Like, Josh Allen isn't trying to be consistent. Josh Allen is trying to hit haymakers. And when he turns the ball over, like, the Buffalo team lives with it, because then he comes back with 2 touchdowns and a bunch of huge plays. And I'm with you, Adam, that we can't ditch good with potential for great and hopes of perfect. Well, actually, first of all, Adam, there's 2 pieces to this, because this is what you have to split. First of all, keep in mind that we are talking about Fields off the back of maybe the best day of his career. So it is really easy right now to feel like none of the inconsistency that we've seen all season happened. This is it, right? Don't we all do this? I'm completely serious. Adam, it's okay. I do this too, where it's like, isn't it so easy as a fan to go, Tyreek Stevenson just played a great game. That's because he's good. Done. Like, like it's so easy to take a player's highs and be like, this is the future, and take a player's lows and be like, he's gonna get better. And Bob, in my opinion, like in my opinion, look, if we're splitting hairs, right? I think Fields could have done more in the Browns game. Now, it's a tough game. It's so hard. But it does feel like sometimes we as Bears fans basically want to evaluate Fields in moments where his offensive line is really good and his first receiver, or at least his second receiver, is consistently open. And that actually doesn't happen a lot. Like across the NFL, it is hard to find games where you get checkmark scheme, checkmark line, checkmark receivers. Usually those games are really strong, like for most quarterbacks. I mean, Zach Wilson had a game like that just the other day. He threw for 300 yards, right? But that's not to say that I think it's hard, because I do feel like Fields is playing better. But then I look at efficiency numbers and statistics, and not quite. Now, some of that's being weighed down by 2 interceptions that were stupid. And like you're saying, Adam, like the Robert Tonyan pass probably would have changed an awful lot of that. And we're coming up on a Tyler Scott dime that I would love to see Tyler Scott catch. It's a hard catch. It's a hard catch. But NFL receivers make hard catches. Like, the NFL is a tough league for a reason. And at some point, I don't like the part where people go, oh, that's a catch any receiver would make. This is not true, right? But that doesn't mean that that we shouldn't expect our receivers to come up with hard catches at least now and again. Nice job on this. The boot works. When it's easy, man. But so let's see. Nagy curls trauma. At least, Alessandro, that was their original plan. Jeff Barber, for what it's worth, if it helps you out, I'm a huge believer that rookies are all bad. Like, they call me crazy. I am a huge believer. Because, like, Adam, you talk about this, where it's like, do your job, Tyler. Yes, he's also a rookie. Like, I am a massive, massive believer in. So I'll pause for this one thing. If you've rocked with me before, you've heard me say this before, but I think a wide-eyed, excited 22-year-old simply does not have the motivation that a 27-year-old playing to try and not get cut, so that they don't have to tell their wife that they have to move, so that they don't have to pull their kids out of their third school in 6 years and move them halfway across the country, so that maybe they can make a practice squad, but they're not sure, right? So they're going to get an apartment lease, and they're going to make sure that it has a decent buyout clause, and their wife has to think about this. Like, and they have to explain that, or they're going to stick the 22-year-old rookie and jam the snot out of them and go from there. I think that those two men have completely different motivations, and that you see that in the consistency that comes from experienced NFL veterans versus the flashy stuff we get from rookies. Like, as far as I see it, that's part of why what you want to see from what I wanted to see from Tyler Scott, to use an example, is I want to see Tyler Scott get open. I think the getting open is harder than catching the ball. Does that mean he's going to? Does that mean that that he's definitely going to, like, get better at catching the football? I don't know, right? But I do think there's a good chance he will. But that's at least my 2 cents on it. I think that I would hope that that's something you could practice. Valus makes me wonder. We're just going to flick through some of these. For what it's worth, I do think, I personally think that Lamar Jackson never gets enough credit for how good he is as a pocket passer. Moore has 4 first-round receivers. I guess we forget that. Dumb question. If a 22-year-old prospect is a 5-6-year-old, do you consider that a red flag? Jeff, I'm not getting into that. And you're right, Jay Sanders. Catching the football is his job, but getting open is the first job. At least that's the first, like, start. You can't catch the ball if you're not open. Daz Newsome. You can't, like, You can't catch the ball if you're not open. That's the Daz Newsome problem. And if you're open but drop the ball, you get clowned on. That's the Valus Jones, Tyler Scott problem. So I guess we know. I guess we know who who is Poles' type, right? I think, Adam, that's a good way to put it. That their movement is really similar. But I also think that man, this stuff rules. By the way, yeah, it sucks when we eat these hits because if you don't block the quarterback run stuff really well, this kind of stuff happens. Here, Lucas Patrick doesn't get to our spot, right? Quarterback run, toss crack. Fields gets bumped because it looks like who's the receiver making this block? Who's trying to be a hero? Oh, it's Tanyan. But whatever. Any NFL QB film you plan to watch this offseason? Demo, kind of you name it, I guess. Like, I'll watch whatever Bears fans are interested in. Right, Hope Togo? David, saying in between Dobbs and Lamar is a massive, massive gap. Let's see. How old is Lamar? Is he like 27? I would guess he's like 26, 27. If I had to just guess. You know, if I could find the all 22 on him, I can. Looks like they're in a clear man coverage look. Is this the hold? Fields is thinking run. This makes sense. Ooh, okay. Is this the play where we eat a hold? Because I know there's one coming up. No, it isn't, is it? So, Bob, I honestly don't know if either do. Just being real with you. Like, maybe Lamar. I guess I would guess Lamar. But, yeah, I know, David. But so, oh, this is the fourth down. Gotcha. So, it was funny watching this live. First of all, I don't ever have a problem with this. And Ben, you mentioned they jump, but we don't get the flag. I've seen this get called for less. I really have. Like, he flinches. I complained so much when Akeem Hicks had this happen to him. That flinch right there. But I actually like that it's not a call. Like, I prefer that it isn't called. That works for me. So, it looks like the play that they have, it just doesn't work. Like, I guess Fields could load up and throw this if he wanted to. This is about as good as I see, right? But Fields, super justifiably, sees all the man coverage and he thinks, run, baby. So he thinks about it. Like, he gets out. Spy does a good job seeing it. You got to hand it to Atlanta. 55 here is tracking Justin Fields the whole way. So at that point, they fenced him into the pocket, and Justin just tries to put the ball up. I think so, Ben, but I also think he just wanted to run because he saw man coverage, which is no problem. So for what it's worth, Ryan, not to shut you down, because I'm kind of with you, right? But Adam, I completely get where you're coming from. Like, the problem is that everything's in the middle. Let me see. Like, at least as I see it, right? The biggest issue that we have in this whole conversation is that if you wanted to say that the Bears are under supporting their quarterback, like, yeah, you can totally say that. Like, you could totally say that. If you want to say that Fields plays a style of football that gets him hurt, you can totally say that too. Like, you can be anti, you can be pro, but it's I think that the truth is in the middle for what it's worth. And it's just, you basically have to believe in your own eye test of Fields more than any historical comparison. That's basically what we're looking at. Right. Exactly, Jay Sanders. It's football. It's a team game. Like, let's see. Which formation specifically? The star view. But so That's the truth, Jay Sanders. Like, the truth is, football players get hurt, don't they? Quarterbacks get hurt. Running quarterbacks get hurt. Still standing quarterbacks get hurt. People get hurt. It can be easy to feel like that's not the case, but it is. Oh, did we get a hold here? Yeah, that's OPI. Oof. That was bad. EPL level diving. I love it. So they run up the middle. They don't get it. One of my favorite plays of the game is coming up. Ooh, yikes, Lucas. Here's Lucas Patrick getting smoked. Second and 20. Boom. I love this. Bears basically decide that chances are they're going to roll with man. Did they get a motion that told them this? Or did they just line up and know it? Nice. Looks like they basically get press, plan for a blitz. DJ comes across the formation. They never have a chance. Two clear outs and DJ underneath. Simple. Easy. Bang. Nice ball. Probably my favorite part. Look at DJ catching the ball. And this right here, remember, it's 2nd and 20. This isn't a first down. But DJ just makes AJ Terrell melt off of him and picks up the first down with ease. How do you not love that? Like, DJ Moore's yak ability is something else. It is so much fun to watch. Plant, rip. The timing on all these is totally fine too. Like, if your wide receiver one is winning all of his matchups, just keep peppering the ball like this. What's the harm? Truly. First and 10. Oh, here it is. What a ball. What a throw. These throws, honest to goodness, let's see. DJ, I just got a bunch of texts from you guys. Now I can see it. My thing didn't load fast enough. John, I love it. Thank you, Dave Tepper. Leonidas, do I think it's worth looking into center Zach Zinter? All I keep hearing is good things from Zinter. Like, I keep hearing Zinter as a really awesome prospect. So who knows? Somebody mentioned third read. This looks to me like second read, where basically we see single high. Not knowing DJ's route, I bet it's some kind of deep comeback because he doesn't fly down the field. And then if Fields sees the safety commit that way, he just plants and rips to Tyler Scott on the seam. It's kind of a called shot play, right? But drop back. Yeah, he's basically reading the safety, I guess. Maybe there's part of this that he doesn't like. He may not like the fact that he feels like Terrell is stacking, that Terrell is stacking DJ Moore. Hard to tell, but either way, because we just don't know how it's coached, right? But Fields hits the back of his drop. You could argue he plays with like one hitch, but he lets this thing go really well. It's a perfectly thrown ball, if you ask me. Like, I understand that there are going to be plenty of people that'll be like, well, I don't know if it's perfect. That's a really hard ball to throw. That thing is a rope, and it's put on a line well away from the safety and gives this guy a chance at a hell of a play. Now he doesn't make it, right? If you put the ball in his breadbasket, it's an even better throw. But I think you got to start with catchable. You have to start with catchable on throws like this. And it looks so natural. And gosh, to me, these are the throws. It's an insanely hard catch, Abdul, but these are the throws that would get you excited about Fields. It would have gotten me excited about Fields. Still have me excited about Fields. Eric, I think you said it perfectly. It's like, I love Justin Fields. Like, watching Justin Fields, it's so hard not to be like, oh man, heck yes. Like, boom. Just quick load and out. No crow hop, no nothing. Boom. Stick it on him. It goes down as an incompletion for what it's worth. Let's look from the other end. Does he get two hands on it? Okay, so for what it's worth, Bob, what do you mean? Oh, I got you. It looks like, am I crazy? Does Scott get his second hand on it until there? Like, does Scott one hand this, basically, is what I'm asking? Like, is that part of it a one hand? And then he gets his second hand on it? Because if that's the case, daggum, that would have been an insane catch. Now, could somebody else have made it? Always possible. But looking at this, I'm like, oh man, that might have been nasty. Sheesh, Brian. If that's the case, like, that would have been dirty. But, like, to me, a frozen rope like this is so hard to throw. Here's what I'm trying to think, okay? If I was watching Kirk Cousins or Jordan Love and I saw this throw, I'd be like, damn, that is a throw. And I would maybe critique Tyler Scott for kind of overrunning it, right? If I was going to be really harsh, just because he kind of takes a posty angle, even though the throw's coming over his head. Maybe he does the Mooney thing. Like, for as much as I know we would dog on Mooney might have leapt right here, kind of jumped backwards and tried to catch it with both hands, because Mooney's obsessed with trying to square up and catch the thing with both hands, probably because he doesn't like doing exactly this. Like, but also, that throw's pretty out there. Like, it's not bad. It's an extremely hard throw on a shot play. But, man, it's dirty. Riley Ridley makes a catch. I don't know about that. I always thought Riley Ridley got massively, massively overrated. Everybody was like, I love Riley Ridley because whenever he's on the field, he catches, every time he's on the field, he catches a pass. And I'm like, yeah, because defenses don't care. Brian, great to see you. Aloha. Gotcha. Rise, I would hope that Adunze would track that. That'd be sweet. And I think Neighbors might have the gas to just leg it out. But also, Tyler Scott is hella fast, so maybe not. Maybe the tracking on that throw would just be really different. Nice grab. I wish we saw this fastball a little more. Feels like Fields takes off of it a lot, but like, okay. You want to show off, DJ? Woo! Full fastball. Snares it. And then he does DJ things and almost breaks a tackle. DJ's awesome. Let's see. Riley got railroaded. Dude had great hands even in traffic. In ran decent routes. Wasn't sudden explosive. Well, that's the problem, Brian. I mean, it is hard to get open in the NFL, but I get what you mean. Like, he did have really good hands, and they always tried to make him a slot receiver. Like a big slot, which is kind of goofy. It did kind of save DJ's life, which is good. You need those. What's the score right now in this one? 17-27. DJ's awesome. It's like giving him Chris Olave. I love this play. Fields gets it. They're running a very similar play to the one that we just ran in the end zone. It's basically just 3 crossers all at the same time. right? And he sees the DJ's got nobody on him. Moore does the rest. Easy day. I like that, Bobby Ingram. Yes, I could see that. I just remember a bunch of man, Jesper Horsted was legit, man. Like another one, like, gosh, there are some of those plays early in Fields' career, especially to all the backup tight ends, where you sit there and you're like, hot dang, Fields made some throws and a half. It's backup tight ends, man. Like the Tanyan ball that Tanyan just didn't catch. And sorry, I know I'm skimming, but I do want to see if we can't at least do some defense before I die of sleep deprivation. Um, but so let's see. Ooh, what a run. God, I hate their footwork. I hate their footwork so bad. I hate this so bad. I'm sure you're all seeing what I'm seeing, right? We're all seeing it, aren't we? Aren't we? Like, and I assume that this is absolutely, I assume this is absolutely like a coaching thing. There's no way it's not. I would be. We all see a wide open slant, right? A wide open quick slant with inside. Now I don't care. I don't care. It's been a great game. I'm only mentioning this because this kind of stuff always makes me like whenever I'm watching a college quarterback, I'm always like, what are we doing, man? Like catch, you'd swear we look at it. It's right there. Isn't it? But we're gonna work curl flat, which is fine. And if we do work curl flat, there's Tyler Scott. But whatever. We run the ball, and we're a super athlete, and we're incredible, and we pick up more yards than any of that. Like, it doesn't matter. Fields is a cheat code, and when it works, it works. When it's amazing, and it's amazing. Like, he just turns, he runs, see you later. How on earth does he clear 34? How on earth does a quarterback, like, see ya? Is there a holding call on this, Ben? Is this the one with the holding call? Yes. Man, 94 sells the hell out of it, too. And see, what sucks? All right. I'm sorry, everybody. I've said so many good things about Fields. Give me this one. What sucks is that if Fields throws this, like if he throws it to, I really don't care. I really don't care. But you don't take the hold. Like the moment that you throw on time, you don't put your center in a position to where he ends up taking the hold. Now, obviously, you'd love it if Lucas Patrick just didn't hold. But also, most rushing quarterbacks eventually do end up in situations exactly like this, where their offensive line doesn't know when to let go because obviously the defensive lineman can see the scramble. Lucas Patrick cannot. And so if you hold on for just a little bit too long, boom, you end up with a hold, right? Yeah, Bob Davis. Some people had ridiculous expectations for both last year and this year's team. Not really as much as I've seen Abdul, but there we go. Okay. I'm kind of going to glaze over for some of this. Screen. Glad we got it out. Caleb Haney did his best. It feels like they did that, like they switched it up. It used to be left foot back, right? Like, but they switched the footwork probably because like Tim Jenkins bullied them or something. But third and 16. Check it down. Let me see. Bring back Haney, forget the draft. Did they switch it? Let's see. Feels like the switch to left hand or to right foot. Right foot's the way he did it in college, right? There's nothing here. Check out his right decision. It's made in time. Not gonna get them all. Go Roshan, go. I thought they might have switched something up with his footwork. Just because there were pieces of it that looked different. But that's a separate thing. Let's see. We just thank you, David. Thank you so much. Thank you, David Hunsacker. I really, really appreciate that. You have no idea how far that goes. Every bit of it. We have 180 viewers at like 1 a.m. You guys are unbelievable. Let's see. Gosh. I'm dying to know how this weekend's game goes. This weekend's game is going to make me like black out. And I'm going to see if I can't make sure everything's ready to roll as far as like bear with me goes or bear with us goes. Because that was going to be legit. And speaking of, if you haven't checked it out and you like this analysis, me and Nick do a podcast, 2 podcasts every week. It's called Bear With Us. It is Nick Whalen and I talking about Bears ball, and it's awesome. Like, I think that the support that we've gotten from Bear With Us has been unbelievable this season, and I really appreciate it. If you guys are enjoying the show, please do tell your friends. Here's exactly what's going on, right? Let me tell you exactly what's going on. If me and Nick hit certain download thresholds, it gets a lot easier to sell sponsorships, which doesn't take up much of your time, but moreover, it gets us paid so that I can justify to my wife basically recording a 3rd show. The whole goal that me and Nick have, because we think that this makes more sense, is to do post-game pod, then to do a Tuesday pod, and then to do a Thursday pod. So you get 3. You get the post-game, you get the, okay, but now we watched the film, and then you get the pre-game pod. But to get there, we want to try to get to 10,000 downloads an episode. And right now, I'm double counting anything from YouTube and, or what is this? I'm like, that's the hope, Eric. But to do that, we need to make enough money, to be honest. But so Dak, Jalen, Brock are all stars for the NFC. One will need a replacement. Tell me why it shouldn't be Justin. Ooh, that's interesting, David. That's interesting. But so let's see. No amount of fun doing pods is worth wife aggro. Oh no, Brian, I agree with you. It's why if it's making money, she's gonna be fine with it. Like, I know my wife. She literally just wants it to be worth my time. And in the wide world, that's why you hear that same phrase uttered on these streams so often. Is because when I stream for 6 hours with some of my best friends here, and y'all are so kind as to pledge memberships and donate a little here and there, like that helps me say, hey honey, they paid me $30 an hour. And then she's like, oh, nice. And that you'd be amazed. And so let's see. Oh, that's the thing, Austin. Don't feel pushed. Honestly, that's why I'm trying to say truly the best thing you can do if you like the podcast is help us grow it. Like 5-star reviews, comment on the show, like the show, algorithm stuff, right? Easy. I know it takes a little time, but you'd be amazed at how much that stuff helps because it tells YouTube, hey, Bears fans like this. And I think we're good. More than anything, we're different, which I think is positive. Like, there's a lot of Bears shows that I don't think sound similar, but ours is, sometimes we're crazy. Sometimes we're almost like hardcore to the point of being boring in terms of the football piece. But I think it's a nice balance. Like, the show's grown really well. It's just independent. Donate your tax refunds. Man, are we getting tax refunds? I'm just saying. Justin's nuts. Look at this. So I think this is so funny, right? Did we get a flag? No, that's a snowdrift. Oh, yeah. So, catch, snap. Darnell Wright gets beat slowly, but slow enough. In theory, if we step up and then we throw, let me see. If in theory, if we step up and we rip to Bob Tanyan, this play might have a chance. Another option would be, gosh, is Trent Taylor actually running like an option route or something? But I feel like I'm scrutinizing because Justin sure doesn't seem as if he knows quite where his eyes are trying to go. If anything, it seems like he's got slant DJ, he's got in breaker right here, and then he's got Bob Tanyan working over the top. And I think it's 1, 2, 3 if I had to guess. Because you mentioned left side, Jay Sanders. But if you mean like all the way down here, I don't know if he's got the time for that, especially because Collins doesn't look like he actually separates per se. He throttles it down right there. So then he steps forward, but he's just going to casually break 2 tackles, dummy everybody, take off, and that's that. I got you, Rainey. I got you, Rainey. Not to mention, you remember when we used to have to do the whisper streams? Were you there for that, Rainey? That's old channel goodness, but it's good all the same. When Fields is doing this, can I just point out, when Fields is doing this, you start to believe that both political parties can find common middle ground as Americans. When Fields is doing this, you start to think that we're all going to be okay. When Fields is doing this, you start to think that the Packers are never going to win another game again. Like when Fields is making plays like these with his legs, like you start saying anything's possible. I completely understand. Anybody out there that watches these plays and goes, holy shoot, how would we ever turn away from this? What changed from the whisper streams? I got a room. Like I used to do these streams where it was me and then a curtain in an apartment and then my wife sleeping to where my mouth went straight to her ears. And I don't know if you guys can tell, I'm not a quiet man. And so like anyways, it's when this stuff happens, I get anybody that looks at this and says, I can't move away from this. And it's I really do get it. He's amazing. And so if I get the chance, I would love to talk to EJ and Brett about quarterback stuff. To be honest, I respect Brett so much I just don't want to disagree with him. Like maybe that's me being a wuss, but I I don't handle somebody being like, well, I don't know. And I'd be like, I don't know in some cases, but I don't know. Everybody sees the game differently, right? That's the whole magic of football. Thank you so much, Isaac Suazo. So let me see. There was somebody, Oblivion. You asked what happened to my old channel. Look, here's the story, okay? I think there have been a lot of people that have loosely wanted to know, right? But I can throw this out there. So if you go and you look up Second City Gridiron, that's the old Run Past Opinion channel. And so that was a channel that I built when I was making videos every single week about the Bears. The whole reason the streams happened is because I became a father, ran out of time. And so I just watched the game and then do a stream and we do it live and it became its own thing. But it originally started as me copping out because I would be staying up until 5 a.m. creating these like edited breakdowns of what happened. And that was honestly when I knew no ball at all. I'm amazed anybody watched them. But so built the channel up to like 10,000 subscribers, right? Nice. Solid. And then around the time that I started working more with Windy City Gridiron, we really thought we could push it. We rebranded to Second City Gridiron also because I was burned out and didn't know what I was going to do with the channel because I didn't want to abandon anybody, but I really didn't enjoy it. I mean, this was around like 2021. The Bears were awful. Like I hadn't found I hadn't found a balance between how to handle the team and et cetera, et cetera. But I made, if I could be honest, a mistake. And that's okay. Like, don't tell him. I know they're not going to watch this deep in the stream, but looking back, I made the decision to give the channel to Windy City Gridiron. And then a year later, got the opportunity to be editor-in-chief at the Bears blog, which has been really good for Twitter at the very least. And I think it's been good for my own professional development. I think we've been able to do some really cool things over there. But I didn't get the channel back, which is fine. I didn't really get the chance to tell anybody on the channel that I was leaving because people were worried that that might do negative things to the channel. So instead, I just started another channel. I really didn't talk about it because it kind of would have been tacky to talk about it. And I wasn't trying to create any beef. I think Lester and Jeff and everybody over at WCG is doing an awesome job. Like, I love those guys. That's my home, so to speak. But Oblivion, for what it's worth, that's the story on what happened to the other channel. So we're building up a new one, and I'm not worried about it. I think once we get to the off season, there's going to be all kinds of I think there's going to be all kinds of stuff we're able to do because edited breakdowns tend to do better. Nothing wrong with that. But I am able to better produce off season stuff, and I do think, like Evan, you talked earlier about like how we're not as negative as other Bears podcasts are in some cases, like me and Nick. What I tend to think is that I can generally create a bunch of off-season discussion that I think a lot of other people don't do as good a job on, and that's okay. Like, for instance, if you go back, and you look at the videos that I pumped out in the off-season for this channel to get it started, I love those things. Like talking about Cody Whitehair versus Sam Mustipher, talking about Mooney's role in the offense versus Claypool, talking about like all the other stuff that we were able to build in like the Bears Today format, etc. that I'm going to go back to when we're not covering a Bears game that happens every single week. It's good stuff. Like, excited. I think the channel's got legs. And that's if I don't get hired somewhere else, but we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out together. But hey, Starview, I'm just glad you enjoy it, to be honest. Like, so then Bears keep driving. They're going to score a touchdown. Then we're going to speed watch some offense because it's awesome. Let me see what, Jay Sanders, I made the switch over in like July. Smart decision. This will do. Case, to be fair, like football is one of the only dadgum sports I've ever seen where most people have no interest in watching all of the players play. Like, the default view for watching a soccer match is the all 22 view. I do mean that literally. It's a starting 11. The default view for basketball is the all 22 view. The default view for hockey is, for the most part, the all 12 view. You can't see the goalie, but they're just giving you all the players. Like, it's wild to me how many people don't want to know and aren't trying to know. But that's okay. Everybody can make their own decision. Like, the weird part to me, Jordan, it's not just watching casually. I get watching casually. Not everybody's obsessed. But the fact that people don't want to know that DJ gets open because once again they force a man matchup, like that they force a man matchup because they're playing what looks to me like cover 3 match. Maybe it's cover 1, but I just don't think you'd line up like this if it was cover 3 match. Like, and so then you get the man tag because that's all they've been doing. Like, I got to tell you guys, my opinion, I'm stunned that Atlanta's been successful at all on defense, given that they are simply letting you man tag off of a slot receiver. Like, this has been working all game for the Bears. Let's just go with a bunch set, and then they'll man up DJ Moore. Good luck. I bet we'll stop him this time. Like, flies down the field. It's really well contested as best it can be by the DB. But if memory serves, don't they draw a flag here? Or does Cairo Santos just punish and score? Like, that's a great competitive ball. It's a competitive rep, honestly. No, it's not that it's the CB's fault, Jordan. It's more that, like, let me be so clear, because Jordan's absolutely right. You would think that this is the wrong rep for me to make this point. No. This is the perfect rep for me to make this point. Like, Justin Fields gets a one-on-one against a, let me see. Justin Fields gets a one-on-one with a man route downfield to DJ Moore. This is why he's gotten 166 yards in the game, or whatever it was, maybe like 159 yards, right? And that's the thing. We got away with a really good hold on David Terrell. We did. It's all to say, like, Jordan, to me, from an offensive standpoint, if that's all you need to do to get the matchup you like on a route you like, oh man, okay, like, we can do that. And the corner plays his leverage really well. Like, he does a great job. And like you're kind of talking about, Ben, I have no problem throwing this, but isn't it always funny when a defense over rotates and busts on the check down, and you look back and you go, oh man, it's so open, right? But nothing you can do. It's a nice throw. Let's see. That's the thing. 3x1, 4x1s force a match zone, man type coverage a lot of the time. I'm right there with you. Where, like, if you try quarters, people can just, did you say, like, are you saying specifically they run at it, or like they find the open spot and they just hit it, right? I'm with you, Case. I love them throwing this. Let's see. He opens his hips to try to pass off the route to Bates. Bates just doesn't do it. I love that. I mean, it looks to me like he's opening his hips to basically try to wall off that inside, at least from what I'm seeing. And so then Bates is trying to sit on anything over that way. But it's so funny because Bates attacks down. And if DJ for some reason was running a post, like, he gone. And they'd have no chance. Competitive. That's good ball. Also, Case, I want to just throw out that I really liked your discussion with Dr. Derek in our Discord. Discord link. Somebody put the Discord link in the chat. We do have a Discord. And we talk football with as many people who want to talk football consistently. But Case did a big, not quite a thesis, but an expose, so to speak, on good running back play and what it's doing for strong offenses in football. And I got to tell you, I think it's really cool, Case, just because you're right. Teams with really good running backs are eating right now. It's not that simple, but man, like, you look at what McCaffrey's doing for that San Francisco offense. A lot of these heavy rushing attacks that come from the Shanahan tree, like, I don't know if the bot's still running, Case. I thought I tried to move it over, but for as technically savvy as I am really lazy sometimes when it comes to little improvements on this. I think it's because football always puts me in a non-technical state of mind. It's a very technical game, but not technology. Oh, man, is this juice? Wiggle out? Oh, my gosh. Who is this safety? Who is this safety? This guy doesn't even, he's not even close. He's not even close. Get it, baby. Herbert Cooper. Been there, Leonidas, for what it's worth. The Destiny days. If I had more time, I'd still be doing it. Loved it. Herbert's reads are weird, Ben. He loves to bounce it. But man, when it works, it works. It's wild to me looking at, oh my gosh, 27. Get dusted harder. You remember how we've talked on this channel all the time? Flat feet will get you burnt, Sir Lord, and it doesn't help anything that it's the wrong footing for this. Like, maybe you could pull this off on, like, normal footing or even just the grass at normal temperature. But on a snow day like this, I have to imagine footing was poor and Herbert's just going to eat you. Man, this is bendy. Look at this angle. Whew. It's this shimmy, the one back in the other way, like pulling the feet under you. Whoosh. Oh, Eric, in my opinion, does Fields really take a shot on this play? Oh, come on. Bud, what are we doing? Khalil? You're lucky we stepped out of bounds, bro. Don't you drop that. He does, Sir Lord. He just zips. 1st and 1. Go get you that score. Just an awesome game, top to bottom for the Bears. All right. In case I'm with you on the Mac trade, I think I was a little surprised that we were still debating whether the Mac trade was a good trade. I was like, this is a total good trade. But we purely because I'm also still amazed. Like, okay, so Case, I'm doing that thing with Khalil Mack that everybody did with Tom Brady for forever, right? Where it's like, okay, this year's the year he's too old. Okay, this year is the year he's too old. Okay, this year is the year he's too old. Okay, this year is the year he's too old. Like, the fact that Khalil Mack is still doing it at age 33, I'm like, what? That is wild to me. Like, exactly, Ben. He just a freak. He's his own dude. But so, good for him. Oop, not that one. This one. Chicago defense. Let's do it. I haven't watched a lick of this. So we will learn together. We go until 2, which I hope that doesn't mean 3. Oh yeah, they start with the flea flicker. They started by emptying the clip, man. Look back. Oh, no chance. No chance. That's just the perfect spot for that zone, too. We're going to work quick, okay? Like, rather than drawing everything, we're just going to kind of go and vibe. Also, Billings in coverage. Billings underneath. I'm telling you right now, you ain't throwing through this lane. You ain't getting there. Like, big, long, takes up space. It might. Locked on, or I don't remember what it was. Oh, it was locked and loaded. You mentioned the Packers matchup. I'll tell you right now. Okay, so let me see. Billings would have clamped up Njoku. Oh man, that'd be awesome. All right, so somebody asked about the matchup with Green Bay. I think the matchup with Green Bay is really, really intriguing because I think, and God, so there is no pain, and I know you guys know this. There's no pain like the fact that as reasonable Bears fans, every time we watch a Packers game, we just sit there and go, oh God, oh wow, oh my gosh, it's so good. Oh, it's so good. Like talking about the offensive design. We've been there every time. You know it's true. Like we did this for 3 to 4 years with Aaron Rodgers. We did this with week 1 with Jordan Love. I'm so sorry to all my wonderful fans who've picked up with me in the middle of the season. Unfortunately, the Packers have literally some of the best offensive designs in ball. And I wish I could change it. I would if I could. Like it is wild how well Matt LaFleur schemes. Like, he does a great job matching formation to situation. He does a great job leveraging Aaron Jones. And somehow and locked and loaded, you nailed that. Like, somehow the Packers always get the absolute best. Or like, the Bears deliver the absolute best. The Bears get the best performance the Packers have. Feels like every season. And so, is Jalen Johnson going to play? Hope so, man. Like, and Hope Togo, yeah, he did. Aaron Jones is a nightmare. And I'm right there with you, Austin. I think that this matchup should be. This is the part that I think is going to be hard to swallow. The Packers are no less a bad matchup than they were early in the season. The Bears are just playing a lot better. And they have Montez Sweat, which is helpful, which it would be more helpful if the Packers had a bad offensive line or bad tackles. They don't. But you end up where you're going to have, and I think this sucks, to be honest with you guys. Like, as a Bears fan, I think this is the worst. But the Bears have, as Bears fans, we are strength on strength. We are weakness on weakness, so to speak. And you kind of need Justin Fields to come through in ways that he hasn't in the past. Like, the thing that I don't like as a Bears fan here is that we need Justin Fields to throw well against zone, because the Packers are going to play 5 down on the line of scrimmage. They're going to work to take away all rushing lanes. They're going to sit and play contain, and they're going to ask an ass-whooping defensive line to whoop ass. At least that's the aim, right? And so then on the other side of the ball, like, they're also just going to drop into a bunch of coverage stuff. And I wouldn't be surprised if one-on-one, I still think DJ's got the advantage over Jair Alexander. And DJ got open plenty in the first game. Fields just didn't throw it. So it'll be a really interesting, like, 1-to-1 that when we look at what's happening in Fields' development, because Green Bay right now isn't playing well. Like, not on defense, but they have had Justin Fields' numbers since he's been in the league. Like, that's the thing. Short hitches, rollouts, but, like, you need to do more than that to move the ball, Ben. And so we'll see. Like, still being unsure is hilarious how unprepared the team and even us fans were. It seriously was. And for what it's worth, Demo, I remember talking about how it was a bad matchup then. I just didn't think they'd get blown out. Like, that's what I'm still mad about, is the part where they quit, right? Like, I'm still mad. I'm still mad about the fact that it's not them losing. Them losing 24-17, I was prepared for that. Like, I was mad that they got blown out and that they stopped trying. And so, yeah, I just assumed Jair's back. It would be weird if it wasn't. Like, he got suspended for 1 game, but moreover, Green Bay kind of needs this one. And Chicago's been kind of on fire. But here's the part that I think all the Bears fans can get up for. Everybody, like, I just talked about the Fields part, right? But here's the other thing. Everybody is assuming, and I'm assuming this too, that Flus is back. What if Matt LaFleur undresses him, right? This Green Bay offense is cooking. Gas, baby. They're running the ball. Jordan Love looks comfortable. Like, Case is absolutely right. They have such an ungodly amount of interceptions. The linebackers are everywhere. Like, everybody's playing well. So what if Green Bay cracks the code, right? What if suddenly Green Bay, I doubt they will, to be honest with you. Case, I think your 17-13 has a much better chance of happening than what I'm about to suggest. But it's so funny, Joe, because you're saying, I think they're going to try really hard. But for what it's worth, like, the Bears had a great performance from Andrew Billings in the first game. It did nothing. Like, it's tough out there. Now, the other thing that doesn't help, Ben, to use your example, when you say 14-9 loss, let's remember what Matt LaFleur did the first time around. The guy did a great job scheming leverage, right? Maybe the Bears linebackers are ready to take that away. And like Starview said, we had no pressure. Now, hopefully, we have Gravon Dexter. Now, hopefully, we have Montez Sweat playing well. Hopefully, none of that happens. Austin, if we get 6 interceptions, a 73-0 win, everybody's getting extensions. Like, and I'm with you, Bob, that TJ and Edmonds are locked in right now. But This is a statement game for both guys, right? If you're Matt LaFleur, I'm just saying. Okay, so we probably all saw the Pete Bukowski tweet. We probably all saw the Aaron Rodgers comments. The kind of people saying, well, it's not really a rivalry if you're not winning the game, right? There's no way the Packers owners don't care about this rivalry. You can't lose this one. You can't get eliminated from the playoffs twice. Like, this is so important to Matt LaFleur that he doesn't screw this up and stays in the playoff positioning. Like, it matters to them. Does that mean that the Bears are going to care less than the Packers? No, I think it's just a huge game for both sides. Like, that's really all I'm trying to make the argument of, is that this is a playoff game for all intents and purposes. This is stakes. Like, and Ben, it looks, they do way more pressure looks. They've been backing off lately. Like, let's watch through the game, and I bet you're not going to see near as many hell blitzes. It seems like the Cleveland game kind of cooled them off on the hell blitzes, like where they're not just throwing stuff. But that's the thing, Jordan. Like, Case, I don't even think you're wrong. Like, we've got Tevin. It is a must win, Robert. Like, Robert, I think you're nailing it. I think it's a playoff game. Like, and just to point out, I think that's good. Like, I can't help. Remen, I think this is the game that most fans need, right? Like, Bob Davis, you mentioned Luke Getsy Masterclass. You know what, Bob? I bet, Bob, if I told you that Justin Fields walked into Lambeau and put up 38 points in a 38-17 smoking of the Green Bay Packers, yeah, you'd be down to bring Luke Getsy back. Not saying definitely, but that if the Bears did it, you'd go, well, okay. We did kind of have something there at the end, right? And on the other hand, Remen, don't you want to see Fields in a position where the Bears need to win and he delivers? Like, that's what I think I need to see. Thanks for subscribing, Bob Davis. I appreciate it. Like, the main thing that I look at with this game, okay? Just because, at least in my experience, this is, yes, Colin. Yes, Colin. You're the man. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I got you, man. I got you. But so the screen game plan, I agree with you, Evan, that can't happen. But so the other thing that I was going to look at is basically saying, like, so there's been one other story. Okay, so I'm going to show us all something. Nobody here is going to like this, okay? Everybody just please take a deep breath. I didn't create these numbers, okay? So if you go to Pro Football Reference, right, and you go Justin Fields stats. We click on Justin Fields stats. Then you go to splits, career splits. Or if you'd like, we can go with 2023 splits. 2023 splits may be better, just so we focus on this year, right? And we go down and we look at the advanced splits section, okay? And we get to here. Can everybody see a little better? And we look at here. That'll do. The big ones that I look at that I'm shocked it works this way. Well, I'm not this shocked it works this way, but this is kind of the big one. Look at the difference between leading, trailing. Oh, terrible circles. Look at the difference between leading and trailing. Look at the difference between first half and second half. And then here is both of the like late game scenarios, right? Now, I am not saying that this is as simple as it is. It's not this simple, but it is really weird that you go from an 144, like, or an 101.4. I'm sorry, I'm low. An 111.4 quarterback rating, down to a 90, down to an 89.5, down to a 52 from quarter 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. And I imagine the Bears organization is wondering what's gonna happen with their current young quarterback when they're put in a normal NFL position to have to win the game late. Like, the NFL is a one possession league. Like, you can't keep mashing teams. The Bears are kind of just mashing teams. Like, the Bears are 5-2, and I swear they've brought a 2-possession lead into the end of like nearly every game, which is wild. And Alpha, I'm right there with you. Like, it's not as simple as going, but this is the 2023 splits. This isn't the 2022 or 2021 split, right? Like, it's just like, that's the thing. 4P, you mentioned Kenny Pickett. Loud. Like, remember Mitch, for crying out loud? Like, Mitch Trubisky was a 2-minute god. Mitch Trubisky was fourth quarter homeboy. Like, Mitch Trubisky would go like, what was it? Like 2 minutes and 1 second? 2-minute warning. Like, it was wild. Like, Mitch could just turn it on in the 2-minute drill. And you'd swear that with Fields, it feels like it just falls apart at the seams sometimes in those late spots. But more than anything, the part that I kind of keep throwing out, yeah, I'm not trying to make you want Trubisky back. Like, the hard part within this is me more throwing at you guys that, like, in the NFL, and you. So, did we watch the Lions Dallas game? A bit of a weird pull, right? If you watch the Lions Dallas game, sure, we could talk about we could talk about how the Lions had that screwball call at the end of the game, but there was this one specific shot at the very end of the game that I thought was really cool. And that's because they panned to Dak right before the Lions, or right after the Lions had picked up the conversion, and that they thought that they were going to get. And Dak was like crouched, and he was just staring at the ground. And honest to goodness, like, as somebody who likes to think he's unbiased in that situation, Dak looked friggin' locked in. Dude had 23 seconds and 2 timeouts and needed to move the ball about 45 yards to give his super kicker a shot at it, like a shot at a score, right? And the main reason that I mention this is because that's the league. Like, the NFL right now is a league where eventually you've got to run a 2-minute drive. Eventually, you have to put up 3 points in 45 seconds. Like, and I tend to agree with you, right, Alpha, that there's so many of these scenarios where we've lost in. And worse, Alpha, I think the Bears have a here we go again complex that keeps popping up. Like, I think that the Bears, I think if us stupid fans, if us silly fans think to ourselves, when Fields throws an interception against the Cardinals, oh my God, it's an 8-point game. This isn't going to happen, right? That there's at least one player thinking it. Like, and that's the thing, locked and loaded. Unless the Bears annihilate the Packers, and if they do, whatever, man. Like, sure, extend everybody. If you annihilate the Packers, wow. Then they're going to have to beat a rival that they are 4-24 against. They are 4-24 against the Packers in their last 28 meetings. And they're going to have to beat them with a quarterback that tends to struggle in the fourth quarter. This is Fields' opportunity to rewrite every narrative. This is his opportunity to rewrite every destiny. But we need to see it. And if he doesn't, I do tend to think that there are going to be a lot of people that are leaning one way right now that'll lean another way on Monday morning. And it'll be brutal. It won't be fair, right? But the moment that you, as a Bears quarterback, play 3 years in Chicago, you go 0-6 against Green Bay, there are going to be some people where that's That's the only thing you need to tell him. Like, it's, let's see, imagine if we beat them the same way we beat the Falcons. Remen, you do that. Like, nobody's building statues yet, but people are drawing up plans. Like, his his Flus 200 challenge, is that a thing? Does he keep trying to challenge him for that? But so, Joe, I think that the Packers. So I think the Packers offense out schemed the Vikings defense, which is hard to do. But also, I think that Jaren Hall did not play well, right? But exactly, Colin. Well, that's the other thing, Colin, right? You mentioned that it's either going to be It's So Jover or We're So Back. Colin, I sit there and I think to myself, we're either going to end going, oh man, we're going to be so back next year, or we end going, oh man, we're going to be so back next year and also in the year's future. Like, hey, we got the number one pick, for crying out loud. You can't put out my fire. Like, okay, we lose to the Packers. Good to know. We're still going to beat the Cardinals, the Commanders, and the fourth place schedule we have next year. No problem with that. Like I have no issues. None. Man. Case, you know what sucks? Just saying. If Flus outright said that he needs to hit the 200 challenge, what I hate about that is that that's one positive stat and two negative stats. Like, that we're trying to limit, we're more focused on limiting the negatives than we are about pushing the positives. Me personally, look, I'm no coach, right? But if I had a quarterback that could deliver me 5 touchdowns and it was going to take him turning the ball over, like, let's say 2.5 times a game, for me to get those 5 touchdowns, give me the 5 touchdowns anytime. Like, the Mahomes or the Allen attitude of just throw it. I don't know. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Like, I'll live with that. I'm your coach. Like, you let that thing howl. And if it doesn't, and if you make a mistake, I'll figure it out. And trust your defense. That's what they're there for. Like, and so I don't know what that means, but yeah, the F we ball attitude. Absolutely. Like, and Alpha 100%. Who wouldn't? Right? 360 yards, five scores, 2 interceptions, and a fumble. Sure. That's probably not going to lose that game. You'd hope that if you hung 35 points on him, like, you'd handle it. But so, Jay Sanders, you got DJ Moore, and you're hoping that you got Cole Kmet. And I mean, I wish Darnell Moody's headspace wasn't so bad, but it'll get tough. The Packers defense, that's the thing. Like, Joe, the Packers defense's big problem is that they basically rotate into, they play like a really soft zone. Like, their zones are just not competitive. It's a technique problem. It's less like they're running a very popular scheme and they run it with a whole bunch of exotic wrinkles. And in theory, it could be good. In practice, they don't play any of their leverage well. Like, everybody ends up confused and disoriented, and the linebackers don't play well, and they get pulled around all the time. Like, it's a mess. Like, I would tell you if they had some kryptonite weakness, right? But they don't. They just aren't good. Like, when you don't execute against them, Bryce Young hangs 30 on you because they're overcommitting left and right. They're like, they've got Jonathan Mingo and the corpse of Adam Thielen running open. Like, it's the wrong defense to say, oh man, Barry is, I don't know if Barry's a Fangio disciple, right? But it's like he watched a bunch of Fangio's tape and then, or it's as if they watched a bunch of Fangio's tape and tried to build an offense off of that, right? And then Jay Sanders, you absolutely need to get Fields more weapons. There's no chance, or there's no question that the Bears quarterback needs more weapons, period. But you taking what you can get here at the end. Like, it's week 18 and you're down your wide receiver 2 and wide receiver 3 from the way you started the season. And the only saving grace is that your tight end became a tight end, like a top 10 tight end of the game. He might be a top 5 tight end of the game, like, depending on your definition of what makes a good tight end. But I don't think he was oblivion, but it's like he's into all the quarters cover 3 stuff that, sounds like Kmet will be back. That's good for Fields. He did play last week, but we'll have to see what happens. I mean, we really will, because This is going to be Darnell Wright's big roll up your sleeve rematch with Rashad Gary. This is going to be Braxton Jones rematch with Preston Smith. That's not a good matchup for Braxton Jones because Preston Smith is exactly the kind of leaning edge rusher that I think could do some damage to him. Kenny Clark got eaten alive by Devontae Wyatt early in the season. Like, Tevin Jenkins is kind of our saving grace here. But if I was them, I would just line up Kenny Clark over Lucas Patrick and whoop Patrick's ass the entire game. Like, this is not me not being a Bears fan. Like, love our team. But they've got exactly the kind of defensive line that I would not like, that I don't want to face if I'm the Bears. But so, let's see. The good news, Alpha, is that if you are stumping for, let me see. Oh, I mean, that's the thing, David. Like, Preston Smith is dangerous. He's easy to forget, but he's dangerous. But so, I'm going to be very interested, Joe. Alpha, the good news is that if you're stumping for MHJ is a big 6'4" receiver, but also wins with his feet. I mean, the guy is nutty in terms of just what he is and what he isn't. He's the kind of guy who's going to unintentionally make you think he's smaller than he is because his feet are too good for him to look 6'4", but he is 6'4", and he's got the body of 6'4". It's nasty. And you're absolutely right, Case. I mean, it's hilarious that the Packers have tried to build the Bears defense. It doesn't work for them. But so, let's see. Colin, let me tell you something you already know. Colin Styles. What the Packers are in Week 18 is the perfect test. Tell me I'm wrong. Matt Eberflus, you need to stop a creative offensive mind that's been out scheming people left and right. You need to have answers within both your personnel and your play calls for how you're going to address the problems that you know this offense is going to present to you. And also, on offense, you need to find your way through some bad matchups. Like, the Packers have the guys on paper to stop you. They haven't been playing well, but neither had the Browns, and that didn't stop the Bears. The Packers are probably going to try to protect the ball, but they've got a young quarterback that's been playing really well. I mean, he started the year playing pretty bad, but now he's been playing really well. They're hot at the wrong time. But, Colin, the NFL isn't easy. We don't need to give Matt Eberflus, Luke Getsy, Justin Fields bonus points for beating the Falcons with Taylor Heineke, part 2, right? We don't need to give Luke Getsy bonus points for beating the Cardinals on the backs of we're going to run the table turning into we're not actually going to run the table, right? And that's the thing, Joe. I trust in Phil Snow, but also I love that this game has a real shot at showing up, answering questions. This feels like a question answering game. Cardinals did beat the Eagles, Jay Sanders. I don't know who that said more about, but hey, it's the right offense. Like, what if the defense wins the game and Fields plays okay? I have no idea. We'll get there when we get there. Like, I really mean that 4P because, like you're saying, if Justin Fields scores the game-winning touchdown in the third quarter and the Bears just ride it out, right? Like, I don't know. Like, we'll get there when we get there. But for now, they got to win the game first. And so somebody mentioned, Remen, you mentioned why are the Bears able to build a good defense so quickly no matter the regime? So, Remen, I am a big believer. It's kind of a joke, but I kind of mean it seriously. In team soul, like, I think that there are teams where you put the jersey on and you're just going to be good at blank, right? Like, I think, for instance, that if you're a running back and you put on the Bears jersey, like, you're probably going to be a really good running back. Like, would David Montgomery have been as good if he started his career as a Charger? No way. Not a chance. But you put that Bears jersey on, and then you go to a Lions team where, honestly, the Lions have also had pretty good running backs throughout their career. Like, yeah, you're going to ball. And he's been balling lately. Like, you are unfortunately, if you play quarterback in a Green Bay uniform, you're going to be really good. Like, Jack Sanborn is a depth piece if he plays in Dallas. In Chicago, he's legit. Like, Andrew Billings, I'm not surprised. He puts on the Bears uniform and he goes from, hey, this guy's like kind of underrated good to this guy's like really underrated good. Like, yeah, exactly, Alpha. Right? And so I'm with you, Jay Sanders, that like there's definitely some piece to this that it's an organizational thing, but I'm Ben, what are the woo-woo cults? I know this is ridiculous, Ben, but I swear you'd think that the same team themes keep popping up for like teams left and right. When name me a time the Steelers have had bad receivers. Like, I'm sure maybe there was a time 20 years ago, just like how the Bears had the Mel Tucker defense for a little while. But it's always hilarious to me how ownership seems as if it emphasizes being good at certain things. Like, the Bears want you to have a good defense. The Bears owners ask, how are you going to build a good defense? The Bears owners will sign off on drafting Gervon Dexter, who I'm down for. But think about all the second round picks that the Bears have spent on defense while the offense flounders in the last 3 years. Like, and so 100% Ben, but I say team soul and it's more fun, right? But so all that to say that like, he does, Evan. But so anyways, it's always funny to me just to envision like a video game-esque stat boost. Oh, you went to the Bears jersey, or you went to the Bears? Well, if you're a running back, boost. If you're a linebacker, boost. We do, Jay Sanders, every time. But so, right, Alpha? We had 2 second rounders in both drafts. What did we spend them on? Offense, right? Right. But college teams do have a soul. Like, I swear, tumultuous, it's a thing. Like, and then the Iowa tight end is hilarious. The Iowa can't get their quarterback right, and there's like nearly nothing you can do about it. Like, it's wild. But so, let's see. Oh yeah, Mel Tucker was the Bears D coordinator for Trespit, baby. Let's see. Right, Case? And then also, Case, another thing New York is really good at, specifically if we're talking about the Giants, is like punching well above their weight for like 1 to 2 beautiful games. It just so happens that 2 of their Super Bowl runs came off of 1 to 2 beautiful games where they just plowed. The New York Giants will upset you. Let's see. Probably Iowa football, just because you get some bizarre games like that Nebraska game that they played just the other day was outrageous. Like, the quarterback chucking the Iowa quarterback chucking a game-losing interception only to then chuck a game-losing interception. Like, that was so funny. That was one of the funniest college games I've seen in a long time. It's the truth, Case. 4P, there it is. That's it. Got rid of the Ohio State curse. Is this Stevenson? Man, I know he like doesn't get the ball. Watch Stevenson close here. This is what I'm excited about. like just quickness of getting in the lane. Oh, I really don't think he did, Jay Sanders, but I'll need to get that tape. Is Dexter even in? Good job, Eddie. I think I am immune to the snow now. Oh man, this was so funny. Falcons were cooking until they were not. And then Young Hoku couldn't make the field goal. Don't you say it, Alpha. So, for what it's worth, Alpha, one golden rule on the channel. I don't know how long you've been around, because Alpha, I haven't seen your name more than a couple times. But so, Foster, no worries. No worries. I'm always here. But so, the Alpha, one golden rule we have on the channel is don't pick a Hall of Famer when you're comparing a player. You can compare him, absolutely. But try not to, you bet, anytime, butthead. Check out the VOD. But so, Greedy, I think there's a push to replace Eddie because Eddie's been fine and he's like $15 million expensive. So it's pretty expensive. Like, I love Eddie Jackson. I just think it's the right time is basically where I look at. And Case, I know you're in here. Like, they have the money to spend. Yeah, right. They have the money that they can spend, but also you can recoup 15 mil and push the position somewhere else, which is okay. No worries, Alpha. The whole goal is to get people to stop saying things like, the whole goal is to stop saying things like, oh, Tremaine Edmonds, he's a lot like Urlacher, right? Well, that's going to get anybody excited. When you pick a Hall of Famer, like, yeah, that's going to get anybody excited. So if possible, pick a pretty good player, right? Because, for instance, like Gervin Dexter, what's the problem? This is the problem, right? Pass downs, elite. Rundowns, we kind of let ourselves get bullied here. That's less than good, right? A lot of the pass rush is working, but we're seeing Flash, especially right now, as a pass rusher. But we're inconsistent with our pad level, which I cannot believe I'm saying about a professional football player. And shockingly, we are struggling in the run game. Like, and he does get tripped, but this happens more than you'd think. Tumultuous, because you're right. Also, hot diggity. Get it, DeMarcus Walker. As a run defender, the guy's been a stud. Gervon's still out there. We're going to bump this front. Ooh, we're a little late on the get off, but guess who? Yes. Oh, man. Okay. This is hilarious. Ooh. So first off, we get Gervon Dexter in a dead run, tracking down Taylor Heineke. Then we take a look under the hood. And who else? I think we get some Zach Pickens action. They bump the front. He's back at one tech. Oh, yeah. Work that center, or work that guard. Make Heineke just nervous enough. Let's see, do we get a flag? I don't think so. That's just where he runs, right? 94 is Raheem Green. He does locked and loaded. He plays the run really well. I'll catch you later, Eric. Boom. There we go, Zach. Interior pressure, yes. How does Gervon Dexter get this kind of speed standing straight up like that? I'll never know. 3rd and 6. Riley, it's tougher than you'd think. There goes Taylor. Honestly, Alpha, as much as I think Tremaine Edmonds is a fun physical player to watch, I always think that paying a linebacker $18 million a year is a high price tag, no matter what kind of player you are. Like, you got to be insane to justify that. And when I look at Maine Edmonds, I see a player that's really good, but he's not Fred Warner. But I also sometimes feel like it's easy to let the theory of standards get in the way of having any fun. And I'm trying find the balance between just relaxing, because to be honest about it, like, if all I did was whine about inefficiencies, like so Jordan, here's the thing, right? I think that zigging where other people zag is really good, right? Like, I think the Bears have found value total in their linebackers, but that's mostly because I would tell you, Jordan. So I'm still a believer that the linebacker position at the moment is probably overpaid, but I also think that TJ Edwards is a straight up steal, in my opinion. Um, Edmonds has 1 pick 6, which is sweet, but it's the down to down stuff that I think that he's gotten better lately, but he doesn't play the run very well. Right, Colin? It's more common than you'd think, 100%. But so it is locked and loaded. Edmonds has a bunch of picks on the year because he stands in the middle and the ball gets tipped a lot, which is great. But TJ does pop on tape. It's really all to say that, like, for a guy who's paid $18 million, you would theoretically love to see Edmonds play the run a little bit better than he does, right? But he doesn't. Instead, TJ's kind of your two-way linebacker. Edmonds is your pass coverage specialist, and that's the market rate for a first rounder who plays like an alien. Like, I get why they spent what they did, but hey, it's fun. Ray Lewis, yeah. Also, hey, to be fair, when Tremaine, who you see right here, follow this bundle of snow, when Tremaine doesn't get blocked, he hits like a train. He's fun. I love it. Him as a pursuit backer is awesome. And that's exactly right, Matthew. Like, it's Edmonds making like 12 to 14, but also, at what point, Matthew, am I a poor man complaining about a rich man's money? Like, there, it feels kind of gross as an analyst to be like, it's not what I think the position in general is worth. Like, I think it's hard to justify Roquan at $100 million. Like, it is, Case. That's the thing, right? But I don't know. Linebacker's just a weird position. I will pay Sweat. I will happily pay Sweat $25 million to transform the defense, like, through pressure, compared to $20 million for a linebacker, which just scares me. But like you're saying, Zach, when you do get Edmonds in open space, he's a dynamo. There you go, Terrell Smith. Good job. Edmonds is a solid blitzer too. That's the thing, Jay Sanders. I also think Edwards isn't getting paid enough. The Edwards is getting paid. Edwards is only getting paid what he is because he's a former UDFA. How silly is that, right? Get him. Get him, Bill. Get him, Bill. Get him, Bill. I'm blaming Jones for contain loss there because I don't want to blame like Edge or Bill. I think Edmonds is a really good pole runner. That's the truth, 4P. When you put it that way, like if he's the missing piece, I get it. Especially because you traded a second round pick for him. You have to give him what he wants. Like he had the leverage. There was really no question. Yeah, that's gonna be open. Not much you can do about that. So if you wanted to, let's see. If you are somebody who secretly desires to be very nervous about this Bears game, look at how, let's see. Like gets up, bang, bang. Like they're just gonna run a Mills concept right here. Bill, it definitely looked to me like it was a push on Terrell Smith, Ben, but why would they call anything on the offense, right? But so if you want to get nervous about this Green Bay matchup, the Bears have been like Ben. The Bears have gone back to. I don't want to whisper scary things in your ear. Maybe it's because it was a snowy day, but the Bears sure seemed to me like they went back to, at least so far in this game, just running cover 3. And here, bada boom, hooray, 5's just open. And it's well split too. Like Eddie's gotta honor the vert. And so since we're not following with because we're not playing match, we're just gonna leave this area of the field open, right? And so Matt LaFleur may have his opportunities, is really all I'm saying. We'll see. But it did feel to me like Arthur Smith was cracking open seams in the Bears defense. Looks like it's a 5-man blitz and TJ almost gets there. So that's good. Honestly, Jordan, I'm amazed that the receivers came along as quickly as they did. Like, Jordan isn't shocking me that much, and he's cleaning up his accuracy in a lot of ways. But I didn't think that they had the receiver core, especially once Watson started started getting hurt as often as he did, to handle this. Kudos to them. Bears team's tough against the run. Who's that flying in? Terrell Smith, get it. Luke Musgrave going down, and I'm just saying, Luke Musgrave going down and Tucker Kraft making the offense better, Jordan, was the most predictable thing that I could have possibly said. And I mean, just there was. Like, it was so bummed. Or it was such a bummer. Foster, it's a much improved Packers team takes on a much improved Bears team. We're going to see what happens. It's a coaching square dance. Oh, yes, Bill. Everybody's just going to plow through. Greedy. It's like, gosh, I love watching Billings get physical. I love this. And you're right, locked and loaded. Ooh, wait. Like, boom. Maybe Love eats some Chipotle, amen, right? So physical. Love him carrying that gap. He doesn't even do anything crazy. I think I just like watching him work. I think so too, Case. I never want to make it sound like I think Roquan is bad. Linebacker just has always freaked me out, but it's been popping lately. Like, the linebackers have been the heart and soul of this defense. The linebackers have been what have made Fred Warner so good. Like, it's one of those positions that, to be honest with you, I'm just learning on. Here's a one-on-one matchup. Kyler Gordon gets dusted a little bit. Ball just ends up left out too high. Ooh, who's that getting home? Somebody pops home. It seems that way to me, too. Oh, DeMarcus Walker. Huh. Yeah. For me, 4P, I would tell you that nearly all good quarterbacks are going to make everything look so simple and so easy that they're going to look like system quarterbacks until they make one of those four throws a game, right? Like to me, the difference between an elite quarterback and a consistent quarterback is that a consistent quarterback will teach you that it is a nasty rep. Like a consistent quarterback will make you think that they're not doing anything specific because in many cases they aren't. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is that play. Jeez. What happened here? So first, they catch us on a nickel blitz, which is really unlucky. And then Jalen Johnson just slips and gets lost. Oh no. Oh no. No chance. I can't even imagine how weird it feels. I bet it doesn't feel that weird. No, not at all. But in the NFL, you're just probably terrified of getting caught in those scenarios. Tremaine Edmonds being useless. What happened? Oh yeah, no, he can't take on blocks. That ain't what he does. There we go, Terrell. I think Sandboard probably does, as a matter of fact. I hope you guys don't mind. We've hit the 2 a.m. part. And so I can I don't have the energy I did. Watching as much film as we can. Oh man, this one felt like a bad miss. Bad miss. And it feels like Pitts does not do much to help it, but maybe I'm crazy. Like, he snaps around. You'd think that Pitts would, like, stop, wouldn't you? But he kind of just overruns the ball. Like, maybe I should want different effort. Maybe I should want the throw to just be better. But it was funny looking at this, and I was like, what? Oh, of course, but it's Heineke. You're not expecting anticipation. Maybe you should be, though. That's the thing, Sir Lord. You got to try to flip the jersey. Man, it's like the Roquan tap away. A little. Pitts may, yeah, he might be Colin. That's a good way to put it. But more money. What are we doing, Heineke? I guess we're worried about Brisker jumping on it. I just don't know why. I don't know why Tyreek doesn't play. Happy for Terrell Smith. but it surprises me that they're rotating them as much as they are. Like, Tyreek seems as if he's losing reps to Terrell, not the other way around, which, hey, sure. Spacing did seem weird on that. Go, Gervon, stunt. Got him. Here we go. I thought they were fun, Jordan. I had to take a continuing education for my mortgage for my mortgage license, so I was just clicking through while watching bowl games. Uh, it was wild to see Wisconsin play so well in the first half against LSU. I was surprised at the very least, but I'm by no means trying to pretend to be an expert on Wisconsin Badger football. And then, man, that Michigan game was fun. Who did lay the hit on Heineke? Oh, that's DeMarcus Walker. He rocked him. Laid out. D-Walk going off. Boom. Michigan Bama was awesome. Can't wait for the next one. That was so weird, Jordan. JJ McCarthy just rolling out and saying, what if I threw a pick instead? Here we go, Jalen Johnson. Roll downhill. Take him out. Okay, so what is this, quarters? Looks like 6, as a matter of fact. Might just be quarters. Jeez, 12. This is a snipe. Like, dang. Oh, but 12 can't hang on, which works for us. I didn't say one again. Ooh. Matthew, I haven't heard an update, but I imagine we'll get one tomorrow. Wednesday injury report, right? There we go, Maine. Man, I just want to scan through this until I can get to the interceptions. There we go. More pressure, baby. Man, he did it again. Look at this. It's like not even technique. Gervon Dexter just wins with sheer physical brawn. Like, even ends up throwing his guy off him. That's hilarious to me. Like, little bit of a pass rush move, but really it's just like lock up and play ball. Dude ends up diving after him. Like, just big dogged him. Man. He did push the guy backwards while jumping. Really could, Matthew. Oh, yeah, there's one. Test these windows enough. They'll get you. Kudos to the Bears defense. They really do bend, don't break in these circumstances. Like, their whole goal is basically, okay, try that throw on me again. And then they do. Let's see, what kind of pressure did we get? We get a sim pressure look, which is nice. Nice job, TJ. Right, Alpha? Gotta dive on it. Gotta dive on it. Okay, let's see. 3x1 set. What's the game situation here? Is this third quarter? Second half? Gotcha. Okay. Nothing crazy. Honestly, Evan, I thought Walker was better than Yannick from Jump Street. Like, once they actually started playing games, I was like, oh, so this is the Yannick we're going to get. All right. That sucks. But Walker's been killing it against the run. Oh, man. Case, that's crazy to me. I get it, but I think that tape is so good. I think we really might have, Robert. We've been playing really good ball. I love it, Greedy. The pistol seems like it's awesome. Can do so many things for you. Ooh, I love this little shift. Like, I love going from 3x1 trips, like a 3x1 trip set to suddenly like an empty. Oh, that's nice. Well, for what it's worth, it looks like Terrell Smith's going to get his chance to learn because it sure feels like his side's getting targeted a lot more often now. Second and 1. I get that, Evan. Or at least I get the thought. But when you say the two quarterbacks that aren't talked about as much, do you mean Daniels specifically and like Penix or something? I'll look more into Penix another day, but it does feel like so look, personal opinion, right? It's totally just my 2 cents. I think that everything looks easiest when you throw into guys who are studs and beasts. Like, that was a nice run stunt, right? Boom, got him. Tea kettle waiting before it peaks. I do think May is so goofy. Uh, just because to me, Case, I think that May looks like um May to me looks like the anime protagonist that doesn't realize they're good yet, right? Or doesn't realize they're strong. Like May does a whole bunch of stuff that's actually pretty nuts, if you ask me, but he makes it look like it's normal to do it. And he makes it look like it's normal to shrug a defender off of him from the pocket, makes it normal to look or to dust somebody in the open field. Like almost feel like you have to teach him to play with a sharp edge, but he's so gaudy throwing the ball that I think it totally works. Oh man, they really liked to show big personnel, huh? So that they could get everybody moving with play action. I wonder who could do that. Oh, Justin Jones. This is that this is that roughing the passer call, isn't it? Sheesh. Might not have been. I guess I assume it was. No, it was. Good job, Tyreek. So for what it's worth, Alpha, I think that the heavy sets are okay, so it's totally just my opinion, but I think heavy sets get overrated really badly, to be honest with you. Okay, Zach Pickens, establish, like mess with the player. Look at this. Extend, rip. Yes. I'm sorry, Zach Pickens. Are we popping a little bit? And I'm aware he doesn't make the tackle, but at least we stymie the guy's momentum. Yeah. Who's five? Bully, 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 bully. Yes. Bang. Get off me. Get out of here. Like, oh man. I'm with you, Tumultuous. I just love the physicality. I'm obsessed. To to me, to me, it is harder to teach this than meets the eye. To me, this is that like I'm going to eat you mentality that's just tougher to find in corners than you think it is. You get a lot of guys, I think, like Kyler Gordon, where they go, oh, I'm going to match feet. I'm going to play really good. Then compared to guys like Tyreek Stevenson or early Jalen Johnson, where you say, yeah, I'm gonna whoop you in the outside. Is that Smith? Cover four side? Gotcha. Oh man. Oh man. I forgot about this. Oof. That's gotta be a bust. This has to be straight man. Like the way Eddie comes down to attack this has to be a man blitz. As much as I hate that we had to trade that early second for Claypool, Stevenson is better. I gotcha. I think Stevenson's a beast. Ben, that's a good point about the hot route. Boom. Man, and he just goes, TJ Edwards just goes straight through, huh? 4P, I'll show you another day. But also, you can go look up at the stream or that I have about the quarterbacks. It just feels tacky for me to review it right now with the biggest game in Fields' tenure looming. Sorry for speaking like a robot while talking through that. Greedy, I would be lying if I told you that I was an expert on JPJ's play this year. But I am very excited about Stevenson. I got to tell you guys. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Looks like Stevenson bit the play action fake really hard. Oh man. I got to tell you guys, and I did not expect to be saying this, but Atlanta's offense kind of feels like fire. Like, at least what we're seeing right now, I expected Atlanta's offense to feel like its schematic components were like worse, but I like a lot of the creative motions. I like a lot of the formation stuff that they're running. It just sucks that their quarterback play is awful. This is so late. We love it, but oh my gosh. We are so late on this. You can't throw this. Oh my gosh. I mean, good range by Tyreek Stevenson. Nice job midpointing it and not taking the cheese. Like, because Stevenson's gonna basically try to split the two, but oh man. If you're gonna do that, Heineke, you gotta loft it. You can't do that. Nice play, Tyreek. I think that it's a little more complicated than that, Greedy, just because there's some timing things that I don't think Fields would do at pieces of this offense. But I think you'd hope that Arthur Smith could adapt it around him. But man, that's a team that's much closer to a quarterback away. Sheesh, though. Interceptions are so fun. I love interceptions. There's something so beautiful about the other jersey catching the ball. Like, especially when it's your team. But gosh, to me, there's this magic moment. Right, Alpha. It very, very similar. And I'm with you, Ben. Like, there's something so beautiful when I watch just football in general. When you get to see all 22 where you realize a defender is breaking on a ball sooner than you think, and you just lean in and you're like, what's going to happen here? Okay, Gervin. That'll do. Throw the guy off you. I would love to make the tackle. Well, I guess he does. 2nd and 4. Nice job pursuing. Does Billings just win a physical scrap up front? Yes. Just throw the guy on the ground. Why don't you? Seeing I was a former quarterback? Oh man, Dr. Truth. I was making a joke about the intramural thing. I didn't play in high school, for what it's worth. That's a college. Like, I'm just a student of the game, so to speak, Dr. Truth. Like, just watch a lot of ball. Personally, Alpha, I'm in the same boat. Going up against Billings seems like it would suck. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Probably my favorite thing about Andrew Billings. Like I know we talk a lot of good about Andrew Billings on this channel, but I'll tell you what. And Jordan, for some reason I feel like you're going to vibe with this, but there's nothing like a run defender who gets up on big downs. Like 3rd and 1, tight situation. Watch Andrew versus the center. Establish, get in the gap. Like that A gap is his A gap. Blows the play up very quickly. Like he on these huge downs, because I think this is so important. Like, thank you so much, Colin. I got you. But on big game flipping downs, it's Andrew Billings who consistently sets the tone. It's awesome. He does, Matthew. It's the Andrew gap. Love it. Oh man, this play was in this one. I don't know how Tremaine doesn't catch this ball. Okay. Maybe you won't agree, but oh man. This is awesome. 1-on-1 man coverage rep against a guy picked number 4. Tyreek Stevenson breaks well, stays physical. Like, there's a chance just due to size that Pitts is able to catch that, but that's a great coverage rep. That is a great coverage rep by the corner. And then Maine almost picks it anyways. I mean, it's right in his hands. Like, Maine's got to be disappointed. Good thing he already got paid. Otherwise, I mean, I guess the linebackers have to drop some, right? But come on, man, that's right there. He knows. Boom. He just wanted to clap his hands. Nice play, Eddie. I got you, Zach. Just wait until I tell you about more DBs this off season. Oh yes, Billings. Oh yes. It's not even that Billings wins it always, like wins these gaps all the time. It's just so fun getting to just watching him go 110% every down. You have to, Case. To me, DB play like determines these things. I think DB play pretty much swings games. Like everybody's obsessed with D line play because it's what they can see, but um, it feels to me at least like when you've got really good DBs, you're gonna win. So the problem to me, Alpha, for what it's worth, let me see. Have I played Demon Souls? Okay, so do you have a PS4 or do you have a PS5? Demon Souls is good from everything that I've seen. The only reason I haven't played it is because it's a PS5 game. I don't have a PS5, but I have a PS4 over there. Is the PS5 backwards compatible? I think the best place you can start with Souls like is Dark Souls 3. Personally, you can theoretically try Dark Souls remastered, but I think Dark Souls 3 is the best place to start. Because Dark Souls 3 is linear. The best thing you're going to enjoy about it is Dark Souls 3 will let you focus on actually playing the game. It's extraordinarily fun. There's so many good things about that game, and it doesn't have the mechanic that Demon Souls does where you the first time you die, your health bar gets cut in half. And I've heard a lot of people think that that sucks. Like, and so with Dark Souls 3, yes, it's hard, but it's much more hard and fair, and you don't get lost. The one after that you should play is Dark Souls Remastered. Uh, because Dark Souls, the original, and DSR would be the follow up to that, is DSR is like the OG, but you don't get any hand holding on where to go. And I think that actually makes the experience dramatically worse for truly new players who can experience a little despair. Whereas Dark Souls 3 more or less tells you where to go by limiting your options, which I think works out well for you. Monster Hunter's great. Tumultuous Titan really does. I also think Bloodborne is phenomenal, but it's best to go into Bloodborne with a small Soulsborne background because Bloodborne is hard as hell. It's awesome. It's so good, but it's so rad and not easy. But anyways, let me know about it another time. Only problem I had with Monster Hunter Tumultuous Titan is you get these amazing experiences fighting the monsters, and then it all starts to turn into like just grinding out different monster parts. But and like I'm down with the grind. I mean, I have like 1,500 hours. I have a disgusting total of hours in Destiny 2. Don't even. It's bad out there. It's bad out there, fam. But the problem was to me that then it takes the fun out of killing the monsters. Um, let's see. All the souls I've played, you've oh gosh. Let's see here. I don't think I have anything bad. But let's go. You are talking to somebody with almost 500 hours in Elden Ring, which is unbelievable. DSR. Do I really only have 64 hours in that? It's got to be because no, I guess I just played it quick, which is weird to me. Um, let's see. My Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is fine. I keep like deleting it and then reinstalling it. I'm looking for my Dark Souls 3 install. Oh, there it is. It's in my favorites. That one I've got another like 250 hours in. And then I think Sekiro's awesome. Sekiro's totally different, uh, which is its own thing. Um, the finals is giving me like old Battlefield Bad Company 2 vibes lately, which is great. Um, but more than anything, to be honest, I am. Somebody asked, "Oh, why am I taking that one away?" Somebody asked, "Have you played them to completion?" And I was like, "Oh, you have no idea. Like, I've played through. You're gone one time. No, 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 no. We're not a gaming channel. It's more like it comes up now and again, Reinhardt. And I realized that I don't think people recognize I am a deep gamer. Like, Case, I need to beat you in Madden badly. It's the one game that I like don't play much. I live in football so often that when I want to play a video game, I play something else. Greedy, maybe there will be a time. Maybe. Oh yeah, Bad Company 2 vibes calling everything explodes. Like the finals is great in that capacity. You don't get some of the goofy dialogue stuff, but the destructibility in the finals is super fun. It's the same devs from old Dice. The good news, Mario, is that I think the Souls likes will suck you in. I mean, I think they do. Okay, Tyreek, get up and make a tackle, baby. Yes, violence on the hit. Love it. I like it, Reinhardt. I think we freewheel the playoffs, honestly. Like, especially because with the Bears having the number one overall pick again, I'm going to be watching some draft, or I'm gonna be trying to get more draft stuff out too. So maybe we do like a little draft sneak within everyone. But so I played Apex 4P a while ago, but my thing with battle royales has always been that like I want to let me see. Uh, it's really a non-conversation for football fans outside of Bears fans. They take a quarterback. Let me see, Reinhardt or Matthew. What are you saying? Where'd you pull that from? Oh, you're cool. Gotcha. That's what I was pushing for. Locked and loaded. I couldn't tell you. I'll come up with something tomorrow. Um, I always agree with you, Reinhardt. I think that's a good idea. Not to mention, we all get to see stuff. Check out Zach Pickens here, baby. Zach Pickens with the long arm. Yes, sir. Foster, that's okay. Bad Company was a sweet band, from what I heard. Oh man, Pickens has tools. I don't know. I really couldn't tell you if Zach Pickens is ever going to become more than a rotational guy, but we're seeing him make plays, which I can appreciate. Like, your rotational guys need to make plays too. Man, this Falcons offense feels so messy. I'm going to Case. It is crazy, Zach. It's so wild. So, Reinhardt, is it really all that crazy? Like, I like say what you mean. Say what you mean. Oh, that kind of game watch along. I gotcha. The main problem you guys have to remember is if you for those of you who follow me on Twitter, try to envision what it actually looks like for me to watch a game. I look up, I watch the replay, I tweet something. I look up, I watch the replay, I tweet something. Like it is actually a state of intense quiet for about 3 hours. And I like barely make any facial expressions during the time. I've had people like, oh man, it'd be so fun to watch a Bears game with you. And I'm like, I hear you, but I don't talk much during it. But maybe there will be a day when I just tweet less during the game and enjoy it more. Usually, if I don't, it's because I actually am watching the game with somebody, and then I'm a person. But Reinhardt, for me, the goofy, stupid thing about the Souls games is you get to the point where you feel comfortable enough with the movement that they become an adventure game. Like, I'm not saying you never die or whatever, but I think that it's actually really over dramatized how hard they are. It's totally just my opinion. But especially a game like Elden Ring, for instance, I thought was totally approachable. But a lot of people like being told that a game is hard because if it's hard, it means that like if it's hard, it means that you know you're done. I don't know. I don't have anything there. I wanted to have something, but I appreciate the challenge. Plus, they're different. Showgirls, huh? Did he outrun sweat? Colin, all I have heard about the Yakuza games is that they're hilarious, but I can't find the time to get into them. Let's see. Breath of the Wild. So I never played Breath of the Wild. I never played Skyrim. There are some certified bangers that I just never got to. And it's not for any reason about um about Breath of the Wild. Like all I've heard is Breath of the Wild was phenomenal. But I never got this like it's not that I never got the Switch. It's that I used my Switch to play Smash, etc. Reinhardt, if you so you tried three? Because I think three is great. Two is weird. So for what it's worth, Reinhardt, in case you ever wanted to give it a go, and first of all, I would throw it yourself at Elden Ring if you were going to, and then talk to me later. It's great. Really, really amazing. Anyways, um, Dark Souls 2 was made by a separate studio from the other two, or from all the others. So Bloodborne, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, Elden Ring, those are one studio. Dark Souls 2, separate studio. So it plays different. It's a completely different thing. That's not to say that it's explicitly bad. There are some ideas that get executed in Dark Souls 2 that are actually pretty neat. but there's a lot of it that feels very different, and a lot of people don't like it. Who's that working their way around? Is that Sweat? Yeah, it is. See ya, Caleb McGarry. I tend to think it really felt to me as if home dog here, as well as most, it felt like if you couldn't get interior pressure, then you couldn't pressure the quarterback. It felt as if the edges couldn't turn the edge on this on this surface. It's quite surface level. Ooh. Hey, that's fun, 4P. Send me a link. A long suffering Jeffs fan. That sucks. But man. Okay, so I understand that there are plenty of times where I get really excited about players. That hand swipe is dirty. That is nice. That is so nice. I mean, that's a quick corner turn. If Sweat is is able to get any better footing, and he still forces a PD. Man, when Tremaine Edmonds gets the chance to just flash athleticism, I'm telling you, every time you go, yep, there's the athleticism. Sweat does do a great job with hand fighting. So let me see. Matthew, you mentioned which Cronin report specifically about the hiring of Flus? Like, what did Cronin say in this case? Are you talking about how Flus seems as if he has his job pretty much locked up? It does feel that way sometimes, doesn't it? Like, Arthur Smith feels like he's scheming up a bunch of different stuff, but then then his quarterback, I don't know. Honestly, I'm not all the way there for like deep and intense analysis. I'm kind of watching the game with a wandering eye almost. If it was me, Alpha, I think you need one of both. You do need another end, but I think that a sweet 3-tech would go a lot further. Oh, I mean Reinhardt, I wouldn't be shocked at all. Like the idea that Flus wasn't polls higher, yeah, not weird. I thought we all knew that, right? Like locked and loaded, that's a good point. That the missed kicks were a real problem. McCaskey hired Flus, but she came out and said she was misquoted. I get you. Look, I don't know anything. That wouldn't surprise me. Tumultuous, to me personally, I don't think that having a rotation is ever a bad thing. Like if I got the chance to sign Chris Jones, I'm not upset that now Gervon Dexter is a reserve 3-tech, for instance. If anything, I think that helps because now you can rotate really, really well. I think that we can actually tumultuous at times get too hooked on trying to get too much value out of positions like 3-tech where you need a rotation anyways. 4th down, here's the game. Who's that just goes whizzing by? Is it Justin Jones? Like, whoosh. Big throw, easy interception. BK would be sweet. Like, Chris Jones, I'm using as much as just a name and a placeholder. Because if they went and signed any other 3-tech, I'm like, okay, that'll do. Like, I think that you can build a sweet defensive line if Dexter and Pickens are playing reserve roles, and then maybe they earn their way into bigger roles, like as things go. If anything, tumultuous, my personal opinion, I think that it's the handing of players, it's handing big responsibility to players just because of their draft status that I think creates bigger problems. I have no issue continue to invest in defensive line. Though I will tell you, the Bears defense is getting pretty expensive. So I could understand if that's not something you wanted to do. But I do think Mario, for what it's worth, that Poles really likes Matt Eberflus. I mean, especially lately. Right now, most of Eberflus's guys, or most of Poles' guys are getting made to look really good by Eberflus. Looks at Domrop. Yeah, you're telling me, Jordan. Oh, look at Sweat with the hands. I literally just want to see. They are developing. Underneath. Oh, nice, Tyreek. I was wondering how much he had to move for this one. Tyreek just gets a jump on it. He must see Ritter, start to think about it, and then he goes and closes the game out. Nice. Oh, he got something. That's for sure. Get it, Pickens. Boom. Ah. We did it, boys, and also women. We stayed up until 3. 7-hour stream. Made it through the defense. Yay. Like the stream. Subscribe to the channel. Support it if you'd like. But we did it again. We covered the game. Love a lot of what the Bears are building. Gotta tell you, I'm surprised at the holes that I feel like we are seeing in the Bears' defensive zones. And I'm interested to see if Matt LaFleur is able to capitalize on them. I'm not certainly rooting for that to happen, but that's going to be a matchup that the Bears are going to want to probably get something out of, because I just don't know what's going to happen on the other side of the ball. I would love to see a shootout. I'll believe it when I see it. I haven't seen a Bears offense succeed against the Packers defense in my life. And the only time I did was when Justin Fields and the Bears offense was going crazy with Jameer Byrd running back like a slant, among other things. And they lost convincingly. That was the game where they scored 28 points and lost very, very definitively early on. Sheesh. And so we'll see what happens. Like Locked and Loaded saying, I'm sure they're going to try to mess with the Bears linebackers. And so we'll see what happens. Can't wait. You guys are awesome. New podcast coming out on Thursday. Talk to you soon. Until next time, folks, bear down. Thanks so much for bearing with me.